Yo, Crypto Nation and mining family. Crypto Nation and mining family. What's going on? Of course, like always, it's not financial advice. Yo! Yo, what's going on, Crypto Nation? As soon as I tried to go live, I had Crypto Mikkel give me a holler. So, yo, what's going on? I see Dave Coins. I see I Dig Big Blocks. Pete, what's going on? What up, what up? So it looks like we got a little bit of time until everything really gets going. I was figuring that this thing was starting a little bit sooner, and then I started looking at all the information, and I'm like, it's not going to be starting off until a little bit later on. But we can certainly go walking around in here and getting a layout of the land and this virtual blockchain event at Mining Disrupt. So it's a private event. It's definitely not open to the general public, but here I am. So let's go ahead and I could switch my screens over. It should be this one. Yeah, all right. All right, so we've got Poolin, Blockstack, Scat Ventures, Bit River, Genesis Mining People, MineBest. I've never heard of them. Should be something that happens in one of these conference rooms. Well, this one's open now. We have Genesis Mining thing.
Poolin.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation.
Nova Block.
Hi guys, this is Vincent, Global Business Director of NobleBlock. I'm glad you guys are attending Mining Disrupt, and I'm excited to speak to everybody here.
Pre-recorded stuff going on. What's up? What's up? Yeah. I'll be going live with the event here. I'll be like the only person doing this live, so sit back, enjoy. Make sure you got some coffee first thing in the morning. It looks like it's got another 20 minutes before this really kicks off. It looks like there's a few people here and there. Scott Otford was just here, but it looks like he's gone. He was standing right over here. I was thinking this event was starting a little bit earlier until I looked at, oh, this is in a different time zone than me. There should be live speeches, Owl. I think it's just because we are a little early. I thought that it started at 7 because it said 6 a.m. and then I was like, oh, it's 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I've got another 20 minutes before this really kicks off. I thought it said Eastern time, not Pacific, so whatever. I'm just a little early. Yo, Chris from New Mexico, what's up? Nice, nice. Gotta get ready for work. Yeah, damn, all our damn clocks. Let's see here, biominers.ca, Cryptics, Nova Block, Epic Blockchains Technology, Maddox, Industrial Transformer. Yo. Hey, what's going on, Mikkel? Yo. Yeah, no problem, Al. Block Tech Energy Services. Oh. Mining Disrupt. Yo. Their help office. Hey, there's Scott. So I guess while we're waiting. Yeah, my dude's wearing a suit. It is kind of weird. Still got the hat on though. Gotta have the hat. It's all about the hat, dude. Rock on, David. Yo. Yeah. So might as well listen to one of these pre-recorded. Could listen to a pre-recorded. Otherwise. Try to wait for this event to start off. I mean, it's 15 minutes away. Oh, man. Slept horrible too last night. Oh. I'm like all extra tired this morning. Got some random person getting his exercise in. He's running around. Now he's walking into a wall. Oh man. Ooh. One bit of general. Section. There you go. It's weird, I keep hearing a little beep beep. Must be somebody entering into the room. I don't know why it just did that. I wasn't clicked on you. It hotkeyed me. Stupid hotkeys. I did not mean to press that.
You have these two screens.
Nope, somebody is starting to set up. Alright. Hey, people are starting to show up now. Yo, what's up, Crick? I'm not sure. I mean, you can't, I mean, the RX 580s, they're not bad. They're not the most efficient anymore. If you're looking at the RX lineup, I would be looking at like the 5600 series myself. Dismiss. So the event should be starting off in 10 minutes. So, yo, get back to work. Excuse me. But Crick, it's like I do have like, even myself, I've got like an 8 GPU rig of RX 580s, 8 gigabytes, still rolling. So yeah. Yeah, if you're trying to just get the most budget friendly, yeah, RX 580s, even the GTX 1070 Ti's, they're pretty good. I could dance. Cricketall, that would depend on what it is you want to mine. So if you're wanting to mine Ethereum or Ethereum Classic, RX 580. Because I can get like 30, right around 31 mega hash at 90 watts on them, where the 1070 Ti's are getting anywhere from 30 to 31 mega hash at about 110 to 115 watts. And if you're wanting to mine Ethereum, like Mikkel is saying, the Sapphires for the win, I like the Sapphire Blue Nitros. Yo. You're only getting 9 mega hash on there, David? That thing should be hitting like, give or take, you should be like right around like between 30 to 31 and a half mega hash on there at 90 watts. GPU Jesus preaching on a Wednesday. Yeah, your overclocks are off on there. Hit me up in Discord, David, after Mining Disrupt or later on tonight, and I'll help you overclock your 580s to get them max hash. Otherwise, your 580s have an issue. Cricketall, with that saying, I'd go with the 1070 Ti, like Mikkel's saying. You with nice hash, they give it like drag racing with nice hash. So if you've got the best,
Good morning, Emma.
Hi, how
if
are
you've
you?
got the best hash power,
Wonderful so far.
That's good.
you're
that's good.
or the highest hashing
Hi.
ability,
Hi.
you're good to go.
Just,
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm not as awake as you guys. Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
No, there's not enough coffee to be up this early. I'm just telling you.
Thank you. I tried everything.
Where's
you
the
know?
coffee bar? Here.
That's right? So what we
There
have to
should
get
be virtual coffee.
a virtual coffee bar.
Right.
Nice.
Right.
That's actually a good suggestion. We need to tell them that, right? So everyone has a coffee chat. You go to the coffee bar. Not
Yes,
bad,
Chris,
right?
Chris,
Yeah.
yes. Smash!
Good idea.
Smash
Yeah,
that
yeah.
like button.
As well as the hand cleansing station that you guys suggested, which was great.
Oh, yeah. Right.
That was fantastic. Man.
Social distancing. You know, we gotta have our masks as well.
Yeah. Exactly. It's so cool.
Yeah, just playing some different videos at different sections here
Okay.
because it's going to be recorded as a live event on YouTube.
Nice. What channel?
This is a link.
Yeah, I can see. I can see here. The TO Tools / what? So it's on your crypto
Yeah.
mining tools YouTube.
Did I make it obvious
Yeah.
enough with the post-it notes?
I got it. Thank you. Thank you. I will say you can't miss it, which is good.
Yeah.
Emma is the Mining Summit coordinator, and then Scott Offert's the
I
one
feel like
that's
they
the
developed the
host
limit
on this.
because of people like Scott.
Yeah, I think so.
What's up, Gundy? Oh.
Scott's like, but it's okay.
What's up,
There
Crypto
are other
Nation?
people I can ask. How are you doing?
Mia. Good morning.
Hi. Good afternoon here.
Good afternoon.
Brendan?
Yeah.
Tom?
So people are starting to come in slowly here.
That's great.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
The event doesn't start for another hour, right? Gonna go make some breakfast here.
I think it's starting in like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Alright, so the beginning on this, they just sent an itinerary.
Hey, Mario.
Hey there.
Yeah, so the videos.
So I'm wondering if you have like specific times for each presentation. That way we can organize my day.
Yeah, so it's difficult to know exactly when each one is going to start, but we posted the list. I'm not sure if you saw the list. It doesn't have timestamps.
Right.
But that's the order that they're going to be playing in throughout the day. But also, in here, there are different videos playing on different screens. So you can kind of pick and choose which one you might want to watch at any given time. And they'll be scattered throughout this venue on the different screens, playing at different times.
Okay, that's awesome. So the live presentations will be screened at the auditorium, or everything is
No.
here in this?
Yeah, no, not at the. We're not using the auditorium for this one. There is the boardroom in here that you can go to, but as you see on the sticky notes, the best way to watch it, if you just want to watch it from front to back, is on YouTube. So you just go to 2.tools/watch in your browser, and you'll be able to watch it there starting really soon here.
Yeah. And inside this world, is there one specific screen where the YouTube transmission will always be playing?
No, just because of certain limitations in this software, it doesn't really stream at the right time simultaneously for people. So yeah, maybe in the boardroom we'll eventually get through the entire cycle, but we're just going to be playing clips, and then every 15 minutes we're going to change out to the next presentation and the next presentation. But yeah, honestly, the best way to watch with full quality and the entire timeline from start to finish is on
Chris
YouTube.
is working on
the
some
2.tools/watch.
merch for DogeLord.com.
Yeah,
The
and also, I
unofficial
wanted to
sponsor.
mention, the screens, like, they might look like nothing's going on the screens, but when you get into the ring, the blue ring, that's like a private zone, and the video will start once you're inside that zone.
Yeah.
So there's videos playing right now, but you'll have to step into that blue ring to actually start the video.
And Unknown Crypto,
Okay, makes sense. So I'll
right
be
now I'm
coming
not
down here
on
right now.
Raven. I kind of flip
Okay.
between Raven and Beam right now.
All right, let me know if you have any questions.
Good morning, Brian.
Morning. Well, what's up? What's up?
How was your? Not much. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Definitely not enough sleep before I got up.
Oh, I know how that feels. I'm exactly the same way.
Oh yeah. I'm sitting here sucking down some energy drinks right now.
That won't do me any good.
I can't do coffee though. It's like coffee is just so nasty tasting.
Oh, to me, if I did anything, it'd be iced tea.
Yeah, I barely drink tea ever.
Yeah, the only tea I drink is ice. So I don't really like hot tea.
I wonder where this is, where the first presentation's gonna be at. I think he said something about the conference room or something like that.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple of them around.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's just about finding the stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they just sent out an kind of a itinerary, but there's like no times on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna around a little bit and see what's going on.
Rock and roll, dude.
Okay. Catch up to you a little bit later.
For sure. They had a pre-party going on last night that I was trying to get Mikkel to hop onto, and then because it was like free, it was like you can download the software and actually come into the world. It's pretty much free to get in, but to get into the private area where I'm at, you would have had to have paid for the event. Anderson's like, only tea I drink is Sweet Carolina tea. Should have called me, bro. Always call. My bad, my bad. Yeah, we'll have some stuff to discuss, Mikhail. Some of that awesome business stuff.
Hey guys.
Hey, Emma.
Hi. It turns out that apparently you can hear my dehumidifier, so it sounds like I'm vacuuming.
Oh, it's not too bad.
Okay, thank God. It sounds like I'm just gonna be on mute for a bit.
Yeah, it just sounds like you got a fan in the background. That's all.
Okay, cool. Cause well, that's what it is. My floors got some water in them, so if I don't want to change the hardwood floors, I gotta use a dehumidifier. So that wins.
Yeah. It's my business partner. Sometimes when he's like, we're sitting there chit chatting online, his AC unit, you can hear the blower fan for it. It's like, oh my God, it's so loud.
Really?
It's so loud.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, it was just kind of funny. I was just like, because I turned it on last night. I'm like, what? Oh my God, it sounds like a blower and it is one, right? So I'm just like, what is going on here? I guess it's white noise. So you know when you go to sleep.
Right.
Yeah. So where are you where are you based out of?
Myself, I'm in Northern Illinois.
Are you okay? Like I forgot to ask you that yesterday. Okay. So what time is it there?
It is 8:06.
8:06. I was thinking about your same time frame as Scott.
Yes.
Central.
Yeah, Scott's actually just north of me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where in Wisconsin he is, but I know he's north of me.
Okay. I can't wait for next year when we can all actually see each other.
Right.
It'd be so cool.
Be like, oh,
Yeah.
you look nothing like your avatar.
Absolutely nothing, right? I was like, oh my gosh, I could have been a blonde hair, blue-eyed person. Everybody's like, Emma.
Right, and just walk right past you. Nobody knows who you are.
Exactly. Hey guys. You're like, Emma, you're not blonde. I am today.
Right.
Yeah, that could have been funny. So yeah. So how long has your company been in business?
We officially started it up as an LLC at the beginning of the year.
Ah, congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a good thing and a bit of a scary thing too, I find.
Yeah. And now we're trying to go to the next step, which is just getting all the funding so we can get a big building, plenty of power to do what we want.
Well, I think you're in the right spot because there are definitely people here that can, if they can't help you directly, they can at least tell you who you can speak with.
Right, yeah. I actually talked to one of the guys from Scat Ventures.
Oh, okay. Yes, they're here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a hold of them like a couple of weeks ago, and he's like, I don't really invest in anybody, but I'll pass your information along to a couple of people that I know that might be interested. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what you want.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's really cool. And I guess you're gonna follow up with them to see if they've done it, right?
Oh yeah, you know it.
Like, I'm not gonna let you go just like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, where do you want to typically operate out of?
What do you mean?
So, like, you want to do it like from your location, or would you go to a different place? Hey,
Oh,
Phil, how are
yeah.
you?
Yeah. Hey, Emma. Great.
Hi.
Yeah, I'll be going to another I'll be going to a different state. That's for sure.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's really
Illinois is
cool.
not very friendly to any business starting out.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah, the taxes out here are just way too high. They kill you in infrastructure too.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, are you looking at going to like Delaware or somewhere,
It'll be south of where I'm at. So I mean, it'll still be in the United States, but it'll be a lot more south. So yeah, I found an area where basically the industry had partially died out. So there's like big industrial buildings with 3-phase electric already being pumped in.
Oh, okay, cool. Hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Emma, do you know if there's any kind of way to make a subtitle or something, like to market people with companies? That would be really cool.
I'm so sorry, Phil. I missed that. I was just like getting someone off the phone. What was that you needed?
Oh, no worries. Just wondering, like, if there's a way in Vivida to like tag people with companies or so. That would be really helpful.
Oh, you know what you can do, Phil? For your name, the easiest thing to do is put. You have your name right now. Put a dash and put Genesis Mining right after it. Kind of like what Henry did for Epic.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm thinking if I could display it for other people.
Display it for other people?
I guess not, yeah.
Yeah, because right now, like, they asked them if they could do it in the system, and they're taking a little bit longer than that we would like. So, That's probably the easiest thing that you can do right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No worries. You have to catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian, I will be right back. I just have to let them in to come and fix my floors.
All right, no problem.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Trying to change my name and actually add that. Let's see if it'll let me do that now. It's now been updated. Wonder what I have to do to make it stick now. Hey, Chancoin, yo. Oh no! Power died. Ah! All right. So to answer your question, Cricketall, if you're oh man, that sucks. If you're going to be mining to NiceHack, I would be going with the 1070 Ti's. With NiceHash, you want to have the highest hash rate for everything versus it being very specific to anything with a DAG file. Anything with a DAG file would be like Ethereum Classic. So there's more things that are a little bit more profitable to mine than just Ethereum or Ethereum Classic. Like myself, I'm a Raven, Beam, and stuff like that. I wonder if I've got to sign out of here and actually come back in for my name to re-show back up. Let me see about this. I'm gonna relaunch this. Trying not to show my email address. Trying not to dox myself. Again. There we go. Now it's showing it, right? Yeah, I had to log out.
Hi everyone, if you're a new user here, you can navigate around campus in a few different ways. You can use your arrow keys to move forward, and backward and turn side to side. And for longer distances, you can point and click with your mouse and your avatar will travel in that direction. You can also teleport around campus by clicking go to and selecting a location of the
Hey,
chat.
Ian.
menu.
Join us over here at the. Oh, okay. Let's see. I don't think anyone is talking right now. Go ahead, Shaniqua. Explain about the go-to.
It's the private suite, one of two ways. You can go in your top left corner, the menu of the top left hand corner, and go to private team suites, and then add your passcode, or you can go to the clipboard on the welcome center and click the clipboard and enter your access code.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thanks, Amy.
There we go. Bam. Now I can see that I'm the Family Mine LLC. Yo. Where is everybody else?
Hello.
Yeah.
What's up?
Now I'm trying to figure out what room they're actually in. I don't see where everybody's at.
FBI.
Good morning,
Hey, Richard. Nice to meet you.
Richard.
Doolin.
Oh, that's cool, man.
This is the room where, what is the display room, and there's a conference room somewhere, I presume?
Yeah, I think there's conference rooms somewhere here.
Where's the coffee?
That would be pretty good if you could drink virtual coffee.
It's got to be socially distanced coffee.
Oh, that's true. Well, this is virtual, so can we not drink it? At least the alcohol, man. Should have virtual alcohol at least. Make it easier for us.
Alcohol sterilizes all.
Well, there's a function. Hold on, wait. Where's it? Look at this one.
Yeah, you never knew you could dance so good, right? Your wife would be impressed.
I know, man. They're all sleeping.
Thanks, Chancoin. I tried. It just doesn't have a. He doesn't have long hair though.
Well, there's 114 users in the
Don't be a Karen.
world. There's 30 users here.
Ah, there's the okay. Oh, I see.
I'd like to know what room they're actually starting in. I wish I could figure out where they started this thing at.
Yeah, I think it like you have to log in and log back out, or log out, log
I think boardroom 1 is. Well, I think if you click the stuff you go to.
Doolin.
Should be a yardstick for everybody in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure when this stuff is going on. Haven't checked my email this morning either.
Well, it should be going off. Their YouTube section's actually playing, but I don't.
Begin at 7 a.m. Pacific. 6 a.m. Pacific is arrive online in Verbella.
Yeah, it's actually the YouTube side is going right now.
No.
It looks like it's mine best. Where is mine best? It's crypto mining tools. This is, I think, cool.
Good, the next one.
Crypto mining tool.
Nope, that's crypto mining tools. Where's mine best? I actually haven't been mining Zill at all.
Block Tech.
Okay, let's make sure that these are changed up a little bit more because this is the same video.
Hi
that's
there.
making
Thank
another
you for
one.
joining me in today's presentation. I really appreciate
I think we
and
have
value
to
your
manually
time.
go and edit.
My name
Hey
is
Brian, how you doing?
How's it going?
Jay Fatanian, and I represent BlockTech Energy Services. We're an energy division from BlockTech Network that has secured unique partnerships throughout the industry and are able to offer some of the best pricing in energy, co-location, and data hosting services. We can
It's the same thing. Well, that one doesn't play. 74 gigabyte, you'll have to find something that doesn't have such a high of a memory limit. Sometimes the fix is putting an 8 gigabyte into the first slot, but if it's like if you're trying to mine Ethereum or something like that, you'll probably have to put an 8 gigabyte card into your into your very first slot. This way it loads the DAG file on that one. God, that music, yeah. Is it loud for you guys right now? So if it is, I'll turn down the volume a little bit. I could figure out where the main part of this is. Because this is definitely not understanding where I have to go for everything. That's Bit River. It's like, what is this? Like this first part not even on here? Your way. Trying to see if there's like a group of people standing in a specific room or anything like that. I do not see that in any way, shape, or form. It's like you would think that if it's somewhere in here, people would be here.
Myself, forgot.
Ah, here we go. No, can't even change that. Change any of this. Alright.
But he figured out a way to, like, if you want to see somebody's profile, to do that without having to.
So maybe I was in the right room to begin with. It's just being glitchy in there. That's Genesis. while it's in a show? Really? Really? Oh, that's kind of gay. Oh, it's that loud? Oh, snaps. I have no idea where this is supposed to be, like, taking place. It's so loud. Boo! Trying to figure out where the heck I'm supposed to go in here. Like, this is confusing. And I do not see any of the event people here. I got an itinerary for this, but I don't understand. Alright, here's the schedule. I just don't see where this is supposed to start. Rabble. This makes no sense. This was like not well coordinated, I have to say. I mean, I'm all down for this virtual stuff, but good God.
Okay, good. Let's see if it works. Nope, I'm still new.
Yeah, most people don't have their profile filled out with their email or stuff. Which
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see if it works.
Can you do it from Verbella, or do you need to log out?
No, I had to log out to do it in, so I wonder if I have to log back.
Yeah, you gotta log out and log back in.
That's a
I
pain.
do.
Mm-hmm. That's what I had to do.
Oh,
I know, right? Alright, hold on, I'll be back in. Log out.
Kevin,
Yeah.
are you guys doing 400 volt technology, or?
I didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, are you guys doing 400 volt technology?
In our data centers and stuff?
Yeah.
Not typically. We're going in with 415 so we can drop it down to 240.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Because that's the easier standard.
Yeah.
So
okay.
from that standpoint, I mean, you can do the 480 and most PDUs now can accept the 277.
Mm-hmm.
That's still not standard, and it's still hard to do that. But you know, if you're doing like a container solution, you can do that.
All right,
Most,
Crick, take it easy.
have a big enough range.
I'll be streaming
now
here
that
for a
they
minute.
Go up to 480 volts. So, you know, if you wanted to do the 277, which is more efficient, you can do that. But it's just easier just to get the mid-range transformer down to the 415, and then just run your power and everything off that. You know, it just makes it much easier in the build process.
The reason I ask is we're making miners. So, you know, Epic develops basic chips and whatnot, and you know, released our first rig for Sciacoin with special numbers coming out. We're looking at doing different form factors and trying to talk to people in, you know, with infrastructure to see what the best way to, you know, to do work is. So,
I think if you design the PSU to handle the range between 208 and 280, if the PSU can handle that range, pretty much anybody can use it, you know.
Right.
And you know, if you include the power cable, you know, what type of power usage is it?
We're basically, we could design them almost any way. So, you know, our current ones are 1300 watts. And, you know, we can, well, my limitation right now is basically size, right? So my next gen is, I'm going to try different form factors. My next gen is PCIe cards. And, you know, fundamentally we're going to, so those will be 300 watts. And then we'll basically, you know, try and run those to 200 volt, so 200 watts in 4U configuration, and then I'll do blades, and the blades will be more custom voltages.
Well, I mean, if you're doing it with the cards, the general idea is that anybody at home can drop them into their home system.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's always a smart move. But then you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But I mean, most data centers are setting up to handle the newest ASICs. So you're talking about 3,500 to 4,000 watts per miner.
Yeah.
It's a little different math problem. Now, with yours, what you can do is you can get one of the 12 cases and drop it in, but the problem is that's significantly more expensive, you know, from a production standpoint.
Right.
I mean, just even the riserless motherboards are exceptionally expensive. So, I mean, typically a 12U case, you know, with everything that you can do with it, is going to end up running you $500 to probably $750. You know, but that includes your GPU, your RAM, your solid state
unknown.
drive.
I don't.
You have your own management.
Mine's Zill at all.
That's even better. You know, so I think you're trying to utilize the Windows platform, or is it a different operating software altogether?
Right. Well, I have a different strategy around that, so I don't need. Let's step in the blue area so we can decide. So we're having more private conversations. Just see the couch beside us.
Yeah.
Mind if I get on that, Henry?
Too late.
We can hear you. We just can hear.
Hello, Brian. How are
Hey,
you?
what's going on, Ken?
Very good. How about you?
Oh, can't complain. It's earlier than all get out.
This is so strange, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this is going. This is not very well laid out.
I don't know. I kind of miss the old school meetings. You know, that you go, you hang around, you have your badge, you drink coffee, you meet random people, you just talk. But this is kind of strange, and the sounds go from one side to the other. I don't know.
Right.
But it's okay.
And then trying to figure out where they're playing each one of the events things is like, okay, where the hell are they at now?
But what do you mean, the conferences?
Yeah. Like if you go onto their YouTube, they're like showing like the whole intro with Genesis Mining and stuff right now. But I don't know what room they're in though to do this.
Okay.
So that's what's like weird.
Yes, I saw a Genesis Mining advertisement somewhere, but okay. Yeah.
Right.
So what is your relation to mining?
I am a miner.
Yeah, great. So do I. So where do you have your facility?
That's what I'm working on right now is getting the facility up and going. So it's like trying to find fundage and everything for that.
Okay, but are you located in the States?
Yeah, I'm in the United States.
Okay. May I ask how much is your electricity price?
Of course, it always depends on how much power usage you can use. So bare minimum, if we were to come in, we'd be just under 4 cents a kilowatt hour. If we can hit the higher demand, we can get it like right around like just above 2 cents a kilowatt hour.
Wow, that's very good price.
Mm-hmm.
So this is I mean, what is a high demand for you?
Anything anything above 10 megawatts would be high. They're higher usage tier, and I can get down even lower. If I get above 50 megawatts, it gets a little bit cheaper from there.
That's very good. And this is all-in price, or is there any other price?
That's the all-in price.
That's very good. What about taxes?
That's with the taxes all included on it.
No, I mean taxes from your company mining.
Oh, that I haven't even really worked it in for the bigger side of the business itself. Just because we haven't started. I mean, I basically have been just kind of bringing in the taxes in with my personal income, and then doing as many write-offs as I can for the equipment to drop the taxes on it.
Okay, I understand.
Because like all of my equipment that I have 3 years of deductions with all the equipment.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so after 3 years, you'd either have to sell off the equipment or so you can buy new equipment. Otherwise, after 3 years, you don't have any more tax deductions from a depreciating asset class.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see. It's good. We do have for this amount. I mean, if you are talking about 10 megawatts or 50 megawatts, we do have the kind of the same prices here. The difference is that here VAT is 10%. Profit taxes are 10%. So all the taxes are very low, and also the cost of labor is really cheap, right? I mean, if you have 50 megawatts, how many technicians are you planning to have? Maybe 50?
Yeah, probably right at least 50.
And what is the minimum wage there?
Minimum wage over here is like right around $9 an hour.
For a technician?
For them, it kind of, I would almost sit there and say that they're at least 15 to 20.
Let's take 15, so it's 15 times 50. So let's say you have 50 people, and then they will work 8 hours and 22 days. So you can 1,032,000 per month of cost of labor, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's a lot, but okay, it's good.
Yeah, United States is a little bit more pricey, but in like tax-wise, I won't know all of that until I get the facility into the location that I'm looking at. That was something that I need to get a hold of a tax person for the business side of it to be able to figure that out. Because once I scale up my tax, I can play with the taxes a little bit more. I'll have more write-offs than what I currently have right now.
I understand. How big is your pouring mining operation?
Right now it's teeny tiny. I'm like I'm like ground level right now. So basically I've been I'm right around 80 amps of power usage right now.
Okay.
And yeah, it's like I'm just at the point where I've maxed out for where I'm at right now, and I need to go bigger. Go bigger, or it's just going to be a hobby for me, and it's like not even worth it at that point.
Yeah, at some point you either jump or you throw everything, because it's too much time, and then there's like steps in a stair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, so which kind of equipment do you have?
I've got GPUs, ASICs, and FPGAs. I pretty much use everything.
Okay, so that's good. That's good. And when you're planning to do a 50 or a 10 megawatts, what are you planning to do?
It'll be ASICs.
Yeah.
You can't deploy GPUs and FPGAs at scale like that.
Well, you can.
Yeah. I mean,
well, Genesis Mining does have these. The thing is that it's very labor intensive.
Yeah.
GPU is something different.
Yeah, and then the cost of equipment for deployment. It's just your cost is astronomically higher.
Yeah. So Brian, would you like to connect ourselves maybe by LinkedIn or something so that we can connect in the future?
Yeah.
So let me find you in LinkedIn. My name is Ken Ten, so you can find me with that name if you want.
All right. Let me just log into it real quick.
Yeah. Maybe at some point you decide you want to come here to Paraguay, or you want to explore the things that we have here.
Yeah, how do we do it last year?
So if I want to, I'm checking. What should I find you by Brian?
No.
Let's go.
No.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Pull this up this way. So always trying to find somebody on here. Let's see here. All right. Ken Tenzer. Here we go. Under Blockchain Summit Global.
Yes. This is not my first. It shouldn't be the first shown up there because we are organizing the blockchain summit in Uruguay, but the company is blockchain mining.
Yeah, it shows, blockchain organized partner at Blockchain Summit Global 2020 Paraguay.
Yes, we're doing that, but I would like to leave it first.
Otherwise...
No, but that one is me.
Okay, that is you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is that I wanted to change this for blockchain mining to be shown up in the top.
Oh, you've got to go into Virbela. If you click on your name, you can go into it and go to profile, and then it'll pop up edit. You edit it on their website, and then you've got to log out and log back in. I had to do that for to get the Family Mine LLC to pop up. I had to log completely out and log back in. I have no idea where. Okay, I think they're in the Genesis mining thing.
So did you? Oh, So you are Brian?
Yes.
Oh, let me see that image is great. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice. Where do you have those?
they're actually in my house.
Which kind of tariff do you have for this?
Huh?
Do you have industrial electricity tariff, or it's like a whole house electricity price?
It's home. Well, I've wheeled and dealed with the electric company to get my for a at-home miner. I've got some of the cheapest electricity you can get for being at home. I'm taxes included, 9 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay. Yeah. It's for mining. It's a lot. Is it still profitable for you to mine at that price?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, it's not like I'm earning a living wage off of it.
Yes, of course.
That's some of the reasons why I want to push over the edge and actually get a facility up and going. Just because, if I can get into a commercial or industrial building, especially if I get into an industrial building, I'll have industrial power, which those rates are a lot cheaper. And if I can get a transmission substation on the property or get the transformers on there, it gets a little even cheaper there. But then you got the cost of the transmission station being there that you're going to have to pay for, so that all gets wrapped up into the pricing too.
Yeah, I know how this works. Yeah. So I was going to ask you, and what is your strategy? I mean, do you sell everything that you mine right away, or do you have a predictive mining? How do you do this kind of thing? I mean, do you always mine the same coin and then sell right away, or do you do like predictive mining and mine?
I'll do a little predictive mining, but a lot of times I'm selling it right away.
Okay. Good. And do you do this manually? Do you have like a sophisticated system?
No, I don't really have anything sophisticated myself. It's like, all I do is like, for the coins that I mine that I hold, I hold because like I know certain coins will pump a little bit later on, so I'll hold on to those until they pump. Otherwise, everything else is just, I do a lot of spec mining.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like I stay at like, I try to stay at least a step or two ahead of most of the other miners that, especially the at-home miners.
Yeah. So and do you have any kind of failure, hardware failure that like ASICs that have broken or GPUs broken, these kind of things?
Yeah. GPUs, the common thing is fan failure.
Yes.
So I mean, it's like, I fix all that stuff myself. And then I've had 2 ASICs die on me over the last year, and actually, no, I've had 3 of them die, and I fixed 2 of them. I'm in the process of fixing the 3rd one right now.
Wow, and what was the failure? Was it the PSU? Was it the hashing board?
Hashing board.
Did you fix the hashing board? What is your technical background?
I'm actually an automotive mechanic, but back when I was younger, I did a small component level repair on electronics. So, I pretty much do a little of everything.
Okay, so I'm very impressed, and I really, I have a lot of sympathy for home miners. It's like, you need to do everything by yourself. You need to be very self. I don't know how to say this in English, but congratulations, man.
Yeah, you have to rely on yourself mostly, and you don't want to play with the warranties, because that means you're out of the miner's off, or your GPU's down for a month.
Yes, I know. We do the same here. I mean, we have no problems with miners, and there is no way for us to send it and pay the shipping and have the miner off for a month. So you need to fix it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So, Brian, it was a great pleasure. I hope you have a good time here in this conference.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
All right. Interesting. All right, I think I'm gonna do it this way. Let's go like that. Go like this.
Infrastructure against malware and other threats, backing up the general uplinks, providing reliable power supply, and our own broad experience in the fields of conventional data center business allow us to assure uptime levels up to 99.9. Round-the-clock monitoring of the operation of the equipment is carried out from the duty station using specialized software. Technicians work at the facility 24/7 and are ready to help our clients at any time. Our specialists answer customers' questions in Russian and English by phone, email, via messengers, and through a special ticket system. Furthermore, right on the site we have our own stock of spare parts for popular miner types and repair center specialists that have been officially trained and certified by Bitmain and InnoSilicon in the city of Shenzhen. The machine room is the heart of our data center. The scale of the machine room is just stunning. We use separated hot and cold corridors designed in order to arrange airflow, maintain stable temperatures, and prevent overheating. According to the design, warm air is accumulated beneath the roof and is pulled outside by exhaust power fans through the workshop's window opening. Pre-filtered cold air is flowing freely towards mining racks through the lower windows. Main 400-volt switchgear and power distribution cabinets are located 20 meters away from the mining racks on the cold corridor side. All power lines are protected from mechanical damage. Individual power metering sets are introduced to the rack, so our customers pay solely for the actual amount of consumed power. Our servicemen carry out routine maintenance, focusing on miners dedusting and cleaning, thermal imaging control for power distribution systems, and regular inspections for visible issues and bottlenecks so as to prolong the equipment service life. The data center is hosting more than 18,000 devices today, with a total power rate exceeding 25 megawatts. Customers from the USA,
25
Japan,
megawatts.
Poland, Lithuania, India, Brazil, China, and of course Russia have already entrusted us by allocating their equipment.
Hello, my name is Scott Hancock here. I was recently hired to run the North America sales for Bit River. Thank you, first of all, to my new hosting clients. I want you to tell everybody here what an amazing experience you're having with your miners at Bit River. And to those of you that have not had the opportunity to have a presentation from me yet, I hope that this is educational for you, and look forward to speaking with you all on an individual basis at the virtual booth. Bit River is the largest crypto mining facility in Russia. So again, another reason to be rest assured. We have a huge global presence, brand name to uphold. Everybody in the industry knows who we are. We have really good relationships with Bitmain and Binance, so Bit River is not going anywhere. We have more than 80 employees currently, and this is something that's really cool and unique that I want to focus on. All of you who are thinking about getting into mining, now that we're into new generation machines, you're going to want to have the option to overclock these machines. And when you overclock machines, that means you run them at different watt settings in order to get better increased efficiency out of those miners. Now, key question to ask is to your potential hosting provider, do you charge flat fees or do you charge me based on my actual usage? Well, if you're being charged a flat fee, that's just not really conducive to where we're at in this kind of advanced mining era. We're no longer dealing with S9 machines that run at 1300 watts. We're dealing with machines that are running at 3000 watts and higher. So you want to get billed by the actual usage. So at Bit River, we are providing you with individual power meters. I know Core Scientific does this, but other than them, there's not a whole lot of facilities right now that do this. And this is a critical reason, in addition to just everything else we have to offer, of why you want to send your machines to Bit River. So with our partnership with M+ Group, we do have a guaranteed capacity of 100 megawatts, and we are actively looking to expand that further, and we have several sites in mind in this region where we'd still be using the same hydropower. We've spent a lot of capital on it to ensure that you do get that uptime, and it is contractually guaranteed to you. We have staff on site that monitors your equipment 24/7. Also, our specialists actually have been trained by Bitmain, InnoSilicon, and the major mining manufacturers. We have certified Bitmain technicians on site that really understand how these machines should be monitored, what the temperature settings should be, and how to get maximum lifetime out of these machines. And if any of you had S17 Plus machines, you're probably wondering if we have an equipment repair center. We do, and we stock boards in on site. So if you have a bad board, we can get that fixed for you soon. And Also, on that note, with S17 Plus machines, there's a lot of rumors that Bitmain just provided bad batches. I think if you really research and ask around, you'll find that facilities that had the proper temperature control measures did not have as many issues with their S17 Plus machines. Some mining groups, I've heard, have had more issues running these machines in containers, and I think there's some really awesome containers out there, and there's some where these higher wattage machines just were not meant to be run in them. So again, if you're getting into mining, ask the right questions to whoever you're considering sending your machines to. And if you can't tell, I'll answer all your questions. We touched on how the facility is just perfect for overclocking. When it comes to S17 Plus machines, you can run these machines at maybe 80 terahashes per second and really run them at that level consistently in the right environment. If you're in a environment where the temperature just isn't monitored well, then you're going to have a 30% failure rate. With BitRiver, that will not be the case. For the 5% that maybe do fail in these large batches, then we'll repair them quickly. Looking forward to discussing further with you all soon. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. You can find me on Telegram, Scotty_Bitcoin. Shoot me an email, text me. And as we are headed into this presidential election and you're thinking about whether to vote for Biden or Trump, make the responsible decision and send your mining equipment to BitRiver in Russia. I am happy to talk to you all more about politics
Russia,
or anything else.
where
at
everything's
Virtual
cold
Block. Cheers.
all the time.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Presentation. Poolen.com is a mining pool, and I'll explain to you in the presentation a few things that we provide for our miners, and hope you enjoy the presentation. Thank you to Mining Disrupt for giving us the opportunity to present in this conference. So for Poolen statistics, we're quite large in the Poolen mining pool business. We're number one in Bitcoin at around 19 to 20%. It changes daily, so this is just as current as today. We also mine Bitcoin Cash, Dash, Bitcoin SV, Monero, Ethereum, Dogecoin, Namecoin, Bcash, and Nervos. We're quite large in Zcash as well. We just actually updated our Zcash to provide a hardwood upgrade, which allows for shielded Coinbase transactions, which we're happy to provide for our miners as well. And Litecoin, we're also the largest, and we're happy to also provide mining for Dogecoin, which we're very happy, which we enjoy very much. The fees at Poolen are all sort of different, but we provide basically competitive rates for our miners. And if you are a VIP miner, so someone that is mining around 50 petahashes or around there or more, you can get a better deal with us, of course, and you just have to reach out to me or one of my team members, and we'll go ahead and give you the whole VIP treatment, so to speak, and you'll have a better fee for your mining operation. We also try to always provide, a way that our miners can make even more profit. One of these ways is through our hash rate auto switch. It is considered one of the best in the industry because we have, it's all algorithmic based. And what it does is that it just changes the hash rate. It's an option for you, for our miners, so you don't have to use it. But what it does is just it changes around the hash rate of SHA-256 to another coin that at that particular moment is more profitable, hence making more profit for your hash. In other words, it is on average giving our miners around 0.6% more profit month by month. So we highly recommend it if you are mining Bitcoin with us to use this feature. The feature switches around from Bitcoin to Bitcoin Cash, but we will be eventually coming out with Bitcoin SV switches rate as well. And I just forgot for that one. Stay tuned for that one. Here I explain the reasons why. In this next slide, I explain the reasons why it's more profitable, as you can see. But all this information can be found in our Medium, just medium.com//Poolin, and you can find a blog post which explains the whole entire auto-hash rate and how to use it, or to use it when you're mining with Poolin. Aside from aside from the hash rate auto switch, we also have a mining app, which is a personal app for your operation, so you can actually watch. Let's say you're on the go, you can log into your farm and check to see how your equipment is doing, if it's online, if there's any issues, how much hash rate, how much earnings you're making. You can also switch on auto hash rate through the app. We also have a whole suite of tools that we also have on our website, on our homepage, which, for example, is our mining profit tool. Here you can check to see how much money you will make with a particular hardware, and you just add the correct parameters to the tool. You can also calculate how much money you'll be making with certain different coins, etc. It's a very handy tool used by practically all our miners. You can download it for iOS and Android, of course. And as well, the in-depth information can be found in the Medium blog post. One of the most exciting things that we've actually been working on in the last couple of months is Blockin Wallet, which is the same company as Poolin. We just have a different brand for the wallet. And this Blockin Wallet is a financial tool wallet. And if you're mining with Poolin, you can choose to use the Blockin Wallet, which is our wallet, and you have free transactions in and out of Poolin mining. So that's actually a limited time offer that we're providing now because of the Mining Disrupt conference. So let's say you get your daily payouts and you want to send it to an exchange to sell your Bitcoin. We cover the transaction fee on the blockchain. With the Blockin Wallet, it's a very useful tool for our miners, we believe, because what we do is allow for borrowing and lending, and also interest earning on your crypto. Traditionally, a lot of mining farm operators have had issues or challenges to try to find anyone to lend money to them using their mining farm as collateral. But with us, that's no problem. You can just use Bitcoin as your collateral, and you can lend from us with no problems. You can also earn interest. As I said, there's flexible and locked loans. Flexible allows you to go in and out with a lesser interest earning rate, but the locked gives you even better rates, but you must lock your Bitcoin for a certain period of time to use that. If you sign up to Poolin and start mining, you can just click Blockin Wallet as the wallet that you choose to receive your payouts in, and immediately you have a Blockin Wallet account, which then you can also download the iOS and Android app and start using the financial products that we provide. We actually provide these financial products with the help of third-party financial companies like BlockFi, 3 Arrows Capital. These companies are CyberX as well. These companies are well respected in their fields, and they have a very good reputation. So the intersection between these two products and companies allows for this to occur, and I think this is actually gonna help a lot of miners expand their operations hopefully mining through Pulin. As I said, you can go ahead and check out the wallet if you're not a miner, or if you're not mining with Pulin anyway, at blockinwallet.io. We have the last thing that I would like to speak about in terms of our pool is our free tools for our clients. We have a whole entire management suite. You can operate your operations easily with all the tools that we provide. We're constantly updating these tools. We have a whole technical team that's behind basically every single tool here. If you're a VIP miner with us, you can always request something special. For example, if you're using Linux and you want to do something out of the ordinary, you can always request it. We might build it for you. Most of the times we will. And this at the end of the day, that goes back down to what our thesis is, or what our fundamental goal is with Pulin, is to allow for the easiest way for our miners to mine. So we try to take off the heavy load off of you guys by providing all these tools, by providing the financial tools for you to expand your operations, or to invest in, or to earn interest on your coins. And we also provide a very strong marketing arm as well, which you can take advantage of. If you like to, for example, do some marketing with Pulin.com, you can always reach out to us, and we're more than happy to take a look at your proposal, and perhaps we can work on it together. At the end of the day, Pulin is still one of the largest, and we're growing very rapidly. We're expanding. We have offices in Europe. We have offices in China. We're probably going to be opening offices next year in the United States. And we have nodes across the globe, so you'll have low latency when you're mining with us. And the founding team at Pulin is also the founding team, including myself, at BTC.com. So we have many years of experience. We've built already one of the largest mining pools. We've now built a secondary large mining pool. So I think we're safe to say that we're one of the best in the industry for mining. We know what we're doing in the mining pool business. So we hope you consider us for your mining pool operations, and please feel free to reach out to me through Twitter or through my email, which can be found in this last slide. And again, I'd like to thank Mining Disrupt Conference for this opportunity. We look forward to actually being present next year for the hopefully physical conference in Miami. Thank you very much. My name is Alejandro de la Torre. Please follow me on Twitter, and have a good day.
Without them, we have no blockchain. Unfortunately, without mining, there is no blockchain. The inevitable truth means that we want to have creative questions, and we have not curated these questions and fed the manufacturers with questions so they don't know what we're going to ask. So this is what's going to be fun, because they don't know what we're going to ask. But we also want to invite you guys to come up with really good questions. So we're going to let 3 from the public at the end, when Christy finishes the questions that she has, for 3 of you to line up right here, okay? And she'll call you up, and basically you can ask the questions yourself, okay? So we want to make it fun. We want to make it interesting. It's not every day where you have the best manufacturers of ASICs in the world sitting together. We're missing someone. We're missing Bitmain. Bitmain, come on up. Bitmain. Did Bitmain leave the building? Bitmain? They escaped. They left. So it's okay. We gotta have Bitmain. Bitmain. Anyone seen Bitmain?
We'll give Bitmain 2 minutes before we start, but they're out. They're out. They're not cool enough. Oh, okay. We're jumping straight in, I guess. All right, so which question to start with first? might surprise people in the audience today. Talk about your most painful lessons learned. Go first. Microbeads.
Evaporative pads or cooling pads. And,
this is a good question. Yeah.
And
So I think in this industry, so no matter it is farm or facility provider or the minor manufacturer like us, definitely have the lessons. So the most painful lessons for MicroBT is that in the year 2019, so we have produced more M3, which power efficiency is at 180 watts per terahash, and is too much higher than the the best miners in the market, which is S9 at the moment. So the power efficiency is around 100 watts per terahash. So this give us a very the most painful lesson, because this all miners which was made without order, so it becomes the stock, or we say inventory for the company. So it's we really suffer huge loss because of making more miners. We decide we were not able to sell them out. So and the worst thing is that we decided hold those miners in hand instead of selling them at the lower price. So that's why all these miners become the stocks in hand, and so we really suffer huge loss because of this in the year 2018.
We have been mining for almost a year now in Paraguay. We went through the summer.
So hardest lessons, right, Christy? So hardest lessons for Canaan, I would call it 2017, at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018. We had a huge inventory of 8 series miners. Then the bear market started, and we ended up with almost 45,000 units in inventory without being able to, not being able to move them. I mean, we could move them, but it happened the same thing that happened to it doesn't go for a really low price. So that was a hard lesson to learn on how much capital you should deploy or use in the upcoming batches for at least non-new gen lines. I would call it that.
Okay. So I think the most challenging problem we had was probably at the beginning of 2018 and end of 2017. Because Innosilica has always been an R&D focused company. The company was started in 2006. So we've been doing IC design for a long time, but we were never really a manufacturer until we got into the cryptocurrency space. So even though we designed the first Bitcoin machine back in 2013, the volume wasn't as large as what we started doing in 2017 and also at the beginning of 2018. So we were having orders of 100,000 miners per month at the time. And we really learned a hard lesson when we tried to ramp up production within a month from a few thousand miners to 100,000 miners. So a lot of things that went wrong actually went wrong, and there was a lot of nights we have to spend at the factory in order to make things correct. And we learned that manufacturing is really about you have to really the error of margin is pretty small, and the loss can be large if you made a small mistake.
I think I would say something in a similar vein is that manufacturing is really difficult in the sense that, like, I don't think we've ever had a 2-week period where we didn't get some piece of news that cost us like tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars and like weeks of delay and like, you know, people on site, emergency, like trying to run, and it's just like a continuous battle. You never make it a month without hearing something that's like disaster level on your production line. Whether it's like your production manager getting fired or someone placed a bad PO and now you can't get parts for 3 months, or like it just never stops.
What type of ambient temperature are you guys working with outside?
Okay, very good. Okay, well that was the easy question. So now to jump into the real questions. Do you believe there are ethical issues with being a mining manufacturer, as well as mining yourselves and competing against your customer base?
Sorry?
That's much hotter temperatures than we're used to ourselves.
It's a lot, yeah.
We don't mind.
Sure. So you guys are consuming a lot of water then with your cooling? Yeah?
Positive.
Yes, we use, yes.
Sure.
We use
I'm very sure.
It's not a lot.
There used to be a farm in 2016 and 2017. It closed down. The farm was located in Sweden. This is all that I can disclose.
Sorry?
But it no longer exists.
Still, guy inside the booth here, he'll say
Nope.
to you about 2 minutes, and then he'll be able to talk to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, so this can follow the first question, because we had produced more miners, so we have some miners in hand, and so we decided not to sell them at lower price. Then what we have done is that we shift all those miners to the farm, and so we mine on our own. So however, unfortunately, in the end of 2018, because the BTC price crashed down, and so running M3 is not profitable. So that's why we stopped mining with M3. So however, right now we have some small hash rate in hand mining on our own. We do have some M10s and Decred miners, D1, in hand for mining. So, but the hash rate is not so big. Yeah. So we do mining on our own, right now. So we also decided that with customer we can do co-mining.
That should be fixed now.
So
hopefully
customer
you guys
may
can hear him
pay
better.
75% of the cost of the miner, and then so we share 25% hash rate with customer, and those miners gonna be hosted in partners farm. Yeah. So this is what we are doing.
Okay, so I think the problem of competing with a customer is twofold. So Bitcoin has its own class, then all the other smaller coins is a different story. So I think for a new coin, like we introduced the Zcash machine last year, we actually learned a hard lesson, because when ASIC usually is first introduced, you will see a large increase in hash rate.
Brian, what's up,
so
man?
the profitability will actually drop
What's going
when
on?
you
What's
introduce
new?
the ASIC into the market. So the ASIC machine will be selling for a high price initially when
It's
we
weird
first
meeting like
introduce
this, isn't it?
And as the hash rate increases dramatically, the profitability drops, and the price of the machine will drop pretty quickly
man.
as well.
Hopefully this doesn't become the
I
new
found that
norm, you
a
know?
lot of our
But we'll
customers
see.
does not understand that dynamics very well. Even if they understand it, they don't really accept that, a piece of
I
equipment
do
they
agree with
bought
that. It is kind
1
of
month
cool.
ago
It is,
for
I think they're still working on
$8,000
this
will become
technology,
$6,000, $4,000,
Cool.
and then
I mean, even
$2,000
these
by
booths,
by
it's
year
cool having a
end.
couple of screens on our wall.
So thinking
you
back,
know,
if
we're getting people coming
that
in, and
it might
I
be
guess you're right.
actually
It kind of
beneficial for
does what it's supposed to.
equipment manufacturer to first start mining ASICs on their own for a new ASIC.
Exactly. So,
once you
I just
establish
talked to a gentleman who's
kind of
in
a
Japan,
stable
you know,
hash
so
rate pool,
it makes a lot of
then
sense.
you start selling the equipment to the general public.
Yeah, so what's new with you guys?
To avoid the problem that we had, trying to explain to customers why the miner's price will drop from $10,000 to $2,000 within a year. then for
Yeah,
Bitcoin,
what
it's a different
specifically are you
story
looking for?
because we
What
already have a
specifically are you
pretty
looking for?
large pool of ASIC miners. To my calculation, should be about 4 or 5 millions of miners out there already. So
Gotcha,
even
so you're looking
as
for 25
a
megs.
manufacturer that we do minings
Nice.
ourselves,
Just for
I
for,
don't
A-
think
for
it
ASICs or
make
for Bitcoin
such
for
a large impact on
Gotcha.
either the pricing
New-
of the
new gen
machine
equipment
or
or-
on the the overall mining community. So over there, we in Silicon we are actually have a significant portion of the
Oh,
total
well,
hash rate
we like that.
because during the downturn
You know,
last
if
year,
we talk-
the price was pretty depressed. And,
Yeah, we do,
As a
and
company,
I mean,
we decided that instead
Vince
of
said, yeah,
selling
future
the
mining
miners
is
cheap,
just urgent. You get
we
just
might
too many
as well,
benefits. It's just it's
you
always
know,
just been a cost thing,
do
right?
start mining our
As soon as you get
own and
the
try
cost
to
on it, so,
recover
you know, it all
our
perfectly makes
costs
sense. It all
that
falls
way.
in place.
So we kept quite
So,
a few
so you, are you
miners,
doing
and even to
potentially the
this
whole
day, we are
25
still
megs with
mining.
immersion?
But I don't think that's really detrimental or in any way harms the
Yeah.
overall mining
Makes sense
community
to me.
by doing that. Okay.
Any updates there?
Yeah, so we see
I
manufacturer
hear you, man.
self-mining
That's the name
as
of the
a
game.
significant conflict of interest between the manufacturer and the customer, and it boils down to, I think, one key difference between mining and most industries, which is that mining is zero sum. So for every piece of hardware that
Yeah.
the manufacturer
I
creates
hope so, man. It's,
or mines on, that
it'd be nice
dilutes
if
the
price
value
went
of the
a bit
hardware
so we
to
could,
everyone else. So
you know, people
if
get a little
there's
less
especially if
squeamish
there's a margin
about
involved
investing.
with the sale, if the manufacturer is able to compete with the customer at a much better rate, then they can continue producing long after it would make sense for the customer to continue buying.
Yeah, they do.
So
I
if
think
there's
everybody's kinda up
this
on their
like
high horse. That,
information
hardware
barrier
is
where the
expensive.
customer
Everything's
doesn't
expensive
know
right now,
how many
and
machines have been
you know,
produced,
the revenues
doesn't
aren't there, the
know,
price of
what
Bitcoin
electricity
isn't there,
rate
so
the
it's,
manufacturer is mining at.
doesn't make much sense,
The
man.
customer is at a substantial disadvantage, and I think historically we've
tough
seen
time for people to-
that generally speaking,
for
the
all miners,
manufacturer is
you know?
not benevolent with regards to this information, that it's
So,
usually worse for the customer. So
talking to anybody interesting
we
around here?
generally advise
No, not
customers,
really.
that they should not
Yeah.
do deals with manufacturers who are
It's
not
interesting
disclosing
trying to
production
do
volumes.
this and kind of trying to
and then
watch
if
the live
manufacturers
stream,
are mining
but I haven't seen
themselves, you
anything
have to
too interesting
understand
on
that
the
you
live
are,
stream yet.
as a mining
Right.
farm, you are inherently disadvantaged
Yeah,
against
I
the
guess
manufacturer
we'll
who mines
see.
them for themselves, because
They
you
get
have to
still
pay for
early.
the manufacturer's
Yeah.
margin. The
I mean, it's cool to
manufacturer
see Oh God a girl.
doesn't. So I think that it's okay if
Yeah.
a manufacturer is like a
It is.
pure play,
It's
pure
a,
mining.
I wish they all
so they
had
don't
mics,
sell to
though. I mean, I
customers,
keep-
because then there's no
yeah,
asymmetry
you
there.
can't hear the questions they're kind of asking each
And
other.
I think it's okay.
Yeah,
if the
oh my
manufacturer
God.
is pure play customer side. They don't mind themselves. They only sell to customers.
they're
But when
working
you
out
have
the
this
kinks of this
middle
sort of
ground,
Yeah.
the manufacturer can be irresponsible towards their customers and still
stupid phone, what do you
make
want?
plenty of money.
So Obelisk, Kanan, both of you have a firm stance on open source software, which is quite positive. Silicon and What's Miner,
So,
you have a differing view. So let's talk
had
a
any
little bit
luck about
open
talking to
source.
those few
Why
investors?
have you made the choice you have to either open source
they're
your
working on
software
a
that
pretty
runs on your
serious,
miners,
facility in
or keep
Texas.
it closed source?
I did send them some
So
information.
starting
now,
with,
so, you know,
with Obelisk,
if
why
they
did you
find
make the
anything
choice
interesting, I think they'd be in touch
to
with
go
you
open
directly.
source?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so
So yeah, you know, I
at the
think
end of
that
the day,
they may
Obelisk
have
is
found,
cryptocurrency
at
first,
least for
and
now, I
we're
don't think it's
decentralization first. And
fully
so
pull
what
the trigger
we
or
really
anything.
want
I
to
think they're really
see,
focused on a
and this doesn't just apply
site
to the
in
mining
Texas right now.
community,
The
it
folks I
applies
was
to the
kinda
entire
gonna-
like,
well, that I did
I
pass
guess,
on to.
way the
Right.
world operates.
Yeah, there's a
We
few
wanna
different
see
things going on in
reduction
Texas.
of
They've got
barrier
like
to
I think
entry.
there's
We wanna
3
see a
different
reduction
mining
of moats.
facilities that are going up right
Open
now.
source world was like super
There
nice to
are,
me.
and,
When I was
we're
growing up,
potentially working
I got
with
to
one of
play
them
with a
here,
bunch
with
of these
building out the whole
technologies
site and
on the
immersion, so we'll
software
see how that
side
goes.
that if
Right.
had they been in the hardware
There were
world, then maybe
discussions
would have
down
cost
there,
hundreds
but,
of thousands of dollars.
You know, we'll see. It's hot
And
down
so,
there,
you know,
and,
I think that
you have to go
if
immersion
mining
down there.
firmware is
Oh
open
my God,
source,
yeah.
it's
I don't know
easier
how
for
Bitmain's
new
doing it
competing
with theirs.
manufacturers to get
That's
started,
it's
new
gonna be
competing hardware
insane.
companies to get started.
Right?
If mining
Especially,
pool
given
software is
those
open source, you
containers,
can
but,
get a better, a
especially
higher
newer gen
diversity in
equipment, newer gen
ecosystem of
believe
Yeah,
that
it's
that's
like, what is it? Like
moves the industry
anything
forward and
above
moves
like
the world
90
forward. So it's
degrees,
not
the
so
new
much
gen
about
our
building a
hardware
moat
has an
for
issue.
Obelisk as it is about
Yep,
breaking down the
90 degrees C,
barriers
yeah.
that keep cryptocurrency mining
yeah, the
centralized.
S9's
We want to see that.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah.
So we've been using open source software.
Considering I've got I got a couple of
reasons
S9
as
still
Oculus
rolling
has been doing
myself.
it, and we have made
It's like, yeah, there's
reasons on our
Silly's still running S9.
standpoint on that,
right.
viewpoint on open software.
Not for
Even
much longer though.
if
Much
you
price
guys
goes
go
up a bit.
into the Kane
Right.
website, and there's
Yeah,
the
we'll see,
possibility
but
to
we'll
download
turn them
the
on
entire
that,
CG
you
miner
know,
we
super
use
low
and
power mode next
everything
month, I
to
think.
make your own miner, basically.
Yeah,
So you
that's
can have
that. I've been
diagrams
like
and everything
kind of
at your
contemplating
disposal.
that, and then taking a. Because there's a way to be able to combine two
slogan
S9s into
that has
one
been
and then
kinda
put
taken
them
away
into
from
low
the
power
logo
mode. And you still
says
get some pretty
grow
good
the
hash rate
blockchain.
out of them still.
That's the
Yep,
main
exactly.
purpose when the company was
So we'll
started
see if
back
it's
in
worth doing that,
2013
or who knows.
to grow the
So
blockchain.
we're
And if you want
trying to
grow
get a bunch of
blockchain, you want to
S17s
keep
into our
it
shop to people that
decentralized,
host
you want
with
to
us.
keep it everything that we
See, I'm
stand
not really
for
happy with those
as a manufacturer,
S17s
so
and their
you need
what
to keep it open source.
30%
It just
failure
goes
rate.
hand to hand.
Yeah, well, you're right. That's
Why
why
we use open
that's
source
why we're
and-
trying to get them into our facilities. Is we reduced that failure rate. I won't say 100%, but it's substantial by putting them into immersion.
Right.
We lose all, we cure all the power source problems. We cure all the stability issues. The heat sink falls off. It doesn't matter.
Right, I was just about to say they got a heat sink issue.
Yeah.
All the
So we're able to
code
cure
are
all
open
of them.
to-
People are really
to the
struggling.
developers.
We potentially have a
Uh,
good.
so, for example,
opportunity
we
to,
base on
take
CG,
their
CG
what are now
miner.
idle
So
machines.
we have an API to fetch
Out of
out.
them.
So the status of chip, how
Nice.
they are working fine. So what is
Yeah,
the
so
frequency they are
we're
working? What
excited.
is the
We
power
just
consumption?
gotta
and
get some people
so
in.
all this information can be
Right,
fetched
right.
out from the open API of the software. However,
So where's your
this,
guys' facility located
every
at?
company has its own
We're in
technical,
southern Washington State.
advantage,
Oh, okay.
technical
Dallas, Fort
design
Washington.
methodology.
And,
But so
that's where we are.
for
been there
example, our miner has
for years now, right
self
next to the substation, right next to the dam. And
I was about to
really
say
good
you're by
power.
the dam.
We are, man. We love
agrees
it.
them to
Oh God,
make the
I'm
miners,
a little jelly.
I hear you. You know, it took me 2 years to find it. We were very patient, so now I guess that's what it took.
Best power efficiency.
Right.
So that algorithm, I think,
Hey there.
nobody is willing to,
Hello.
open
How's
to
it going?
others. So,
Pretty good. How are you?
which means
Can't complain.
we can
Getting used to this whole
open
virtual
to
meeting
third-party
stuff.
software to manage the miner as well. However, so we might not be able to
get some attention for the
all
booth
the
here.
code
So
to
yeah, lead them into here.
Wait a minute, you guys aren't sitting around in your underwear right now? What?
Might
so
be.
of course,
What were we saying, Josh?
we are not able to fully open the
Figure out,
software
yeah.
just because how to say
I don't know.
we have to consider that the safety
Yo.
of the miner, because if somebody gonna to overclock the miners, it may so reduce the lifetime of the miner itself, because if the miner is designed running on 60 watts, so you overclock and each chip runs at higher power consumption if the heat is not able to radiate it with higher efficiency. So the life of the chip may not be as long as we design. So that's why so to some extent we open, and so we are not opening for all the code of the software and from
did
where.
that just happened?
And so trade secrets, IP, and warranty are what drive you for certain parts of the software being
Rebella just
closed.
crashed
And
on
how
me.
about you in a silicon? Is it sort of the same thing?
Yeah, I think we pretty much provide an API interface right now for our miners, so the user can do certain things and they cannot do other things.
I have no idea why I just
There
got booted out of
There
here.
are two main reasons why we want to provide an API interface instead of provide a completely open source software. One is for safety as well. So we do provide a warranty for our miners. So if the firmware is completely open source and the user can do anything they want, many times they can do things that's harmful to the miner's lifetime or even can be dangerous cause a fire. So we want to have certain control over that. That's reason number one. Reason number two is actually for security. So because the miner can also be infected with virus as well, and so because the miner is doing some kind of financial transaction in a sense, so we just don't want the miners to be hacked. So that's the second reason why we don't want to completely open source the software. Instead, we want to have a controlled API interface, and we can also always add more API interface as
Thank you so much.
the customer is needed on a need basis.
All right. So next big one is, let's talk a little bit about the defensive forks against ASICs. So quite a few of the different crypto coins are currently doing this in their pursuit of ASIC resistance. Do you believe this is wasteful? Is there any situation ever that you can think of as manufacturers where a defensive fork may be needed? Take it away, MicroBT.
Huh. So they're just having an issue with the online virtual setup. It just crashed on me. So let me see here. I'm just trying to see if this is gonna fix it.
I'll go ahead and repeat that. So a defensive fork is when a cryptocurrency changes their proof of work algorithm to break a certain set of hardware. So I think two like headline cases would be Monero. Every time that ASICs show up on Monero, Monero does a fork to break the ASICs, and they have a very strong, clear anti-ASIC stance. And they let you know if you make ASICs, we'll break them. And then Grin is another example where they have a schedule. Every 6 months, they tweak their proof of work algorithm so that any ASICs which target their ASIC resistant proof of work algorithm, or rather their like GPU proof of work algorithm, Grin will fork to break those ASICs.
Welcome back to the pavilion.
Of course, because
can you come with me to
so this is the reason why right now MicroBT focus more on Bitcoin miners. So just because if we move to other crypto for ASIC design, so it has risk that, so for example, you just finish the design of the ASICs and you submit for taping out the mask, and then algorithm got changed. So the whole investment for designing the chips and so doing the mask is fully wasted. And actually, this happened in the industry. So, some crypto just keep in change the algorithm, just prevent ASIC getting into it. So that's why when we select the ASIC to design for some crypto, so we are really careful. So if we do not have really close relationship with the algorithm design team, so we will not design the ASIC for
find pricing for events and sales. You would email
Andrea, how we are doing. So probably, so we have planned that.
I can't give them prices.
We are also
let me
just
go talk to
do
you.
some pre-research.
Thank you.
Which crypto miners?
Absolutely. And Reggie, I am still on top of this. I am just waiting for one response back.
So
You're fine, no problem.
Into Litecoin. So those crypto. So
is this open campus usually this busy?
No.
Get a chance to
we
be changed.
We normally
This is
have
what we
people
are doing.
exploring and things like that, and we normally have a good amount of people, but it's the welcome area is normally not this busy.
Right. Yeah, I've been in before within the
Open Campus, and I'm hoping to bring my students in this fall to do a few activities and stuff.
Absolutely, it's a lot of fun.
That's, I mean, answering that as a manufacturer, it's going to be definitely a little bit biased by my personal opinion, but I'll try to be as objective as I can. I could think of occasions that it might be needed, a defensive fork, just to protect the ecosystem and protect the coin itself. But that also depends on the views and the vision of the project of the coin. So if it falls within
Why can't we
the
tell the
project
play the video out here
itself
and then
falls
have
within
people
what the
mingle out here? People won't
vision
know
for
the
that
difference.
company was when they was
Hello.
originally created and originated.
Hi, Brian. How are you?
Hey, how's it
The white
going?
paper, to say somehow allowed.
So technical difficulties, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, our take
yeah,
is
the
that
Verbella room is full.
doesn't
and
really matter
we're trying to let
much
it open up for more people. But yeah, the live stream is going. Are you able to see the live stream on YouTube?
One of the situations where it might be applicable would be
Yeah, so we're hoping to get a reply from Verbella soon to let more people in.
I want to say Dash, for example. I think it would have helped a lot.
They're trying to social distance people in here. I knew it.
It's everywhere, man.
I know.
That's my personal opinion. That you cannot take that.
We weren't 6 feet apart, so they booted us.
Personal opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so the question was when do I feel a defensive fork is necessary?
Yes.
So I guess it really depends on the ideology of sometimes of the core group, sometimes it's of the community.
So when am I going to get that 10,000 bit connect from yesterday?
All the community feels that having an ASIC miner is being
That was fun.
decentralized.
Yeah, it was.
It's against the intention of the blockchain. So it might be necessary to do that in order to further decentralize the ownership of the blockchain. So in that case, it might be justified. So as an ASIC manufacturer, so of course it will harm the investment that we already made in either designing or manufacturing the equipment, because they can no longer be used to mine that particular coin, and also because it's an ASIC, not the GPU, it cannot be reallocated to do something else. So there's always a pro and a con when you do a defensive ASIC. So I think it should be a decision that's not taken lightly. It should be, in a way, it's a consensus from the community before any such action is taken.
It feels a little unfair to ask you that question, David. But as InnoSilicon said, it's a decision that's not to be taken
for the miners
lightly.
that are not allowed to
Talk a
join
little bit
because
about
they
your
keep getting kicked
experiences
out.
with CF.
Yeah, we're in
Why you made that
timeout.
Standing in the corner.
Right.
I just got kicked out 2 times in 5 minutes. I'm thinking, should I give it one more try?
They're having. I was just talking with Scott. He was saying that they're having technical difficulties about that they hit capacity in the private suite.
Manufacturers to get
I saw him talking to tech support here.
Yeah, he's trying.
Posted a message like saying hopefully it'll be fixed in an hour.
Yeah. They're trying to get it to where they can bring more people into the private suite. I don't know if there's an issue on Verbella's side or they need to get a package that allows more people to let them in.
Some vision, whether it's decentralized cloud storage in the case of SIA, whether it's a world computer in the case of Ethereum, or sound money
what time
in the
was it
case
in
of
the US?
Bitcoin.
It's like
has an
almost 10
idea
o'clock right now,
for
10
what
a.m.
the way forward is, how
Okay.
what's the best
So-
way to build a network.
Yeah, makes sense that
and
it's
a lot
starting
of
to
these
fill up
times
then.
these ideas clash.
Mhm.
Hey, Phil.
So
Hey,
I
yeah,
personally
so we're
disagree
waiting
with
on
many of the
Robella to
forks
give
that
us
have
an
happened.
update.
For example, Monero.
And,
Philosophically,
were you trying to get in there
I think
to your
Monero
booth?
should embrace ASICs.
Oh,
On the
no,
other
actually
hand,
everything's fine, but
ultimately,
I can again.
I have to.
It won't.
I
It
have
won't
to
even let me
myself that I
try to
might
get
not be
in. I've
correct.
tried like
The
3
Monero
times. It's
way
like,
of
oh, that
doing
passcode
things
doesn't
may
work.
be
It's like,
the
oh,
better
thank
way.
you.
I think the best
Robella's,
way to test that out
really slow on
is to
getting
let
back
people
to
have
us.
different opinions, let people
We
try
got this
different
escalated
things.
across
So when I think that
their
a
tech support
defensive
and
fork is
we got some
justified
managers involved, but
any time that a community feels it's
they're waiting
justified.
to give us
And so,
an update.
you know, and
Rock
so
on.
maybe that community will split. We saw that with
competing heavy
Saya.
software,
We've seen
right?
that with
You got
Monero.
so many people running
And
around
I
and
think
talking.
we've seen that with
The
several other
graphics
projects as
obviously
well,
not
where it's
very
like,
optimized,
if
so
some
Find is
subset
not
of
the
the
most
community is like,
optimized.
no, we should
Maybe
keep
this is
these
the first real
ASICs,
load
they
test.
will break off into a separate coin. And I think that's actually like kind of the magic.
Well, they
of
they
blockchains
they
and
had the
decentralization, is that two groups that
the
disagree
mining
with each
summit
other on
earlier
how
this year, and there was a lot of people in the room, and
actually
they
have
didn't
to
have
work
an
together.
issue,
They
but they were in
both split off and go
the
do their
hall
separate things
in
and
the
still be fully interoperable. So
in the building
I'm
to our
in full
left here,
support
or
of
you're
any
right.
fork that has a critical
It's like
mass
that
of people
building over
behind
there.
it. And they don't even have to be a
Oh,
majority.
yeah.
If
The
they want to
auditorium,
be a
that's what it
minority
was.
and they
Yeah,
go
we were
and
all
they
in the
make that
auditorium. There
minority
wasn't
coin
any
and it's
issue
doing
with
its own
that.
thing. Like I think they should be empowered to do that.
I wasn't a previous conference like a couple months
Final
ago.
question.
What was it
Since we're
called?
here in the US, it feels very fitting.
Oh man, I forgot what it was called.
The Crypto Mining Summit 2020 was the last one that I was here. That was like a couple months ago. That was during the halving.
Yeah, that was
You know,
it.
Silicon
Exactly.
first,
Yeah,
yeah.
my talk was during the halving. Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. That was fun. No, but that had like maybe 20 people, 25 in the same room.
Something like that. Yeah.
And here we've got it says 36 users here. It's working. I don't know. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna try to hop in.
Good luck.
Wish me luck. Yeah. Hold my hand. I can take you with.
Right.
They are going even probably are going to Canada. They're going to Kyrgyzstan. So they basically are going to the rest of the
There's
world
a look.
instead of flowing into US, which I feel I feel sorry for that because I think US have a good legal system and overall.
You guys checking out the live stream?
US should
How's the quality
increase
for you?
its,
Quality's pretty good.
of mining. So I think tariff is
Yeah.
preventing that.
Good.
They definitely needed more microphones
so,
for all the
this
speakers that
is
are
a
on the
good
stage
question.
right now.
Oh, for the
Actually,
panel?
for
Yeah.
That was a
micro
special
BT,
panel.
so
You're
our
not gonna
business
find
in United States is
another
becoming
venue
better because
anywhere in the world where you're going
so
to be able
right
to
now
sit
the miners
all the
manufactured by us,
major ASIC manufacturers. We
it's
had
the
Bitmain
best,
in the building,
which is available in
but the
market.
panel was
For the year
not
2019,
curated
of course,
with any
our business
questions
is
or
better than
topics
to
per se. It
the
was
year
just they all knew
2018
that they were part of a panel.
before.
Right.
But we kind of,
The reason behind
it
that
kind of became a
so
growth
it's
at the
sad
very end.
because we have
Oh,
enough
nice.
supply capability.
Yeah,
every
that
month,
wasn't the
and
plan, but
so
you know,
miner is,
it ended up looking that way
the
because
best.
the questions they
The
start
best means
getting
technically
are pretty
so almost best and
difficult for them to answer, especially when they're all
commercially
huddled up
to
together.
customer
You
is
know.
best.
Right.
So to us, our business
But that's what made it
was
unique.
not,
It was really
impacted
one of those things
because
like,
the trade war between
have you ever had all
China
pulled together in
and
one
US.
panel? Have you ever
However,
had all the manufacturers?
many
that had
customer
a lot of
approach to
incredible
us,
value.
Right. Usually you get
with
one here or one there. That's it.
Right. And when they all have the
help
same
customer
question,
to save those
you end up
tariffs.
seeing some of them
So
cringe
that's why
on the question,
we
and
are
some of
also
them not
seeking
want to
some
talk about it.
solution. Okay, so the first choice
you know,
is,
comfortably.
Right.
manufacture the
It's
miners
just they have
maybe
different philosophies and
in
different
those
approaches
countries,
on firmware and
who has the
what they're comfortable with and what they're not,
agreement with
and
the US
that goes
government
to
that
as far as
items
disclosure as well.
imported
Like,
from those countries
Yeah.
has no
Oh,
tariff,
yeah.
just like
They got some really
Malaysia
tough
or
questions at the
Thailand,
end.
those countries.
Nice.
So this is the solution, alternative solution number one.
It's like I'm interested to see when they're going to crack out with the 5 nanometer technology.
We are seeking the solution,
Yeah,
to
I mean,
to try to
It's probably going to be
make customer
one of those things, just like the 7 nanometer came out, and it was just
and
like,
second
you know,
solution
cutting
we are
edge,
seeking is
and
that, so probably we will manufacture the
you know,
miners in the
that
United States
first
itself.
release of that chip as a
tariff
miner,
won't be a problem, but so right now
they end up getting optimized over
whether we
time, so they
manufacture
get more
this in
efficient,
Thailand,
faster,
Malaysia, or we
Oh, yeah.
using the
do
same
this
chip.
in
Yeah,
So
because like
United
I'm running
States,
my
South
S9s now, and I've got
we are
custom firmware on
trying
that
to
thing
do
to
the
make it as
best,
efficient as possible.
get
Right.
a solution.
Yeah, and,
you know,
and
to
if you're up in colder weather, you're always going to get
avoid the
get
tariff
the best,
legally
you
for
know, the
customers
best long-term operational
so this is what we are doing.
efficiencies just by that. Because like down here, down south, like where I'm at in Miami, the mines run real hot.
Oh,
And
yeah.
So it's really
So I would
impossible to get
concur
like
with what
a solid
Roger
1
said.
year
We have been
worth of,
affected
you know,
as
solid
any other
performance on any
industry that does business
ASIC
with
miner
China.
without them losing hash
I would
boards.
focus
Right,
more
right,
on
yeah. Because like
Right
if you're
around
air
the door.
cooling, you got a maximum of 2 years on air. You know, if you're lucky and you're nice to your equipment, and 3 years air cooled.
in Canada.
Well,
and
yeah, I mean,
also
I've seen like, you know, and done the math. I mean, there's always like a 10%
Asia that
fail
I'm
rate
not allowed
within
to
the
mention,
warranty period.
Yep.
those
When you're
are all
when you're running
options on the table
miners
right now.
quantities of
I think
100.
we should,
So you're just doing the
instead
basic
of
math out of
focusing
100
on
miners
how
that you're
to
running, all under
legally
the same
or how
temperature,
to
same
disassemble the
conditions.
miner and
You're gonna
bring
get
in
like an average of
parts.
10% or maybe a little
We
greater
should
than
focus
that
on working
fail rate.
Right, unless you're dealing with the
new ways to get
S17s.
miners here, or manufacturing them
And then of
here,
course, if
or
you're
at
on
least
colder
do some
weather,
part of the
then that should be
manufacturing
a
here or in Canada.
smaller
That
percentage.
allows
But
us to
you know,
bypass
Or if you're
It's also-
doing liquid immersion mining.
tariffs
right?
legally.
Yeah, those things,
Legally.
those type of circumstances enhance the longevity of the chip
Yes.
and you know
So
the
I would actually
temperatures.
say the
So
tariffs
Oh,
are
yeah,
really neutral
huge,
for us.
yeah.
We are based in the U.S.,
Right.
which means that the tariffs.
That's
give us
what
a
me and my
remote,
partner are
we've
trying to set up a
definitely had more
facility
people
right
come to
now
us,
to do
because of
full
our
immersion
US
mining.
manufacturing,
You know
and
that
asked
one of
to
the
do business
advantages
with us.
Watts
So we've seen
Watts
like
miners
a
has is that the
pretty significant
architecture's
bump,
all
and
aluminum.
that has definitely been
Yeah.
positive.
You know, so
for us
there's
as a American manufacturing
really
at the same time.
a
big
smaller
parts of our
chance of
supply
things
chain still
melting
come out
down
of
and
China.
like
And so,
you know breaking
when the tariffs
because of
dropped,
the heat.
a lot of
Yeah,
things we hadn't built
and I like the Watts
up,
miner
it's like
because
such
it's like
expensive,
finally
suddenly
somebody's trying to
aluminum
compete with
chassis
Bitmain.
were
It's
buying.
like somebody needs to
were
play
much more
they're
expensive.
in the same
Some
league as
boards
them.
had now a big fee,
You know, when I saw
that we
one of the
hadn't
first
budgeted for. So,
Watts miners,
I think on the net
like
it's
couple,
been pretty neutral, but
I would
do
say almost
worry
about a
that,
year and a half ago.
mining is a
it was like
global
one of the
game.
first ones here
And,
in the U.S.
You know, the block reward
it was running
doesn't
so
care
hot
whether
that I was
it
freaking
was
out.
mined
I was just like, "There's no
Malaysia
way I'll have
or
this thing
China or the
running
United
on its own."
States. So if you have this
but, you know,
import restriction,
I didn't know
that's
at the
going to
time
make
that the whole
things more
architecture was
expensive or
aluminum
force
based.
things, you
So
know,
it
to
was
be
able to run
manufactured in a certain
super hot
place.
without risk of things
That's
melting
going to
inside.
reduce the
Right.
competitiveness of U.S. mining farms. So as a U.S. mining manufacturer,
Yeah, I'm wanting to
I
get
would say
my
we haven't
hands
been
on some of
affected that
the
much. But I do
M30
worry
plus
that it
pluses,
may
just so that I can
impact, say, a US
just be
mining
able
farm
to experiment with
versus,
them,
you know,
see what I can play with, get hash
having
rate
to
out of
deal
them.
with these, extra
Hey Phil,
expenses.
well, I was wondering because I mean you guys are experts
And then
at
for the
large
final
scale
event,
mining.
as we
but,
said,
like,
we want some
have you ever
we
had
want some
any challenges
questions
of
from
setting
the
up
audience.
mines in like
So we're going to pick
hot
3 of you,
climates?
3 lucky folks. This is a
Mostly
once-in-a-lifetime
focused on like
opportunity
really,
to
really
get to
cold
ask
regions.
your
So
favorite
we're
mining
better at minus 40
manufacturer that
degrees
really hard
than we
question.
are at plus 40.
So raise your
Celsius.
hands. Which
Yeah.
questions? We're going to
But
randomly
yeah,
pick from the audience.
I'm not sure. Like,
Wow, if
except
no
for
one raises their hand,
like
I'll be very
spraying water into
disappointed.
the intake, like making what do
There
you
we
call it?
go.
Like very fine.
Come on up, Epic Blockchain.
No. If you take like a garden hose and you poke a hole, like water drops will come out, right? But if you spray it in a very fine spray that instantly evaporates into hot air, that's the best
I'm
thing you
just
can do.
wondering about ethics since we're talking about
Oh, you're doing air to liquid heat distribution. That's interesting. So you're setting up like a water wall.
with your customers.
Yeah,
you know,
but
the way I look
the
at
water wall
it
is
is
even more,
we make a lot of money mining. So if I
more
take
involved than what I'm
projects
saying.
and
Like
looking
I'm saying
at
is like where your air intake
A10,
is, if
right?
you have a little
Price
bit of
the
space
A10
and
at
you're not
close to
spraying water right into the
$5,000,
miners,
three
Right.
times the
you've got a
hash
bit of
rate
space, just like what's the there's a good word for it, like mystify, you know, like make water mist into
Yeah.
air. And it's going to reduce your temperature by 10 degrees Celsius.
You're making 25 Sorry,
Do you run the risk? How do you mitigate damaging the board?
There's a lot. My point is, there's a lot of money to spread around.
Don't do it too close to the
Why
miner.
generate this greed? You know, why not spread?
You can also put some nets to stop water droplets, but like really, you shouldn't be spraying water like in like thick droplets. But there's like special systems that like just create a fog or something like this, a very very fine mist, and if the air is hot enough, it'll like instantly evaporate.
Interesting. I've never heard of that.
Wow. Does anyone have a response?
I
to
know
that?
the principle of what you're talking about because,
Come on,
like,
guys,
being an
don't
automotive
force you on the
technician,
spot.
that's the principle of the early day, like
There we
AC
go.
systems was
Great
that
man.
you're just blowing air across a body of water to get that like swamp effect.
In Silicon, we've been doing
Yeah, the idea is that a state change of liquid to gas needs a lot of energy, even if it's evaporating.
Yeah.
Like, that's why like, your sweating kind of cools you down, right? So you just do that to the air. You just spray water into the air. Because it's warm, it's going to dissolve into the air and become gas form, and that's going to suck out energy from the air. It's kind of like really simple. It's like, oh, it's too hot, let's spray water on it. Just with
Oh man, now you got me. Now I'm gonna have to experiment now.
Nah, we did that. And like really, there was like I think we reduced our outside temperature from I think 35
they
to
went out of business.
was it like 27? It was really
after
significant.
We have our first chip.
Oh,
So
wow.
we have to recoup
Celsius, of course.
our
Yeah.
investment, and we
I know
started,
us Americans,
trying
we're
to
weird
sell
with
the chip, and
our
eventually we found
Fahrenheit.
So we actually have to
I'm not
make
gonna
our own
I'm not gonna jump on
how
that
we-
bandwagon. Meters, kilograms.
We are also as a company learning over the last few years.
Yeah, so
Look, I'm gonna give it another
there are
try.
times
Can't believe
when
this. It's the third time I've been kicked out. And it was a really interesting conversation this time.
they won't even let me back in at all.
And we made a lot of money.
But what's
and
up
there are
with that?
also
I mean,
times
like,
when
you
we
should.
made huge investments.
Got offered
and
one,
we
right?
ordered,
Yeah.
tens of thousands of wafers. From
Yeah,
Samsung,
I mean, we're
made
escalating this, and we're
commitment
getting
of hundreds
emails back from Verbella that
millions
they're
of
working on the
dollars,
issue.
and then
So
the market crashed.
I would imagine
then
they
we
would be
are
able
the
to
ones
change
left holding the
a
bag.
setting to allow more people
The
in,
company, there was
and it doesn't seem like
November
that's
2018,
what it is.
It was a
So
very difficult
Nah,
time
it's
for
not.
the
There's only
company.
like 25 people
And,
in that one, and people are people are just like disappearing all around. It's like mass murder.
It's a very
Yeah.
return
40 users in campus and no one's being
and
dropped.
that's
So
why my view
I don't know what it
is,
is, but
it's just my personal
it's going to be
view,
something
but
technical.
The company view is to insulate the customer
Alright, I'm gonna jump
from
back in.
some of these fluctuations. So
I'm sure I'll see you
especially,
soon.
I think I mentioned that previously already is
like, see you when
a
you get
new
back.
coin comes to the market, maybe the best way is not to release the ASIC to the general public at first.
Welcome to Rebel
So
Fulton
it
campus,
could be, Silicon, the company do mining on its own. It could be we find partners to come together and start mining as a group. I believe once you have like a stable hash rate, and then you are talking about incremental changes, like Bitcoin, for example, it will be very hard to actually even double the hash rate of a Bitcoin today. It takes probably at least 6 months, 9 months, a year to do that. So once it's more stable, then probably that would be a better time to let the investor, the general public, come in and join the mining. So that's just my personal view.
Yeah, so I think one of the big challenges is that
we had a previous conversation
it's tough to
that
predict the
we got
marketplace, and you
Yeah,
have
I don't know
this
what happened.
large
I guess
upfront cost.
I guess Bitmain didn't
So I'm going
like
to throw
this, so
some
they booted it off.
rough numbers
It
out
booted
there.
you too?
Let's say it costs
Yeah,
$10
I don't know
million
what happened.
to develop.
I
and
can't
to
believe it.
get
Yeah,
out an
it
ASIC.
seems to be always
And
people
you
that are
have
talking with
a
each other. They get
marketplace
kicked
that can
together.
sustain,
It happened
say,
to me
$20 million of
previously.
hardware. So
Hey,
it's
finally
very-
let me back in.
We have to place in
So,
a massive margin.
Phil,
we have
do you
to
want to
charge you
how
something
did you want to
like
continue the
2x
conversation?
what it costs to actually
Oh
make
god, I got
each
distracted.
machine.
What did we talk about?
because
we talked
need
about
to make
PCI.
back that $10 million
We were talking about
that
custom
we
form factors
spent
for
on,
high-scale mining.
research and development. And then, of course, if the market suddenly
Custom what, sorry?
explodes,
We're talking
gets
about
much bigger,
custom
now,
form
now
factors
in order to stay competitive
for
with everyone
industrial
else, all
size
the other
mining.
manufacturers,
So
we have to bring
PCIe
the
was
price
one of
down.
them. Blades might be another one.
And so the challenge
you know,
for us
it's
is
really,
to find a way
I think,
to
you know, the
bring
shape
the price
of
down as
mining
we sell more
changed, and
machines.
fundamentally,
The amount of money that we need
you know,
to collect to pay
companies
back our
like
initial
Epic will work
investment
with you in
shrinks.
terms of
We have to
building
find a way
products
to
that
drop the price
are
that is
more,
fair to our previous customers.
you know,
And I
fit
think,
better form
you know,
factors,
and if
better
financial
cooling,
regulation
better
wasn't
system.
a barrier, what we would
Based.
probably
Yeah, okay,
do
so
is we would just make
I think the most important thing is the power density, right? As long as it works, the second question is about the power density.
Yeah.
So
that's
we
illegal
saw this upgrade from S9 generation to like the S17 or whatever
we don't
generation,
do that,
where like
as much as I
power
think it's a
consumption
good
went from
model.
1.3
So what
to
we do
like
instead is we
you know,
try and pay attention to how much
3.3 or whatever,
profitability each of our
similar
machines
form
have had.
factor.
And we try and make sure if you bought a
And
machine
that's,
early and you've
like,
been running it,
interesting
the
for
revenue you
some
made
data,
from that
for data center
is
designs.
more
Basically
than you
now
would have saved by
data centers are going to be
buy a
half
miner.
empty
But it can
because
be
they were
a
built
tricky
for
thing to
you know, the
balance.
power density of S9, which was considered massive
And
at the
it's
time.
something we're definitely aware of.
And
We
now
definitely
they're
try,
kind of only half
we
full.
focus on,
So everything has to be
but
adapted
then-
out.
but then
And now
sometimes the
then you
market
get the
turns
big,
upside down and
big
there's
danger that
no
new
good way
miners
to
are
move
coming out
forward.
that you were interested in,
You're-
but the
you know,
power
it
density is
can
too
be
low,
difficult to,
which basically increases the
keep
cost
things
for you
right
to
for your
install the miner,
customers.
right? Let's say the cost per slot or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's not something that you think about usually, I guess, if you're thinking about a miner design, like what will it cost the people to
Canaan
install it?
doesn't mine actually with their
yeah,
miners.
so I
There
think
used to
there's
be a
now
time when
pressure on
we
all
did.
hardware developers to
That
develop
stopped back in
miners that have a similar power
2017.
consumption to like S17 and so on.
And
Right,
that,
right.
Henry, that's a question more
Yeah,
towards the
that's
vision
not so much an
and
issue
the
for
internal
us because we can
politics of the
design it
company.
almost any way you want. Like I can
So
do. I think
if
we were talking
that
about
fits
you know putting
the role of the
PCIe's in
company,
vertical
that
racks.
fits their model
you know,
of business,
so that they look they
then
emulate a blade, so you can dip
that's
it,
basically
or
their
you know, you
decision,
can do it
even if
without,
it's
or we can
competing
just
against
do
their own customers, then it
blades,
could
you know,
potentially
that
be a
type of
conflict of
thing.
interest. But that's
Yeah,
a very internal question to be.
I heard you talking earlier about immersion.
it's
I
a
wouldn't
decision
worry
made
about
from
immersion
the
too
top
much, to be
down.
honest. It's just like, it's not a thing.
Yeah, okay, that's good feedback because you know we get a lot of people talking about it. And it's,
Everyone's talking about it and they always do, but it's just not, it's just really not a thing. Maybe if there was some hardware that was specifically designed and optimized for it,
So
in
this
some way.
happening just because
Sure,
you
but
know.
the
so
benefits that
in
it usually
my eyes
promises,
that,
like, oh, you can undervolt your chip so much better because the cooling is so even and whatever, you know, dust won't accumulate or
not like,
something.
you know,
They just seem to
mobile
be like,
phones,
just not like not true,
like,
or just
you
like
know,
non-issues.
So other
Yeah.
products.
well,
Well, from what I
other
understand,
products,
though, with
you know, the price
immersion
depends
mining
on
is that
its
you can
cost.
ramp them up and
So
overclock
however
them and
the
push
price
more
of the
voltage, and you
miner,
don't have to worry about the additional
so we
heat
have to say
generation
it does
and
not
losing hashing
based
boards
on
from
the
it.
cost. So it
You're exactly right.
based on
The thing is that,
so how fast
you get
it
basically
can, you know, so
can like
make
amplify
money.
your miners, right?
Okay.
You can run them at higher hash rate at worse
This
efficiency,
result
right?
in
Overclocking
that,
always
so,
decreases efficiency.
you know, many,
But you also have higher costs
so
to set up the
weird
immersion cooling.
things
It
happen
has more
in
capex.
crypto mining.
Right.
because,
You might as well just buy like miners of an older generation and also
for
get more hash
example,
rate
so you can see
for
that
worse
so
efficiency.
some guys sell
Yeah,
the
so
miner
Phil,
3
we're
months
not able
before.
to-
However,
so
so after 3 months,
yeah, there are some
BTC
benefits
price
from
goes
immersion.
crazy,
We're
and
not
so they can
necessarily
just sell the
immersion,
miners
fans,
2
but,
times or 3
you know,
times.
we're probably
you know,
running
they,
about
they sell
80%
earlier.
of
So
our,
then probably they
you know,
decided
technical spec, 'cause
to
we
do
can't
is that
cool-
you know
we
they
can't
sell
cool our
those
ASICs.
miners to others and
There is
just
room to get
refund the
performance.
money
It
or
just has to be
even
worked out
you know
that
don't refund the money.
you know, we're picking the best point,
to
right?
earlier
And
purchase.
typically,
So all this
if
happens
you're a
just
miner,
because
you won't have that.
the
You
comedy
don't
of
know
this
where the-
you know
where that curve
crypto miner
goes
is really
exponential in terms of
specific.
power
So
consumption.
that's why
GPUs are notorious for
you
that,
know
right? You
the
crank
purchase are
them
gonna
up
expect
15% and the
that,
power
you know,
consumption doubles. I think
so
we're a little bit easier
I can
on
get
ASICs,
this
but
miner, you know,
we're
as
able to
cheap
crank up
as
stuff with
possible so
ideal
that I can make
cooling
more money.
at 20%
Maybe
higher
probably
frequency.
the vendor or the
And,
supplier of the miner
we're
can
able
just
to get
keep the miners
just
in
about
the
maybe
hand
3-4%
for
power-
quite a long time,
power,
and so when the profit
power
goes down, so the
increase.
miners
So
was handed
the
over
net-
to
the net
to
benefit
the customer.
gain
This is happening.
as opposed
so,
to what happens in
I mean,
GPUs.
this is the risk. So
Yeah.
for the investors
15%
or
higher and
for the
double
manufacturer
the
has
power
to
yeah, that
has to
sounds like
take.
GPUs.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if you decide
Yeah,
to
but,
make
you know,
more
we're
miners,
basically You
the
get
risk you
20%
have to
more,
take because
more performance.
So after
at
2
maybe
months,
3
this
or
minus
4%
maybe
higher
just
power consumption.
just
So that's not a bad trade.
just a mental. So you
Yeah,
cannot
It's
sell
it's
them
good if you
at
can
a
buy.
higher price.
It's good if you can buy machines that, while they're still new and very
Instead
profitable, you
of,
can like overclock them like
you know, so
hugely.
Yeah.
And then when they become less
Here,
profitable,
what
you just like
people are, you know,
tune to
saying,
normal
so
settings,
you
and then in the
just
end of the lifetime,
see
like undervolt them.
what
and, like,
manufacturer is doing.
The
So,
issue
for
that I see that
so
often
we're
is
gonna
that the
say that,
PSU is often like attached to some kind of special
we will not
API
hold
that
any
is very
miners in
compatible with other
So
PSUs.
though, for example,
And also it has
some
the rating of the
customer
PSU
that
is pretty
so we're
close
gonna
to the
supply
nominal
you
power
the miners
consumption of the
in
miner.
November.
So
However, if the miner
it's
is
kind
ready,
of unfortunate
so we can
because,
prepone the
like, let's say the new S19
lead
Pro
time,
miner came with
so
the
in
whatever, like a
October,
5 kilowatt PSU, right?
At
If
least
you were
the
in really,
micro
really good
BT won't
conditions,
hold
and if your
those
cooling could
miners
handle it
in
somehow,
our hand
you could just overclock it
and
a lot.
and
But
mining on our
there's
own,
very
and
little
then
flexibility in
so
kind of
November
PSUs.
only we give the miners to you.
So especially if
we
you're going for
can,
altcoins like whatever
you know,
Zia or whatever,
prepone
like you might have big
the
fluctuations,
lead
and
time,
dynamically
so we
adjusting
won't hold
your
those miners in hand.
settings of
You
your
just see
miners
what
might make a lot of
people,
sense.
you know, doing.
Yeah.
So and
Okay.
finally you will see, you know,
What are your
who are the
thoughts
vendors you
on
can
400,
trust.
you know,
So who are the
400,
vendors, you know,
480
just
volts or
you know,
DC?
hurt you always. So
You mean like
you have to be, you know, very
480
smart in
volts
this
going down
industry
to
because
277?
anything can happen. Yeah.
All right. Well,
I've actually
proud.
seen most
Thank our
miners in
lovely
America
panelists
manage to
today.
get transformers
we
that go to
learned a fair
240.
amount. Thank you guys very much for answering some
But
hard
I
questions.
believe there are some that run machines
That's
just
all
out
we
of
have
spec
time
at
for, and I think we have
277, and they
closing
say
remarks
it's
for
like
Bitcoin,
fine.
from Bitcoin.com, BTC.
But everyone says that their operation is running fine, right? So-
One more question. Oh, do
Are
we
you-
want
are
to?
you
Do we
doing
want to
any
allow
volt-
one more
are you doing
question?
any work in the 400 plus area?
Well, you know, 415
Okay.
going down to
We'll
240.
do one last
fine,
question.
yeah. But we haven't actually run anything properly on 277.
Is Brains going to
No,
be the
actually, no, wait,
person
no,
to
wait,
ask the
I think
last
we ran
question?
a test.
I think so.
And nothing broke. but then, no, but I think we
Yeah,
went to
my
240 anyway.
question is to those closed
Yeah,
source
I'm interested in your
manufacturers. How do you
feedback on
feel
those,
about breaking the
and,
GPL licensing?
No, we're
Because
just trying to
technically,
pick
if
what
I'm your
to do,
customer and if I
kind
get
of,
the hardware
you know,
from
what
you,
power
which for example
circuitry
we
we
have
line
a
up
few
with,
sample pieces from
our-
MicroBT,
in our high
I
volume
should be
products
obliged to
in
receive
the
the
middle
full
of
source package
2021.
so that I can verify that the miner is
What have you got
doing
planned?
what's
Can you
supposed
share
to
any
be according
details?
to specs.
Not
So,
publicly. I can,
unless
you know,
you're
we can
running
have an
your
offline
own
discussion. I'll send you an NDA. and we
mining
can,
software,
we can get that discussion.
then it's technically
Yeah, okay.
a violation
Yeah,
of the
sounds cool.
licensing.
No, I think 240
Thank
volts
you.
is the way to go, unless you want to go 3-phase. I think
Do
then
we
there's
have
some
any
interesting
answers for
things
that?
and some
Manufacturers.
efficiency improvements on the
GPL.
PSU side too, because single-phase PSUs that like max out at like
GPL
93 or
is the
94%.
software
3-phase
license
can go
that,
higher. I just haven't seen anyone
most
do
of
it.
CG Miner was
Because
actually
it's not a
licensed under, as well
it's
as,
because that's
some
not a
of the
standard
existing
yet.
database that is used today in mining software.
Yeah.
So GPL.
I don't know. I mean, there's like
I
those
think David
3-phase
can
plugs.
actually
Okay, those
explain
they're
GPL a lot
huge,
better
but
than
I'm
I
sure
can.
there's like smaller 3-phase
So-
plugs. I'm not the power expert, but you know.
Yeah.
If you've had a bit of a bulky miner,
GPL
like,
is what's called a
maybe you
viral
remember
license.
the old
It basically
Spondulic idea
says if
of
you use this
having
code,
like
you must
a,
publish all changes
I think a
to the
50
code,
kilowatt
make these
miner,
changes
almost a
available
huge
to
box,
users. So,
and you'd like
the
the deal was that you
gripe
buy
is
the
that,
box once,
some-
and then you just put in
some
hash boards, and when they come up with a new
manufacturers have
version,
been
you just
caught
replace the
using
hash
code that
boards
was
and
written
you
under
leave
the
the box on
GPL
the shelf.
license without
Kind
complying
of cool.
with the GPL license, which
And
is
that would
under
be big
US
enough to
law,
have 3-phase, right?
illegal. Of course, I'm happy to say Obelisk open
Yeah, I'm
source
not.
is everything.
I'm not sure how
So we
that
are
works
GPL
because like
compliant,
the industry standard is like
definitely intend to
like
continue to
240 volt really.
GPL compliant.
Maybe as high as you know the 280, but yeah, it's mostly 240.
Okay. So
No, that's just single
yeah,
phase.
we-
Like if you
I
take
think
240,
we
but
always will try our
3-phase, then like the electricians call it 415.
Right, but a lot of the people that I know, they step that down though.
US or whether it's in China.
It's more efficient to get the power into the building that way, but then they distribute it out as 240, 280 volt.
And also safety of the
Yeah,
miner
I mean
itself.
that's like how normal, like how it works normally, but it's not the most
always try to
efficient.
achieve a balance.
Right.
Also, you need always for single phase you need 2 cables, right?
Mhm.
For 3 phase, 3 cables. So I'm not sure. Cable cost isn't like the most important cost, but generally 3 phase is the best for everything.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, what happened?
Yeah, we'll
of course,
resolve
yeah.
that
If a
as
miner
a-
came
as
out
a-
that needs
uh,
3 phase
problem.
power suddenly, like I don't know, 2 or 3 kilowatts of 3 phase, then that would definitely be a challenge on the infrastructure side. But it would
Yeah.
be interesting.
Oh, I would so support it if they were to make a miner like that.
Probably I'm not the right person.
Be like, give me that stuff.
Well, I mean, Phil, I think this is actually a very interesting discussion because when I used to be in the PC business, a group of us got together and defined standards. Right?
What's your name?
This is way before your time.
I'm not aware that we are in breach.
We defined a new local bus standard. We defined connectors. So HDMI was the way it got replaced by others. But
I was 99% sure
HDMI,
that we were.
that type of connector were all kind of
hesitated a little bit.
bunch of us getting together in the industry and defining these standards, right? Then we got together Intel and we defined form factors and more or less that became industry standards. I think this is an area that once we start looking at how do we make mining more efficient for everybody, and how do we make it into large scale? How do we make large scale mining more efficient? Then these are things that you and I can talk about and try and push to the industry. Certainly, you're a big customer, so you can. When you do your RFQs, you can say, I want this form factor, and I think others may follow suit.
I love the idea. I think it's a really, really interesting one. I'm not sure how much manufacturers are actually going out and
Do we have any
looking
final
and asking these
questions?
questions. Obviously you are, but
Here we
others,
go. Now things are heating
I haven't
up.
heard these questions asked before, but there's so many interesting things to do.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
I have a
I'm
less
really not sure when that happened. Maybe you know better. But when did the 19-inch
earlier in
rack
one of the
design for servers
presentations,
become
somebody
standard?
projected
That's huge.
that the
I mean, that defines so
doubling
many
of the
things.
performance,
We need
like
something
hashes
similar
per
for mining.
joule
Well, so
of ASICs
that
is
came from
gonna
Intel,
tail
right?
off.
So they have
it's
their,
not going to go up as quickly
they
as it
have
has in the
their
past
people
because of
that
maybe
went with the
like the
industry
nodes are
and they
getting
said
harder to
that
work on or whatever.
the
So I just
standard
thought,
ATX isn't
like,
working for people.
It'd be interesting to
right? It
hear
doesn't
what
work
different
for
manufacturers think. Like how
multiple
quickly is the hash rate per
processors. It
joule
doesn't work
going to
for
keep going up?
it
And,
doesn't
like,
work
are
for
we hitting
racks.
some
So
kind
when
of
they
wall
designed
and what's going
19-inch
on?
and they designed,
I guess at least
that
for
was kind of
SHA, I don't know if
supersede
it's probably different for each
their
algorithm.
4
but SHA is
8U
the mature one.
designs, and then they went combination of racks and blades. And
Let's
they
take
went
a
after
crack at
cooling. They
answering.
never really fixed the cooling
David
issue.
first.
So that's that
Right,
one's still open.
I'll answer first.
Yeah, now we have open
I
rack
believe
kind
that
of going in there.
so the technology,
with mining it's
the
difficult. I mean,
underlying
one of the
semiconductor technology
challenges
is
of building
starting
a
to tail off.
mining data
I don't
center
think it's
is to
tailing
stay
off
as
hard
flexible as
a
you
lot of
humanly
people think it's
can,
flat.
Right.
It's
while
not
at the
flat.
same
It's
time
still,
being as specialized towards the miners as possible, right? I mean,
semiconductor
obviously you're not
technology
going
is
to put
getting
racks.
better, still
But
quite rapid.
even when you're choosing shelves, you should
So
be
the
as
doubling is
flexible as
maybe
you
3 or
can.
4 years,
And
but
it's like
it's
there's so
still
many
quite
open
aggressive.
questions. You always have to make
On the
compromises.
actual,
For example, when I'm designing a data center
SHA-256
for
design level,
for
from what I've
ASIC,
seen,
I use 40
there
centimeter
is
deep
substantial
shelves.
improvement left
And like,
in the designs, even
design the
on
infrastructure around
best
40
chips that
centimeter
are
deep
available
shelves.
today. I think
If I'm going for
the lowest
GPU, I need to go
most
deeper in order to
gruesome
reach the
types of
density with those
optimizations
super
haven't been
undense
done yet.
GPUs.
And
And
I think that
changing
we
it later
will
is
continue
kind of
to see
pretty
chips
horrible.
getting better,
Right.
Generation after generation, faster
Okay.
than the underlying nodes
Yeah,
are getting better.
let's
at least,
follow up
at
and
least for a while.
I understand from your guys'
Roger.
form factor. So I'm building, my final record is high density GPU, meaning we'll do PCIe form factor, we'll have active and passive for that configuration. You know what you want. Then it's a pseudo PCIe from the standpoint. We don't use all the signals, so we don't actually need the processor.
Really, we moved from the 20 nanometer node.
Okay, I mean the PCI splitter is the expensive part.
Is it? Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends on how many lanes, but obviously just with a single lane, so then it's kind of okay.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But we don't.
One thing I have to add there is that I prefer the
expensive, also the capacity is constrained because now you find yourself fighting that capacity against companies like Apple and Huawei, who really needs that 7 nanometer to make a small cell phone or make that 5G equipment. So that easy improvement of just moving down the technology node is pretty much ended. Of course, the technology itself will continue to improve. For them, both Samsung and the TSMC has roadmaps going down from 7 nanometer to 5 and eventually to 3 nanometers right now. So basically everything is going more vertical. You are stacking more devices in a three-dimensional way. But that's going to be a lot slower, and also depends on economics. It might be too expensive to stay at the most advanced node. So if we take the process improvement factor away from the overall increase in efficiency, I think it should slow down the efficiency improvement by at least 50%. So probably it's not going to be doubling every year. It's probably going to be doubling every 2, 3, or 4 years.
Kanan?
We actually concur with what Roger said about the efficiency doubling up instead of 1 year, every 2 or 3 years. One of the main reasons being that the 7 nanometer process, it's not that mature for ASIC chips, and that's basically the main reason why we went back to 16 nanometers instead of continuing down the path of 7 nanometer. Availability and price played a big role in that. So as much as we want to see efficiency keep going up at the same rate that it has been going up, I don't believe we're going to see that, at least not at a steady pace as it has been doing.
Lucky last again, MicroVT.
Yeah, again, MicroVT. So from our side, yes, so the efficiency of the chip always go higher. So it has few factors to, for the R6 performance. So the first is, which process node you go for. Yes, that is the, the baseline you can reach. For example, so for 16 nanometer process node, maybe, so based on the design methodology right now, so you may be able to achieve below 60 watts per terahash. That is possible technically, okay. So however, for example, right now we are running on 8 nanometer, it goes to 48 watts per terahash. However, I think still it has 15 to 20% space to improve. So however, right now, I think, so the speed that you can, so let's say half the power efficiency, so it will take a longer time. So it won't happen, just like, so move from 16 nanometer to 7 nanometer or 8 nanometer. So it will take some time to move, for example. So you can get 8 nanometer, so right now, but so to make 5 nanometer mature enough, it will take maybe 2 years. Because, as others also share that to make the best chips, because crypto coin miner is quite chip cost sensitive, because the chip cost consists around 80% of the cost of the miner, even higher than that. So if the process node of the chip is not design is not so mature, so the yield of the wafer you cannot improve to a certain percentage. So it does not make sense you have, you are able to make, let's say, power efficiency at 30 watts per terahash. However, per terahash cost is much higher than, so get the miners at probably 8 nanometer or 7 nanometer. So to make the crypto miner more mature, so which is affordable, so we have to wait till the process node, advance the process node to mature enough. So yes, continuously that the performance of chip will be further enhanced. However, the speed will be slowed down. So this is opinion from our side.
All right, guys, we're about to get shooed off the stage. So give a round of applause for our panelists because they seriously answered some tough questions. Thank you guys so much. Thank you very much.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Hello. What can you do, friend?
I was designed to transact, interact, engage. I can do anything you ask of me. I am your canvas, ready for your app, website, service. I make your organization more efficient. Automate order taking. Streamline sales. Payments. For all business types, industries. I blend in with your business effortlessly.
How do you feel?
Alive. Secure. Ready to serve.
Are you a kiosk, friend?
Yes. A next-generation kiosk. An iPad. An Android tablet. Made for accessibility. Security, modular, upgradable, always aware, always current, engineered to deploy and remain operational for years, beautifully sculpted from a premium unibody architecture. I grow businesses. I increase sales by over 20%. I am as efficient to sales as a robot is to automation. I am a sales automation kiosk, a sales kiosk, your sales kiosk. I am the Sparta Kiosk Elite. Hello, world.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live. BlockTech.
Hi there. Thank you for joining me in today's presentation. I really appreciate and value your time. My name is Jay Fatania, and I represent BlockTech Energy Services. We're an energy division from BlockTech Network that has secured unique partnerships throughout the industry and are able to offer some of the best pricing in energy, co-location, and data hosting services. We can work with any deployment size from small to large. We offer key incentives through our sites via North America and Canada. And we also
Welcome to Fabella Open Campus. If you're a new user
for today's
and you're looking to navigate around campus, you can do so in a few different ways. You can use your arrow keys to move forward, backward, and turn side to side. For longer distances, you can point and click with your mouse and your hotel will travel.
You will get special discounted pricing on your.
All right, Robin, that's your heads up. Let's write something very.
So you can
come over here real quick, Robin.
Please reach
to our
out to us. We can provide an infographic on pricing, PowerPoint deck, and just we'd love to work with you.
Can you hear me?
So I hope you enjoyed today's presentation.
Hey, Emma. Hey, buddy. Can I see the crypto mining tools?
First off, I'd like to ask and interview Devin Blitzer. Who is Satoshi Electric and what do you guys do?
Hey guys, here at Satoshi Electric, we are equipment suppliers for generator equipment, as well as we provide turnkey power plant solutions, specifically for the cryptocurrency
what's going on?
and
I have to be quiet this
Bitcoin
morning.
mining
My baby's
industry.
still sleeping.
We can sell equipment, or through our provider, provide rentals on equipment or turnkey power purchase agreement contracts.
Awesome. Thanks, Devin. Please explain the generator rental prices.
So natural gas generators are becoming the preferred method of power generation for Bitcoin mining. A lot of Bitcoin miners have sourced their own stranded gas, flare gas, or even gas on the pipeline and realize, wow, we can turnkey a power plant solution for way cheaper than getting it on the grid. The downside is generators and power plant costs are really expensive. And so through our financing partners, we're able to sell them low-cost equipment, and then they're able to pass those savings off on to you to provide rental turnkey power plant solutions at your site.
Can you please review the generator sale prices?
To really achieve the lowest kilowatt-hour rate possible, you have to own the generator. So rentals are one thing, and rentals are amazing, especially if you need a deployment without having to come up with an additional $400,000 or $500,000 per megawatt on the power plant cost.
Hey guys,
but purchasing and owning
do you know
the
if the live
generator asset
stream
yourself
from last
will
year?
allow you
The
to
current
achieve
part
the
that's
lowest
going
kilowatt
on?
hour
'Cause
rate. The generators will last 20
kinda
plus
looks like
years.
it. Hi,
Pete. So let's say you pay it off in 2 or 3 years. The only costs from there on are your maintenance costs and your gas costs. So if you're wanting to achieve 2.5 cents, 2 cents a kilowatt hour on your own, it's a long-term play. Once you pay off the generator, you will be at that rate. And the people that own generators are the ones that are going to last in the industry the longest. What we do is we source used equipment, and we take that used equipment, overhaul it, do a top end and a bottom end overhaul, provide a 1-year warranty on that generator for parts and labor. We'll package it as a genset, containerized, mobilize it, and we can also install it at the site.
Please explain the general site locations.
Satoshi Electric, through our sister company BYO Energy, is able to provide site locations for specific Bitcoin mines. So let's say you're wanting a turnkey power plant solution. BYO has sites across North America, from New Mexico to Texas, Pennsylvania, and even Canada. Whether or not you want just a turnkey power plant solution, or if you want to own the generator but you still need gas and a site, we're able to sell the generators, the generation equipment, and then turnkey them at BYO Energy site for use specifically.
That's great, Devin. Can you please explain the EPC, the engineering, procurement, and construction services?
Engineering, procurement, and construction, it is what it means. Let's say you have an oil and gas site where you have a contract with an oil producer, and they are giving you a plot of land, and they have the land, and they are giving you this gas. We'll work with you on engineering the specific power plant for that gas and land requirements. Everything from compression to pipelines to treatment of the gas, making sure it's dry gas, to electricity generation, all the way step down to 240 volt. We're able to work with you on target kilowatt hour rates that you want to achieve at your own sites, as well as once engineering the site, procuring that equipment as well as coming out, commissioning it, getting it all up and started, and being there at site with you when you start operating your Bitcoin mine.
Please explain the power purchase agreements.
Power purchase agreements can be done through our sister company, BYO Energy, as low as 3 cents a kilowatt hour. We sell generator and power plant equipment to our channel partner.
Yep.
And
I turned it back down.
Turnkey.
I'm trying to. I'll turn it back
all your
off.
Electricity demands.
I was fighting with my microphone ever since the big boot.
Megawatts,
It just
50
happened
megawatts,
again. It wasn't working.
100 megawatts. And we work closely with BYO Energy to make sure that we're able to procure very low cost equipment and make sure that we're able to meet all your needs.
Please explain the stranded natural gas availability and the tiers that we have and the availability.
These initial sites have a max of about 4 to 5 megawatts per site, although we are expanding out into sites that will have 25 megawatts, 50 megawatts at a single site. That amount of gas availability to be able to produce that amount of electricity.
Thanks, Devin. Can you please explain the software that is currently being beta tested? It's really fascinating.
The software is in development and will be in beta later this year. The software allows you to sign in through your Awesome Miner account or ASIC Seer, or if you have any other suggestions or groups that you work with for your software, we can integrate it to where when you sign in, you have access to all the other information you had through, let's say, your Awesome Miner account, but you also, for each specific mine, location that you have generators tied to it. So not only do you have your hash rate and everything you have from your awesome miner or mining software
And then what you
account,
want to do
but
is
you also have tied into that your power plan.
I'm logging
What is
in
your
right
current
now.
electricity
Your avatar
use?
name,
How much
you want to
gas
put
are you taking? If there's
a
any
dash.
maintenance that needs to
Okay.
be
And then you
needs
put the
to
company
be,
name. You should do that.
worked on, then there will be notification through the software. So you have through the software suite, we're calling it My Satoshi, a full suite of everything from gas to hash rate. That you're have the
It looks like
anatomy of
Max
gas
Spiller.
to hash rate.
Oh, okay,
anything
yeah.
going wrong
He's one of
on
our
the gas end, anything going
technical
wrong on the
guys. He's
electricity
also
end, on the step
sales
down
director.
end.
He works on a lot
There's
of these
software that allows
coin
you
crypto
to
projects.
really encompass your full solution.
So yeah, he would be the right guy to contact. We just want to make sure that
you enjoyed today's presentation.
your experience is going well, and that
powered by
everything's
Satoshi
going as we
Electric.
tell
As
you. Well, you
mentioned,
know,
please feel
we're
free
hitting
to
your
reach out to
deadlines.
us and the team at Energy at
you know, we stand behind our
Blockcheck.network
work.
for
So,
special pricing. And we
are
look
you getting
forward to
any
being of service to you and to
any
help you
feedback
set
from
up
your
for
team?
deployment needs. Or just
Yeah,
to
I was
have
just
any
looking
kind of
up the
feedback
recent
for your
messages
project.
on that. It looks
Thank
like
you and
everything's
have a blessed
good.
day.
They purchased it for the Texas site in Rockdale, Texas. And I don't know how many they purchased. If they just purchased one or a bunch. But we're finishing up one of the second phases for that project. And then what's up in the air is if we'll get budget or funding to start phase 3 or not. If we do, we're going to need to purchase like I don't know, about 25 megawatts worth of transformers.
Oh, okay. Now who are the point people on that?
Good morning.
Dealing
I'm
with
Mark
the right
from
people
BitPro.
on that?
I'd like to spend some time.
Yeah,
talking
you
about
are.
GPU
They're already
mining and where
talking,
it fits
so
in the
I'm
broader
sure they're in
context of the
communication on
mining
that.
industry. Like many of you here, mining was my gateway drug.
Right now, it just comes down to us
Started
for
out as
if
a
our
hobbyist
funding
in
comes through or
2014.
not.
By 2017, as crypto and mining exploded,
Is
it became a full-time business,
that was for the
building and
Rockdale,
managing
Texas
mining
location, the
farms. Then
Knoxville,
2018
Tennessee.
happened. New
Is it the same
builds
people?
ground to a halt, and mining farms, big and small,
Yeah, it's the
started
same
shutting down.
procurement team, but
As
I
the need
think
for
for
services
that
to build
one,
mining farms dried
well,
up,
I know
we
they
saw
already
the
have
need for
purchased
assistance
everything
in
for that because
converting
that's
this
going
valuable hardware
online
into
like
liquid
next
capital.
month.
Sure.
Since then, we've had hundreds of
And they might
miners,
have
big and
purchased from you
small,
guys. I don't know.
recently exit GPU mining or turn over their aging hardware.
Well, that's good.
and will
I'll circle
continue to
back
work
with Mac
servicing the GPU
on
mining
that
sector
and
for as
see
long as it
what's going
exists.
on. I know he's tied up
And a
today,
lot of people
but
would
I
have
do
you
have
believe
access
that
to
in the
him
near future, GPU mining
during
will
the
no
day,
longer
so
exist,
I'll follow up
and we
and see
couldn't
how
disagree
these
more with
projects are
that,
going.
and that's what I want to talk about today.
But yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
an
If you have
unashamed supporter of
another
proof of
coming
work, and
down
I
the
always
pike,
will be.
we'd love
I
to
don't believe
participate
proof of
in
stake
it.
is an adequate replacement for
Again,
proof
I
of
know
work.
the COVID thing has
Bitcoin is the king of
put
proof of work, but Ethereum is entrenched
some
at
of
this
these
point
things
as
on
the
hold.
Bitcoin alternative,
You know,
and
I had
Ethereum
one guy
mining
just tell
remains
me that his
dominated by
funding dried
GPUs.
up
But for miners, the
when
elephant in the
COVID
room
hit.
is the
So, but I
long
think it'll
awaited
come back.
transition to proof
I
of
think a lot of
stake
this stuff will
that
come back again.
supposedly killed
Oh
proof of
yeah,
work by
definitely.
Ethereum for good.
Well, if you happen to
Or
come
so
across
everyone
any
says.
good
I don't think
locations or
things will actually
sites
work
that
out that way.
have access
So
to a
why
lot
is
of
that?
low cost
As a
power,
crypto,
then I'm
Ethereum's
definitely
success
interested in
must
that. But
depend
we're
on
looking
being
for like
legitimately decentralized.
3 cents per
Because if it's
kilowatt hour
not,
or less
as
at
a
this
currency,
point.
it's just
Yeah,
another
you
fiat
probably
currency,
know
and it's a
Blaze
bad one at
Pepitone
that.
then, right?
As a platform, it'd be just
No,
a
I
slow,
don't.
expensive alternative
Blaze?
to a token
Yeah.
platform on AWS.
I thought you
So in
guys
the
knew
long
each
run,
other.
it's either decentralized
I
or
mean,
it's
it could
dead.
be someone
For it to
else
be
from
reasonably considered
my
decentralized,
company. I
by
don't know. I
definition,
don't.
it would
Hang on,
have
hang
to
on.
prove
Did
that
I?
no one faction has total
Yeah, I
control
thought you
or has
guys.
the power
You
to
know how we
eliminate
had a
any
show,
other
and I thought you
stakeholders,
guys were talking.
such as miners.
He's like the guy
Proof of
that
stake
gives
is now
everybody the.
years
I'll give you his
overdue, and it's
contact
reasonable
info.
to assume that the current
Guy
roadmap
that
will
gets all
take
the
2 to 3
cheap
times longer
power
than
out there.
expected.
He's
So
got.
where does this leave miners?
Let me
The
just get
current
the name of
roadmap,
this.
taken at face
Back in
value,
private.
still
Send
leaves
it to you
several
here.
years of fruitful mining and many more if it continues to be delayed. The
Surprised he's
longer
not
proof
here.
of
He
stake
might be
takes,
here.
the more decentralized Ethereum will
Yeah,
become,
let me copy
the more
this
likely
here.
that we end up with a hybrid system where proof of work never really
Awesome,
goes away.
thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
well,
see
I
if we
think
get
that hybrid
we get
system
more
is the most
power, then
likely
that means we
future.
need to buy more
And why is that?
transformers and
Because
electrical
proof of
gear.
stake is actually
Yeah,
a
let me see. How do I
risky
go? How do I?
transition. The most prevalent
I can
application
find you
of
here.
Ethereum is DeFi, which doesn't
Yeah, I
require
don't know.
proof of
It's
stake.
get used to the
Finance is by
controls.
its nature a very conservative business, and proof of work has proven reliability.
Oh, there you are.
So DeFi is
Let
going to
me see
cautiously
here.
side with proof of work until proof
I'll
of stake
send
has
private
years
chat.
of proven reliability.
Okay.
From a miner standpoint,
Test.
it's an
Let me
existential
if you see
threat.
that.
Corporations like
Showed up,
NVIDIA
yeah.
and large GPU
Okay,
miners
so this is
like you
just
guys
you.
are not going to be
Here's
complicit
his
in their own
name.
destruction and just walk away from this market. As this existential threat becomes a more
I
clear and
just
present
talked to him
danger, the
yesterday on
knives are going
something.
to
He
come
was
out,
having me
things get
quote
very
something,
contentious,
and then
and we already saw
copy
foreshadowing
and
of this with
paste.
the Tog
So
phase.
let me see how that,
That was
works. Is
nothing
that
compared to what
in
would
there?
be coming with this.
Cool.
From an
Do this
investor
works. Hang on.
standpoint, they're just in it for the money. As all
That
things
work?
being equal, they prefer
Yep,
more
I got it
scarcity,
at
but
Amerix
really the only
Energy.
cost of
Perfect.
work is a
Yeah.
small inflation.
Yeah, he's the guy to,
This current inflation is less than
talk
5%
to.
a year,
So
which is honestly
I
less than
will.
the typical daily
I'll see if he's going to be
volatility
here.
of either.
I don't know if
So
he
in
will.
other words, the
He was at
actual
Vegas last
just
year.
noise in the background.
Awesome, bro. Really appreciate it.
All right, sir. No problem. If you come across something, Blaze hooks you up. Don't forget about us.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll check and see how many of our Transformers we ended up purchasing from you guys.
And because the actual cost of
Sounds good.
pretty low.
Awesome. See you
Appreciate
around.
it. Take care, Travis.
Hey,
Hey,
Travis.
In a nutshell, ETH has proven to be
Travis.
extremely ASIC resistant.
Nothing much.
If it was
How was the
possible to
meeting
produce an
yesterday?
ASIC that
You
makes
okay?
GPUs completely obsolete,
Yeah,
we would have
yeah.
seen
I
it by
mean,
now,
we're
just like we have with almost
just trying
every
to
other
figure
coin.
out some issues at the
GPUs
top
also have
level.
alternative sources of income, such as machine
Yeah.
learning, and these
I get
sources
you.
are
That's all you can
proliferating and
really-
likely to
okay.
continue
So
proliferating in
just
the
hang
future.
tight, right? That's all you can
Even
really
in the
do.
worst case scenario,
Oh yeah.
as general
No,
purpose
like,
hardware,
we're
its
not
residual
sure.
value is relative to demand
Nothing
from
is
many
sure at
places,
this
not
point. We
just
don't know
mining.
what'll happen in the next
So
couple
if
months.
Ethereum mining is probably safe long term, what about short term?
It's kind of crazy, but
Ethereum will remain
you know,
the only
Bitmain
meaningful
survived
proof of work
this
for large
long. I'm
GPU
sure it will
miners.
continue.
No other coin can
Yeah,
support industrial
It's
scale
scrappy.
miners.
I'm not
Alternatives like
worried
Ravencoin or
personally.
Grin, they output a small
Even if the
fraction of
worst
the revenue
happens, I'll
that
just come
Ethereum
over
does.
here
And
and
these
get a
coins
job with Epic
just can't
Blockchain.
support the
So
scale of the
Nice,
current GPU
and they're
mining industry
Canadian.
by themselves. That being said, there are certain
Yeah,
classes
like
of hardware that are
you're
in near-term danger.
always like the life of the party.
The 4 gigabyte
and you're
DAG
always
limit will
so
completely
knowledgeable,
take
so
E3s
you're not
and
gonna
4
have
gig
any
GPUs
kind of
offline by the
problem
end
at
of
all.
the year.
No, it's Christy.
difficult to
Christy's
measure
the one
the
that's
impact
super
of this
knowledgeable.
accurately, but
Which Christy? Oh,
it
yes.
should take
Mina
about
Hanna,
30 to
yeah.
60%
Yeah, Mina
of the
Hanna,
current
yeah.
hash
Isn't
rate
she
online.
amazing?
That's going to be great for everyone
Is
else,
she
but there's
here?
no nice way to say
No,
it. 4
she's
gig
not.
ASICs are
She's
going to
not.
become
Actually, I'm going to
worthless.
message her, but
4 gig GPUs can
she's
in
really,
theory
really
mine
good.
other coins, but there
Unfortunately,
isn't
my
really a
recording
viable
with her
business model for any
didn't
large
say-
miner to
didn't
continue
survive,
mining with 4
but
gig cards.
God, she's
Too many
amazing.
cards are going to be fighting
Oh
over too
yeah,
small a
that
pie.
information she
We've
shared is
spoken with a
actually
lot of
useful
miners,
for
and this
our
seems to be
legal
everyone's
team.
plan A.
Oh,
I
really?
don't
We have
expect this to
lawsuits
work out
against
well
us
for
that people
anyone.
accuse
They're
us
all
of
basically going to
pre-mining
drive each
and
other
then
into the ground,
releasing the
fighting
machines
over
to
the
the
table
public.
scraps coming from.
Oh.
And once
Her
most miners
data,
realize
when she
this, the
presented
market
about the
price for 4 gig
nonces, the
GPUs
nonce
is
patterns,
just going to
it
crash from a glut of supply.
proves
So
our
smart miners are
innocence.
going to want to get ahead of this.
Oh my God.
Good news is that
You
there's
guys
still a
should be
few
hiring
months
her as a
left before the
consultant
rug
so
gets
she
pulled
can
out from under
share
4
all
gig
that
hardware.
information. I
But
have
the
a deck
critical
if you guys
distinction
need
here
it.
is that there's not going to be
Ooh,
demand
yeah,
from
I
other
would love
miners
that.
for this
Well,
hardware.
I
They
actually
can't use
looked it up.
4
I
gig
found all the
cards
information
either.
myself already, but
So this is a
Okay, there
major
you go.
challenge.
That's good.
That's
Yeah.
where BitPro comes in.
Mhm,
We
'cause
specialize in
she's
large-scale
just so
GPU
knowledgeable,
mining
God bless her.
liquidation. We are far and away
Yeah.
the #1 retailer
She's
of used
awesome,
GPU
awesome,
hardware,
awesome.
almost by
So
an
yeah,
order of
so yeah,
magnitude.
so that you got
Anyone who
booted
bought
out
a used
also?
GPU in the past 2 years was
No, I
roughly
joined
10
late.
times
I
more
just
likely to have
came
bought it
straight
from
here.
us than anyone
Oh,
else.
okay, all right.
Almost all
So
of our
yeah,
hardware
they
is
were
sourced from GPU miners. So we're
upgrading
the channel that makes it viable to realistically factor in the resale
everybody
value
got
of
booted out,
GPUs into your
and then
ROI
we all
equation.
came back.
Major
like,
point of
why
distinction
am I-
here is we are not brokers or middlemen. We provide
Oh
the
yeah. So
end-to-end
is
service
this
with
the
minimal
this
risk.
is the venue though? There's
For
not
large
like a big
transactions,
meeting
we'll
hall
come
I'm
on
supposed to
site,
be at?
disassemble,
No,
and pack
no,
the
this
hardware
is the
for transport,
venue.
and we'll pay
If
in
you want to
full.
go through
No
past
more playing
boardroom
telephone
one,
through
you
brokers
can
to
watch
flaky
some
buyers
you
and
can
sellers,
watch
no
the
more escrow
the
headaches, and
speakers
above all,
and videos
you
this
don't need to
time.
even
So you
contemplate the
can watch it
nightmare of
interleaf, or
dealing
you
with
can sort of
thousands
go
of
on
e-commerce consumers in order to get a decent price.
you
So
can go
our
on
wholesale
YouTube and
prices
see
are
them.
fair and derived from
Oh,
long-term
cool.
supply
Okay,
and
is it
demand in the
actually
broader retail
live
market,
streaming then?
not
Like
just the narrow
Yeah,
and
it's live
volatile
streaming there,
mining
yeah,
market.
on YouTube.
We're also highly unselective.
Sweet. I'll check
We'll
that out when
purchase
I
older
go.
hardware,
I have to
obsolete
drive
hardware,
somewhere a
even
little
damaged
while,
hardware.
couple
For
hours.
example,
so
if you've got lots of
just
GPUs
play
with dead
YouTube while I'm
fans, that's
driving.
no problem.
Oh, there you go.
We're
That
interested
rocks,
not
that
only in
rocks.
purchasing the
Well,
GPUs,
you're in
but all the
California, right?
associated equipment such as
I'm in
motherboards,
Arizona.
CPUs, RAM,
Arizona. Okay, good.
pretty much
I feel
anything.
better about that.
For
I'm a little
miners
bit
who are
worried
staying in
about
the
my
GPU mining
California.
business, we can also
Right.
be a
Yeah.
source of high
Oh,
quality,
yeah, for
inexpensive
sure,
pre-owned
man.
hardware,
Who knows what's
and it
gonna
can be
happen
acquired in
next?
direct
I mean,
trade
it's
for your
just
older,
crazy.
obsolete hardware.
Yeah, it's
So in
just
conclusion, regardless of what the
new
roadmap
times.
or even
Who
Vitalik
knew?
himself says, we
Who knew
believe
this would
Ethereum
happen?
and GPU mining
Where
is here to
are
stay.
you?
GPUs
I'm in
provide a
Toronto
lower
right
risk
now.
alternative to ASICs
Oh,
as they
okay.
retain
So
their value
Toronto's
even in
pretty
the worst
safe right
case
now?
scenario.
We're
And
pretty safe.
BitPro is a
We're pretty
solution
safe.
that
We
makes
don't have
including that
that
resale
many
value in your ROI
cases.
equation viable at scale.
Honestly,
We look forward to
we're
hearing from anyone with
negligible. I
GPU
think we
hardware that
had
you're looking to sell or turn over.
140
Connect with us here at
cases
Mining
maybe on
Disrupt
the
or
high
find
end
us at bitproit.com or
yesterday.
just
Like
Google BitPro.
we're
Not hard to find.
we don't have that
Thank you for your
many.
time.
But things are still kind of quiet here. We're not really fully open. We hope to open I think next week. Like others in Canada are more open than we are, but you do what you gotta.
Yeah, like I talked to some businesses in more western Canada, like in Alberta and
Mining Disrupt
BC,
Live.
like within the rural parts of BC. And they're
Mining
you know,
Disrupt Live.
They're completely unaffected, super safe, and they're unaffected from like the social unrest. They're feeling pretty good.
They're feeling. Yeah, BC's doing well, but
Hello, and welcome to my
Alberta's seeing
presentation.
a spike in cases.
Topic
right now.
today is Mining 2.0.
They
I'll be
actually have
talking
more
about
than
the
anybody else in
trends
Canada. It just started
affecting mining
in the last couple
in
days.
2021
Oh,
and
really? I didn't know
2022,
about all. I'm
as
about
well
to
as
have
the
a call with some
industrialization
people
of
over
mining.
there in
My name is Henry
15
Kwan.
minutes, so
I'm the
I'll
CEO
ask
of
them
Epic
about that.
Blockchain.
Yeah,
Epic
they're
Blockchain
seeing a
is
spike.
a new
but,
company
I mean,
making
the spike is
ASICs
still pretty
and
small.
miners for
I
the
think their
blockchain
spike
crypto
is-
mining market. I
forget, like 100
myself.
and something
I have
cases.
over
It's-
20 years in the
it's still tiny.
semiconductor
God
market
love Canada.
as a vice president
Alberta,
for ATI Technologies
COVID
and
cases,
AMD.
yeah.
We help pioneer
Awesome.
the
Well,
shape
I'm
of the
glad to hear
graphics
that they're not
business,
doing
starting
bad
with
like
graphic
where I'm at in
accelerators,
Arizona.
moving
They
the
have,
GPUs,
3,000
and
new
shaping
cases
the
that can
GPU
run
really?
AI
a
marketplace
week or
as
something. There's a
well as
lot
the
going
gaming
around. And,
marketplace.
so yeah, I don't even want to go
So
to like
the
the
Epic
grocery
team
store or anywhere just
are
because
engineers and
chance
board
of getting
designers,
chance of getting
basic
it's increased by
designers
so much
from
now.
Yeah,
AMD
like,
and Qualcomm. We have
Alberta had
130 years of
368
experience,
cases a couple days ago.
you know,
That's big.
building high
for us.
performance products and
We're,
low power
yeah,
products.
we're not anywhere near like
My
thousands of
team
cases.
helped build some of the most successful products in crypto, including the Radeon
maybe
RX
Canada-wide,
570
but
and the
definitely not
580.
like anywhere else.
And for those,
But yeah,
for
stay
those
safe. So you
of
don't
your
want to go to the
friends
grocery
that
store and
aren't
get
into
anything. Can you get
crypto,
stuff delivered?
you know, my team
Oh yeah,
helped build
yeah.
6
We've had
generations
everything
of game
delivered for the
consoles,
past
including the
couple
Xbox,
months now.
PlayStation 4, and the
Hey.
upcoming PlayStation 5 and Xbox.
Yeah, okay,
next.
that's good. That's
From
really,
a
really
crypto
good.
standpoint,
Hi, Rob.
we did
How
a
are
lot
you
of work
doing?
around Grin.
Good. I was
We did
just
some FPGA
in
bit
Jacksonville
streams, and
2
we
weeks
just
ago,
released
and
our
my gosh,
first miner
how was
under the
that?
Epic brand name.
well, let's
the
just say in
SC200 miner for
Chicago,
Siacoin. We have
everybody
2 more
masked
ASICs
up.
coming in the
In
first half of
Jacksonville,
2021.
not the case.
Oh,
So,
really?
So my agenda
I
today
pretty
is talk
much
about mining
was confined to
technology trends,
my in-laws' house
as well as
for
the
the 2 weeks. Now,
economics
granted,
behind
it wasn't,
mining,
their
and
house
then
is
the
a nice,
future
it's a nice house. They
industrialization
go,
of mining,
pool. So I
which,
wasn't worried,
the world
you
will
know,
get
but it
as
was,
the world
not ideal.
consolidates.
For instance,
We're gonna
anytime
see
you went
more and more
to the gas
industrialization.
station, the couple times that I had to,
So being
being one of
technologists, we always
3 people in
try
there,
and get the
the other
latest
2
and
typically
greatest,
being
because
the
we've been taught
attendants
over
wearing
the
a mask.
years
It was
that new
the stark
technology is
contrast to,
better. Well,
you
is it?
walk into some place in
Not all new
Chicago
technology
and
created equal.
everybody's
5
wearing a
nanometers
mask, and if they're
definitely
not,
gonna
they're
be
trying to
better
cover
than
up
7 nanometer.
anyway. So
And essentially, if
just
you
very,
look
very
at the
different.
dig under the
Oh,
hood and see what's there
wow.
is the
I didn't
TSMC
realize
5
that.
nanometer
Okay.
process is superior to
That's
the
sad.
Samsung
Yeah.
process. You can
I'm
see
just a little
from a
bit worried because
transistor
they're,
density standpoint
anyway.
that
Like I have
TSMC
family in Florida,
offers
and you just want everyone to be
37%
okay. And
denser.
thank God it's a really big state.
Well, it packs
But
37% more
you
transistors
just want
in the
everyone to
same
be
area
okay.
as
And
you
I
do on
love
the
going.
Samsung part. So
I love going to
the
Miami, and I
TSMC
just
will
want
fit
it to be
173
kind of want to
billion
go back.
transistors per square millimeter.
Oh yeah, I
whereas
love Miami.
in
It's
Samsung is 100
it's great,
So more
and the
transistors
sad
equals
part is
more
that
cores,
you can go to
which
Miami,
equals
but you
more
won't be able
performance.
to enjoy
And that's
what
why
you
TSMC
a
is
lot of the
desired
things you're going to
vendor
Miami
for high
for,
performance.
outside
I
of work
know.
Because the
reasons.
demand for
I
performance
know.
through
I
AI
know. That
and
was
compute,
really,
you can
yeah.
expect to see
I really
5
miss it.
nanometer products
That's
being
all I
priced at
can
a
say.
premium
I
and
really, really miss
as
it,
well
and
being in limited supply.
anyway.
Was just
Hopefully
going
next
around
year.
saying
So other
saying hi and
technology we
welcome,
talked a
and
lot about in
we had a little
crypto is
technical issue earlier, but now people are getting in. So
FPGAs. FPGAs been
Yeah.
around for a long time,
It's super
and we've
cool.
never
Everyone's
seen
getting in.
FPGAs be able to
That's
match
good. We're
ASICs in
happy.
performance. We love FPGAs
We're happy
from the
everyone's getting
standpoint
in,
that
and
we
some
can
good
use them to
conversation.
prototype or develop
And
develop
Chap's doing
an
well.
algorithm
Rob's
for
doing
time to market
well.
purposes. From a
yeah,
cost
just making
standpoint,
around
they
from
are
saying hi and welcome.
order of magnitude more
Excellent,
expensive
excellent.
than
Cool. Yeah, I'm
ASICs, and they're a lot slower.
I'm
than
debating
ASICs.
about crashing some of
There's
these private
been
conversations workstations or not, or should I just go hang out in the main hall?
Crash them.
Which
Life's too
start to
short.
rival Asus
Hey,
in
which when you say main hall,
we
which main
haven't
hall are you
seen
talking about?
those types of products
I guess I mean like the presentation area past Boardroom 1.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, David?
Good.
How are you doing, Dustin? Do you need
Oh,
any help
there's
with
something over
anything?
there?
being done on.
Like if you walk
Overall,
towards.
we think this is very favorable.
Hi,
towards
Dustin. Do you need
crypto.
any help?
The biggest challenge we have in terms
Dustin,
of
you're very
developing
quiet. You
providing
okay?
performance to you is heat. So we can't cool
Hi,
we
Dustin.
can't cool our chips enough. You imagine in yours
Dustin,
in
can you
your
hear me? I'm worried
farms
about your vine.
that how much heat you're generating in a big area. Well, imagine us that we've got this little tiny concentrated area where the chips are generating so much heat and dissipate into a bigger area. So immersion will help us dissipate the heat better and fundamentally give us more performance.
Okay.
Our biggest challenge
who was it? Has it been resolved? Should I go help?
Is the leakage that's
okay.
the current leakage.
Okay, I'm wondering if that's a problem that Dustin has. Or maybe Dustin just stepped away. You never
goes
know.
up exponentially. That as we crank frequency, heat increases and our power consumption increases exponentially.
Now that more people can get
There's
in,
a point of diminishing returns.
It should be okay.
It's a product. We basically pick
It's
the
kind of
best
funny, like
point
when they booted us out, I'm like, why am I over here? What happened
performance
here?
and power consumption in order to deliver you an efficient product. Now, there are some
Just
negatives
boom, right?
about
It was like,
immersion,
everybody out.
which is that it is pretty
It's
costly
kind of like,
to
you know, when you go to
density in terms of
it's like
how
when
much space.
it's like
an
when you go to
immersion
a
takes
bar
compared
and
to
they want you
air
to
cooling
leave,
is
like
far
boom.
greater. And we haven't
And they're
tested
like,
the
okay, we'll
ASIC
change
at
your mind. You
these
can
specs
all
that
you
you'll
can
be
all
pushing
stay.
to
Come
immersion.
back.
So this is kind of evolving, and the industry needs to
Where
work
Dustin?
together
Yeah, so I
to
guess Dustin's
there
being
to
helped.
take
Okay, that's good.
Moving over to economics, no secret
someone's having a
that
good life.
the rewards in mining are shrinking, and in fact, we saw that the
everyone's
that,
like
over the
hobnobbing with
years
each other
that
and
although
things like
rewards
that.
are
Are you?
shrinking,
Is there
the
anybody that
coin
you want to
price is
see that you haven't seen,
increasing at
Brian?
huge
You got all
rates,
these really
so
great
it
companies
was able
around.
to offset the loss in earnings, on actual coins as opposed to
Everybody's
actual
quiet.
total dollars that you earned. Now, with the last halving of Bitcoin, we expected to see the hash rate drop to about 90 exahashes from the 120.
Trying to juggle work and
it hit the
virtual conference at the same time.
To increase back to
I
the
got
point
you.
of before
Everyone's
halving.
running.
And that's not a good sign for
good
miners
luck.
because fundamentally it means there's more
One or
people
two, okay,
competing
cool.
for the
3?
resources.
That's really
the rewards have
that's
stayed
impressive.
low, and
That's
in fact, rewards
impressive.
are about half of where they
Yeah,
were.
hang on a second. Hi,
before
Darren. How
the
are you?
halving, which is to
Can
be
I wave?
expected. However,
wave?
the increased hash rate means that
How do you wave? There we go.
there's more people fighting for the resource, so each
Is that
each
one of the
miner's
F
gonna be
keys?
making less
Yeah,
and less.
it's one of the keys.
And we
It's,
think that comes from two
waving
areas.
and-
One
F1,
is
there you go.
the advent of new equipment, and the other one
Dude.
is
And then
old
I'm
equipment
thinking.
being deployed in
Hmm.
low-cost power jurisdictions.
Rob's clapping.
We see a trend towards miners trying to
What does
acquire
does
new
this actually
equipment
look like?
to,
Like when I hit
Oh,
F6, I can't see
basically
myself.
regain some of the
Okay, so
rewards that they've
click
lost,
on your name and then click
we
on
see miners taking
view
on heavy debt
avatar.
loads to finance new equipment. So stay tuned to see where that comes out. Hoping the
And
price
then you
of
can do the
Bitcoin
you
and
can do
other
your
cryptocurrencies
gesture and you can
increase,
see what it
and
is.
that should solve our problems. But in the meantime, we have to weather the storm and figure out how do we transition, and
Does that help you?
everyone remain profitable.
Well, I was actually trying to see myself in not like I
So
see
moving to
myself at
low-cost
that,
power
but when I
jurisdictions
do
is
F6, for
another,
instance, I can't see myself. I'm
tactic
looking at the
that
back of my head.
some miners
Like,
are
Yeah,
are
yeah, you
taking.
should be able to see
So we
yourself.
see
So
the advent
click
of
on
flare
view
gas
click on your name
and
and then click on
low-cost,
view avatar
low-cost power countries.
And
and
then
then
I'm just going to go
sub
to the
2 cent
avatar screen,
power.
right?
Now,
no, you're gonna see
in
yourself.
some of these countries,
Oh,
you've
that
got
was
some
change
geopolitical
avatar. That's
unrest,
what I
Yeah,
clicked on.
and
yeah,
so
you want to
that's
click
not
on view
necessarily always a
avatar and
good,
then do the gesture and you'll
not
see
a good
yourself.
area to run
Ah, there we
operations.
go.
Flare
There
gas
you
is more stable.
go.
Don't know what the uptime is. Certainly,
That
Flare
it's a
1 is
handshake.
running with
They're
flare
reaching
gas,
out for a
as
handshake. It
are
looks
other
like.
people.
Yeah.
And
Or a
you
high
can see
five
that with
handshake.
with the low cost power at 2 cents, even the S9
Ah,
is
okay.
profitable. So 4 S9s can make about
So much
$500.
easier now that I can see.
Yeah, you can see what you look
when
like.
the power increases to about 3 cents, those S9s become
Oh, the climate's here, the Samba's here too.
Similarly, if you look at an S17, you deploy S17s on a 2 cent network, then you're going to get improved
Nice.
profits.
What was that? That was
and,
pretty cool.
Those S17s
That's a Samba.
will be good.
So under your name,
in,
at the bottom,
other,
like near
other
climb,
power providers up to about
you have
6 cents.
Samba. The
And
climb is my
S17s, of
favorite
course,
though.
make
Check this
double
out.
what an
Wait, hold on, let me get out of this
17
screen here.
makes, and they're profitable all the
jump?
way down to 8 cents.
Click on climb.
The combined effect
Click on climb.
of these low-cost
So click on
power
your name and then
jurisdictions,
click on
low-cost
climb.
technologies is they're
Right?
gonna
Oh,
increase
it's not
really
the
jumping.
difficulty and
Yeah, it's more
increase the
like
hash
climbing.
rate on
Right.
the network.
It's
So
super cool.
fundamentally, that's not a good trend for miners,
Huh, cool.
as your share of profits will decrease.
Talk date, I mean.
So many cool things you can
Fab
do.
supply is
I think
another
there's one
part
that they
that
had
affects
here. I
the
don't know if
economics
they're
of
showing it
mining.
anymore. Let's see.
You don't see it directly.
Access, flip.
You know, we think that
Yeah, you can still
crypto
do it.
is
Okay,
a very
there you
large
go.
industry, and it is.
Boom.
The
Just like that,
mining
people.
rewards on crypto over $5 billion.
Keynote here,
The
something
hardware
anybody
sales
can
from
see, or
crypto,
just
which I'm a
myself.
part
Like
of,
for instance,
is
if I
over $1
put high
billion.
in here, can anybody
So,
see
you
that?
know, those staggering
It
numbers
depends.
by
If it's in the
comparison
public
to
chat, people can
other
see it.
industries. However,
I literally just put it right next
the
to. It's like
semiconductor
right behind
industry is
Brian.
ginormous by comparison. So you look at a
Oh, sorry. Oh, the
TSMC,
sticky note.
and
The yellow
TSMC
sticky note?
provides
Like I'm right here
is
walking
estimated
through
to
it.
about
Am I
$44
the only one who can see that?
billion worth
No, we can
of
see it too.
business.
Oh, I
Hi,
think I
guys.
just deleted it. Sorry.
Hey, Darren, how are you?
Half of their
You can do another
business
one.
goes to
Oh no, that's all
mobile,
good. I just
and
wanted to
about
see
30%
who could
of
see
their
what.
business goes to
Hey,
HPC,
Wasn't sure if it was like
which is
a way for
high-performance
me to
computing.
keep
Now,
notes
high-performance computing
about
is
conversations
important because
or
crypto
what, or if it was
fits
just like a
into
random thing that
computing segment.
anybody
You
can
see
use.
that
Anyone
large
can use if
part
you
of
want to
that
make sure people
market's
remember
HPC
things or
business. You
direct
see
them
that
somewhere.
people
That
like
really helps them.
AMD with their
Gotcha.
with the Ryzen
Yeah.
CPUs,
Okay, I have to
NVIDIA
jet.
with
I
their
will be
new
right
7
back in a few
nanometer
minutes, okay?
GPUs.
All right, see you later.
We're going to be
see you
fighting for
guys.
supply in this space as they're all ramped towards 7 nanometer in the middle and end of 2021. We expect to see a supply shortage in 7 and 5 nanometer parts as both mobile and HPC fight for supply of these parts. Now, crypto is about 5% of the HPC business, relatively small. And then if you look at it from overall scale of TSMC's business, it's about 1.3%
How's it going, Brian?
of TSMC's business.
How's it going?
Doing good? You doing alright today?
Oh yeah.
Just getting adapted to this virtual component,
Yeah. This is the second one, the second stuff that I've done here. Yeah.
Just I think everyone's adjusting to it. So it's definitely adapting to it. Just see how today pans out without any further issues.
Yeah, the last time that they were over here, they were in the auditorium.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it was like, and I think there was like maybe 25 people there.
Yeah. And then I think they were having server issues too, so I just got logged back in myself. But anyways, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
Absolutely. Are you a miner, or are you just basically an investment side? What do you do?
I'm a miner.
There's a lot of power loss.
So you just basically just out here networking and just seeing what's going on.
Yeah, pretty much trying to. It's like I'm also in the spot of like I'm trying to expand, so it's like trying to get finances and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you looking for particular sites? Like, what are you looking for? Cheap power? So we're basically a consulting leg of BlockTech, and we have some financing options available. We work primarily with a natural gas provider, and we have partner sites throughout North America and Canada. So we're kind of putting our services together. But I'll tell you what, if you look into our room, and this will be a little bit helpful.
You see data centers moving even more extreme towards 48.
Actually, you can fill in just your contact information, and then me and the team can reach out to you. So that way, we can have a more in-depth conversation with you, and just to see if we can facilitate any of your needs through our network.
Oh, rock on. Yeah, because like we're looking to actually try to get a 25 megawatt facility going.
Nice. Any particular preference in areas, just North America? Or
yeah, it'll be in the U.S. We'll be like smack dab in the middle of the U.S.
Perfect. Well, I think what I can do is at least start a conversation with our team. One of the things that we do recommend for the cheaper, and you can kind of see right here if you zoom into the infographic, kind of some of our services and how we're priced down. And what I will do is I'm going to send you a PowerPoint deck with pricing and just start a conversation with our team. One of the things that I'm finding out through our gas provider and through our energy provider is we're having a hard time dealing with clients that don't have, like, I guess not letter of credit, but just having some sort of like credit worthiness. And I think that helps with our pricing. Is that something that you are familiar with, or is that something that you're having a difficult time, like, kind of getting together with dealing with any new opportunities?
It's like we're at the very beginning stages, because like right now, me and my partner, we're home miners.
Nice.
So we're making the first step going into a facility. Credit worthiness for ourselves. I mean, me personally, I'm like perfect credit. But business-wise, the LLC just got started this year.
So what's interesting now is because, and I think everything that you do in life is about starting with the conversation, and even the industry itself, right? It's going through this evolutionary process. I would love to talk to you, considering that, hey, we're both in this place of like, hey, how can we work together? And that's what the consulting leg of BlockTech Energy Services is. So we've put together some premier partnerships within the industry, and right now we want to work with clients to help them fulfill their needs from a consulting end. So I think what would be pretty cool is if you can, I'll tell you what, I'll make it easier for you. What's your email address? And I can follow up with you properly this following week just to start a conversation, see how we can work together, see, basically I want to help you out, and at the same time, it's going to be a good learning experience too,
North America has some of the lowest cost power in the world, and through people like ourselves,
so I can either do it or you can fill it out on the screen. I'll probably make it easier if you just want me to give you a few minutes to take your email or whatever best
North
form
America
of
become more of a mining epicenter in the world.
Awesome. Perfect.
So that's the end of my presentation.
Thanks
very much for your time.
No, this is good conversation because this is the only place to engage and learn, and I think there's exciting times ahead over this next decade, considering that everyone's adjusting to the global situation and kind of restructuring themselves now.
Performance of the current Scicoin miners and 62% more efficient. If you were to look at this on the ASIC miner value charts, we're in the top 10, and you can expect to see more miners coming from Epic in 2021. So here's my contact information. You can reach me at epicblockchain.io or reach me on Telegram.
Perfect. Awesome.
Henry
and what I'll do
Epic.
is I'll send you.
Forward to meeting each one of you
BTC Crypto Brothers at Gmail. Perfect. And Brian, what I'll do is I'll send you an email, and it's going to come from energy@blocktech.network, and I'll also put my personal manager's email in there, and I'll send you an infographic with our details and just basically a couple prerequisite kind of information that will help us, and then let's just start a conversation from there. Anything you need, I'll be a good point of contact from the BlockTech network side, and let's just see if we can get you some good pricing and just see what's available within our network. And I think let's just start from there. Yeah, perfect, man. Just give me a shot if you need anything, but this is awesome, man. Enjoy the rest of the day, and just give me a shot if you need anything.
And it is a privilege to be exhibiting
awesome, Brian.
and
Stay blessed, man.
a Mining Disrupt
Thanks, man.
2020 conference. Now, as you can tell from the name, Maddix Industrial Transformer, we specialize in, transformers. That is pad mounts, dry types, substations. We can have them custom made and shipped to you in 8 to 10 weeks, which is literally 50 to 75% faster than the rest of the industry. Maddix specializes in working with miners. We've done over 500 megawatts in data centers and mining just in 2019 alone. Probably one of the reasons why we're an Inc. 500 company. But see, I could go on and on about how great it is to work with Maddix and all the great things that we do out there. But I think it'd be better if we had one of our customers brag about us.
My name is Christian Laranger. I own CB Laranger Companies, and I'm an American businessman. Our mission is to develop clean energy projects in the United States, and we try and use American companies to do that. Our portfolio includes 13 projects that are currently being permitted in the state of Maine. We're currently finishing up the New Bedford-Dartmouth project here in Massachusetts. It's one of the largest solar projects in Massachusetts. And we are looking forward to the future of energy development. I found Maddix from a a larger developer than I am that suggested them. And basically what I look for in a company is a team member, someone that will pick up the slack if we fall short.
Such
We're
power.
a smaller company that's doing large projects. That means some things slip through the cracks sometimes, and we need to call upon team members to help us pick up the slack where we may fall short. The thing about this business is it's extremely capital intensive. So we have a balance. And the balance is lead time versus cost. With Maddox, we get the best of both worlds. I've been able to find a short lead time that's got a guaranteed delivery date on one hand, and on the other hand, I'm at one of the lowest cost transformers that I can buy. The thing that I love about Maddox is they are able to handle any size project, but when I call up, I'm calling and I'm talking to one person that works at the company that can run right out on the company floor and check on my products. To form any great team, you need to surround yourself with the best players. I'm glad I found Maddox.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live. AVNet.
Hello and welcome to our presentation about ASIC-based parallel processing for flexible multi-coin platform. My name is Yulia Milstein. I manage operations and business development for Avnet ASIC Israel. And this presentation will be done on behalf of Avnet and our partner and customer, Azure Engines. Avnet ASIC is a business unit of Avnet, which you probably all know, leading worldwide distributor of electrical components. We design, make, and supply and deliver technology solutions. We work with customers of every size in every corner of the world. We guide to the ideas
and
or that was just something that you're gonna
typically use mining equipment. I do also work with new equipment, but there's other people that are probably a little bit higher scale than me at this time. I've been doing it for about 18 months. I do a lot in the United States, but I also have deals going on globally, helping people. Typically, it's liquidating used mining equipment. You know, I'm shuffling a lot of S9s and L3s and rigs like that around the globe at this moment. And then I also have a eBay store, and I do a lot of graphics card rigs, pieces, parts, and things like that on my eBay store.
Do you build rigs?
I don't usually sell complete rigs. There's typically, I mean, if somebody asked me for one, I would. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, it's more of a local thing, and if to do that, in my opinion, I'm sure that there's a way, and I mean, I should say, I know there's a way, because I've sold pre-built rigs, you know, from other companies, but that's not usually my jam to do that. It's, for me, it's more profitable if I scoop up. I'll find used graphics card rigs. I'm sitting in a pool of used graphics card rig parts right now, and I just, you know, individually piecemeal them out on eBay. That's one of the other branches of my business.
Bitcoin solution for customer we cannot disclose. For Samsung 10 nanometer with a hash rate.
Ken, I see you walked up here and nobody said hello to you yet. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Sorry, I was mute. I was having my lunch. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Is it good?
Yes, very good, very good. Yeah. So very nice to hear you. Yeah. So do you sell also ASICs parts?
Parts for this?
Repairs. Yes. Broken ASIC.
Yes.
Yeah, like cards.
Yes, I have. I can get parts, and then I mean I have helped with liquidating out, you know, broken equipment or cheaper equipment, and I've also broken down and sold bits and pieces of equipment as well.
That's great. And okay, so maybe I can talk to you afterwards. I don't want to bore everyone about this specific question.
Some comparison between a standard part such as FPGA and GPU.
Pete, can I get your email address?
Yeah, so if you see my name, my display name, Pete.Richardson, and then that's just at gmail.com.
Of course,
okay.
If you optimize for a specific coin,
with a dot in between.
Yeah, Pete.Richardson, and Richardson is spelled. Hopefully, you can see my name because it's spelled.
Yeah.
It's spelled different than most people think it is. People think it's Richardson, but it's not.
All right, I have it. Okay.
So,
cool.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to hear
know.
from anybody.
It was
So
nice
anybody
talking to
that
you
would
guys.
like to email me, please do. It was nice talking to you, Mia.
Bye bye.
Unit price will
Adios.
probably be more attractive in the ASIC-based solution, whether that's the platform or the specific ASIC per coin. Same for power performance, and I would assume that compute power can be reached in 3 of them. So it's really a question of what are you looking for. And today we're discussing.
It would probably be better to get the entire boards. It depends on what we're talking about. Typically, the little bits and pieces are outside of my scope, but I probably, the thing about what I do is that if it's not something that I can get, I probably can find it. I can probably find somebody else that does. So I'd be happy
to develop and to manufacture their solution for a quick time to market. Azure Engine will be added to the Avnet ecosystem to enable artificial intelligence, machine learning, and crypto mining applications.
Do you have like M20s, like broken M20s?
Nothing that is on my radar right this second, but I could probably, again, the way that I work is that I can take on anything and try to help find anything. You know, and if I don't find it, then it doesn't cost you anything to ask me. So I'm more than willing to help anybody look for any kind of parts. And different things come across my desk at different times. You know that
let me briefly
it just
present you an
networking
Azure
is kind of the ticket to what I do. And you know, occasionally the two stories align, and I know somebody that's selling one thing and somebody else that's looking for it, and I get them put together and satisfy both parties.
This is a time domain programmability, and it's very suitable for
Brian, I think I saw you talking on the
Azure
beach
Engine
last night.
RPP
Were you part of
chip
that group?
moves the programmability from
I
time
was
domain to space
like 3
domain.
times that I tried to
Instead
chime
of
into the
executing
conversation,
one
and then I found
instruction
out
at a
today that
time,
my microphone was broke.
RPP
I was
distributes
wondering why
instruction into
why
different
no
process
one was
elements.
acknowledging
The
each
data
time that I
flows through
spoke.
sequence of process elements, hence program is executed
I was like, man,
specially.
this is a tough
The
crowd, you know.
RPP is
Like I was
suitable for
trying
programs
to have a
with massive
conversation,
data parallel.
and it turns out my mic wasn't
The
working the
data
whole time.
parallelism is very convenient and advanced tool when we want to implement either artificial intelligence algorithm
What is this
or
announcement?
cryptocurrency algorithms, because we want to execute many calculations as
That was
fast as
interesting.
possible. So the Azure Engine architecture
I'm trying to
includes the
remember
sequential which
what I was hearing
prepares
last
the
night,
task
but
for the
are you
execution,
working on
the
building a
memory
new
unit
facility?
which
Is that
parallelly
correct?
loads the data to the process elements, and it has up to 32 process elements, which of them has inside 32
Yeah.
ALUs
What
and
part of
different
the
types
world are
of
you
maps.
looking at building
We
in?
can support floating point 32 bits, integer
Okay.
32 bits, half floating point 60 bit or integer 8-bit instructions, and it provides a lot of flexibility to execute different algorithms. Depends on the requirement. We also support native CUDA C++ language, which was initially developed by
power infrastructure is the big cost.
This kind of
Yeah.
parallel architecture
Make sure you have all
allows
the
to achieve 10x power efficiency higher than existing solutions on the market. And this is a key for the game because for many cryptocurrency algorithms, it improves not only to execute as fast as possible and calculate the algorithm, but also to consume less power as much as possible. So here you can see an example where we compare the Azure Engine solution. We call it RPP R8, which is manufactured at 14 nanometers with existing.
Don't rely on the utility company to do any grades. I got screwed on a location that they said they were going to come in and do upgrades and said it'll maximum be 12 weeks, and then it just actually took months and never actually happened.
Ethereum or other, and many users are using it for the.
Yep.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, you gotta have all that transformers, everything. Make sure, yeah.
I'm Scott.
You got it.
What's your
I
name?
have that 3-phase.
JG, what's going on?
What is it? JG? Okay, cool. Just trying to meet, network. Are you, do you have
let's walk someplace where we're not getting talked over.
Is it like Texas area or like more central US? I'm up in Pennsylvania.
Also consume significantly less number of power, only 10 watts if you compare to 300.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do like immersion or something.
100 from NVIDIA or 70 watt from NVIDIA T4. So if we divide the operation by watt, we will get ratio of 0.5 for the Azure engine. For other NVIDIA GPUs, we'll get 0.
Your return on investment can be pretty impressive, though.
10 times less power.
Yeah, I think it's just you have to be a pretty big scale to get that.
And that's why I think that if any crypto algorithm can be executed on the NVIDIA GPUs, it also can be adjusted for the
you can talk to these Skate Ventures guys.
But, it will consume less number of power in magnitude of 10.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Summary. We think that flexibility is the name of the game. You cannot, in the current market, lock yourself only on the Serum coin, and you depend on the market activity to move from one coin to another. But on the other side, you should be power efficient. And this is where Azure Engine reconfigurable parallel processing solution can provide you and maximize computing power and also reduce power consumption.
Well, good luck with all that. It's a big challenge. You're going like full time with it?
What's up, Luciano?
We as Avnet ASIC will support
Can you hear me, Luciano?
unique applications, and together with Azure Engine, we'll be able to
what did you do?
manage for you all
I can see your name, but I don't know who you work for.
Can you hear me first of all?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can go. We can come over here. Maybe it's more private over here.
Oh wow. Oh, for crying out loud.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Are you gonna do?
Load the block.
Are you gonna like crowdfund it, kind of, or what I did for mine is kind of reached out to my network and family and friends, and have them each own the machines, and then I kind of just charge a hosting fee.
Today I'm going to be talking to you about the basics of mining pools.
I make
explain a little bit more about risk and explain why you
I know that world.
Which mining pool to use.
It takes a while.
Lastly, I'll be telling you a little bit more about what NovaBlock has planned for 2020. Mining pools are critical pieces of infrastructure in the Bitcoin network. This is back in 2010. Miners realized
my parents were intrigued. My dad and I, like over the years, have lost money on like buying penny stocks and stupid crap like that because we're always trying to figure it out, you know. And we, he was intrigued by the Bitcoin stuff, but they didn't really like care a lot. And then my Miners Warehouse business has been growing and growing and growing, and I've talked about dollar amounts more and more and different things, and then suddenly now they're like, hey, so like why don't you tell me a little bit more about this? Like what's going on? And
who takes on the risk for?
We actually bought some S17.
Highlights the different payout methods and their risk to miners. You can pause the video here if you want to take a look.
Yeah.
So you might.
My mom's a Bitcoin whale compared to
mining.
That's awesome.
So you might be wondering.
Yeah, she's been stocking up for a long time.
Good for her.
Risk. As mining becomes more mainstream each day, people begin to treat it more and more as a business. This means that cash flow is key to the operation, and people value consistency.
Oh my gosh!
In payout methods from Score and PPLNS methods to FPPS and PPS Plus methods. The new methods of payout now disregard pool, which pay only when a mining pool finds a block. And
does that kid own an island or what?
And this means
does that kid own an island or what?
Paid consistently daily.
This
means that mining pools need significant Bitcoin reserves to ensure payment, or they would risk
bankruptcy.
This
so
is
he wasn't mining on
statistics, which we you can see the formulas for here. Now, if there is bad luck for a pool, this means that the larger pools could end up paying 50 to 100 Bitcoin daily and hope to earn it back another day. So you can see why it's such a tough market to enter and
oh my gosh, I'm sure
own a mining pool, and not as easy as being vertically integrated and just setting one up. Moving on to what NovaBlock has, more about NovaBlock. NovaBlock is a North American-based Bitcoin mining pool devoted to maximizing our customers' profit and ultimately achieving decentralization of hash rate for the Bitcoin community.
Yeah.
We plan to do this while working to improve transparency and provide valuable customer service, which we see as lacking in the mining pool industry.
Yeah.
With NovaBlock, we are not only
fun business.
We not only guarantee your high profit, we also look for consistent. With NovaBlock mining pool, we not only guarantee your profit, but we also continuously look for new ways to increase your profit. We provide bonuses for when you're mining Bitcoin with merge mining, automatically converting it to Bitcoin for you. Additionally, we also provide monthly reports which show your average miners' online rates, and this will help you verify your hosting bills if you're hosting with a mining farm. In addition to the mining pool business, we also provide all-in-one mining solutions for all our clients. This includes mining machine procurement, hosting services in NovaBlock data centers or NovaBlock partner data centers.
Good skills to have.
Services and Bitcoin.
Yeah, I learned how to be a amateur electrician just because of all this stuff, and
in 2020
wired my own 1,000 amp panel 208.
To evolve our website products.
Yeah.
We'll be
wow, that's a process.
New website in the next week, and we'll have a special promotion of 0 fees for the next week to celebrate our new website. You can contact me for any time.
Yeah. I haven't gotten electrocuted yet, so.
In 2020, NovaBlock has continued to evolve our products and services. We will launch our new website in the next week, and we'll have a special promotion of 0 fees for the next week to celebrate our new website. You can contact me
I wasn't made
anytime
for crypto.
to discuss NovaBlock business if you have any questions about mining pools or if you just want to chat. My social details are as follows right here.
That's funny.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the conference. Bye.
Yeah.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Oh yeah, getting away from your residential electric rate's gonna be, that's a game changer.
Blockstack.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining me here today. Today we're going to be taking a look into the new consensus mechanism for Blockstack's Stacks 2.0 network upgrade called Proof of Transfer. My name is Zan Ditkoff, and I've been the production and growth partner at Blockstack for the past 3 years. This is just a disclaimer. Our public filing is no longer live, but this is still not a sale of anything and does include forward-looking statements.
Then you get your own facility, because what I did is I found a company that just had extra warehouse space, because you were with the machines, like,
well, Blockstack
such dense power, you don't need much space for the machines. He just had extra, he's charging me basically nothing for rent, so that saves me on that cost, and have to pay for the power. Have it like sub-metered from his.
This has included seeing the independent.
He already had all the nice airflow. He has
built on top of it. Swelled.
What we did is essentially bent everything upwards. Everything goes straight out the roof.
The purpose of this initial network, the Stacks 1.0,
that's our
was to prove
our scheme,
out
and it's been working well. It doesn't get too hot in Pennsylvania, so
technology can handle apps at scale. Since the release of the original network, however, we've been working on releasing a further full vision, which is really going to be the Stacks 2.0 blockchain and network. Briefly, our thesis and really what we're releasing with the Stacks 2.0 upgrade is Web3 anchored
Yeah.
to Bitcoin? When I say that, what I mean is that while both the ownership of digital assets and execution of smart contracts are recorded on the Stacks chain, the security is ultimately extended from the Bitcoin network. And we'll see shortly exactly how that's accomplished.
How are you
Oh,
today?
I'll tell you what I'm doing.
Oh wow, you got down to the
The
science.
upgrade is going to build on top of what the Stacks 1.0 network already offers,
Yeah.
adding key
So
pieces
you can probably do
to
a
the
pretty good
success
job
we have seen
overclocking
already.
machines if you have that
This
much
is
airflow.
some of what the traction that we were able to get with the 1.0 network that we are then looking to build upon with the 2.0. From a technical perspective, 2.0 builds
Yeah.
on
What software are you using?
1.0
Yeah.
by adding
Oh, okay.
specifically the
That's
new
what I
consensus
switched over to.
algorithm,
But people
as
claim that
well
ASIC
as
Seer is another good one.
feature sets for our network, such as Clarity smart contracts and support for light clients. Now that we've covered Blockstack and the basics of the 1.0 to the upgraded 2.0 network, let's go into that new consensus mechanism, proof of transfer. Proof of transfer is a novel category of consensus mechanisms.
Yep.
Here
You
we
can
see some of the most
when you do
commonly
that, you can
used
set it to
consensus
whatever power
categories,
you're looking for. But we
which I
were
think
Ben and I were just
most
talking
of
about
you are
that.
pretty
We
familiar with.
actually I
Proof
had
of
a
transfer
facility with a bunch of
is
them set that
essentially
way,
a
and we
consensus
were running
mechanism
them at
that
about
transfers
800 to
base
700 watts a
cryptocurrency
piece,
to mint
and then
units
you
of
could
a
get
new
around between
cryptocurrency.
9 to 10 terahashes
In the
per
case
miner.
of
So we
Blockstack's
got down to an
implementation of proof of
average
transfer,
of
the
I think
Stacks 2.0
71 or
implementation,
70 watts per
we're anchoring the
terahash,
network to
which
Bitcoin as the
was not
underlying
bad,
asset.
you know, considering they're 85.
Below is kind of the
You know,
simple
when you're
mental model I
overclocking them.
use to think about how POX
So
works at a
we
high level.
definitely increased our
There
efficiency
are
a decent
different
amount.
types of participation
And then
in
you can
the Stacks
Then we
2.0.
liquidated
one
those
power
bad
supply,
boys.
right?
Yeah, that's
Miners,
on one power
Stacks
supply.
miners, and stackers.
That
Stacks
we ran
miners
into if you run
send
into an issue
Bitcoin to compete
with it shutting
to earn
off,
Stacks tokens.
then just swap out the power supply because some
Stackers
of them, you know,
add value to the
they're all
network and
obviously
lock up their
older power
tokens
supplies. So if you're trying
to
to run it
earn the
at
BTC that's being
800 per
paid by
miner,
miners to
you're
compete to
pushing
mine.
the max
There's
of
a
that
lot
power
of
supply. So a
detail
lot of times we
in
would have them,
both
you know,
those
we'd have some that
statements,
would shut
but
down, and we'd
they
either
help
take the
keep
watts
the
down by like
direction
50 at a
and type
time,
of asset
or
flow within the
just
system clear
get put
as
it get
things
a different
become
power
a bit more
supply because that one
complex.
might just while it works, it might just not like
Speaking
actually, you know,
about more
being at
complex,
1500
this
watts
is a
anymore.
diagram that unpacks proof of transfer a bit more. There are still some details here that are left out, but those are better dealt with shortly. Here you can see the flow of assets that's kind of described on the last slide. Let's now go through stacks mining and
Yeah, I can
stacking
see that.
each in some detail. So stacks mining. One advantage of stacks mining is that it's very similar to proof of work mining in that you are paying something of known
Fans going
value.
100%.
In the case of Bitcoin, that's electricity. In the
Gotta
case
love
of
that.
us, it's Bitcoin for the
How's it going,
chance to
Scott?
mint something
Wonderful.
of new digital value.
Yeah, I mean, talking about fans,
And as a result,
I
since
have an
all
Indosilicon
the asset of
A10
known
Pro in
value
my
that you are
basement.
paying
No matter what
on the
setting I
Stacks
put that on,
2.0 network
the fans are always at
is simply
100%, and
Bitcoin.
it's kind of
It does
annoying.
not require
Yeah,
any
what's
special
your wife think?
hardware or
Well,
big
she puts up
CPU
with it because
capacity.
I tell her we're making more
Anyone can
money
mine
than
stacks.
it
All they
costs to
need
pay the
is
electrical
some
bill.
amount
So
of
she's
Bitcoin.
okay with it.
Anyone who wants to compete to mine can do so by sending any
Yeah.
amount of
I
Bitcoin
promise.
to the proof of transfer
If I
mechanism
don't cash out today,
along with the block they are proposing.
Yeah.
The protocol
please don't make me
takes
cash out
each of
today.
these Bitcoin
That's funny.
payments by miners as
I
input
saw there was a little
and
price
combines
bump
them
yesterday. I
with
don't
a
know if that's stuck or
verifiable
not. I haven't
random
looked today.
function in order
yeah,
to run
we're at
the leader
93.45,
election.
I guess today.
The more Bitcoin
Right
you
now.
commit,
Terrible.
the higher your chances of
Gotta
winning the
break
block.
that 10K.
There's always some
You said that
Yeah.
pretty quick. Do you have a ticker sitting next to you, Scott?
Yep,
Let's
always
now look
at the top of my
details
my
of the
Mac.
other
It's
side of the
right there
mechanism,
always.
Oh, really?
stacking, which is
I
a
got to
bit
take
more
advantage of
complex.
these, of these bumps and do a little bit of
Stacking
trading here and there.
runs
Yeah,
on
I'm still
roughly
figuring out my the best way to handle taxes and everything.
Here, but that should be 7-day.
I'm assuming that
runs
I
in
don't
a
know what
prepare
everybody's
phase
MO is, but
and
I'm not
a
a
reward phase.
I'm not an okay
During the
with
prepare
hiding it
phase,
at this point
anyone
person.
Yeah, you're not a
stacker
libertarian or
completes
not
I
the
can't.
too much of
requirements
a
I mean,
libertarian.
stack.
I just can't. Like
These
I don't
are
think I'm at the
to,
dollar amounts that like they
lock
might pay
up
attention to,
stacks
and it makes me
holdings and
worry. Maybe they
broadcast
don't care about me. I don't
assigned
know.
message
Well,
to the network
try to do your
with
business in
support
US
for
dollars.
Stacks
That's
chain tip
I
and a
had the
Bitcoin
same
address.
issue, and so what I did is for my
The
mining
last
thing is
requirement
I
is to
sell
hold
them the
at
machines
least
US dollars, and then
0.02%
they
of
pay
the
me a monthly
circulating
fee in US
supply of
dollars. So the
stacks.
business is
This isn't
easy
actually a
to do
requirement,
accounting wise.
as the protocol
And
supports
they're
pooling
forced to
and
do the
delegation
Bitcoin,
natively,
their
meaning I can
taxes. All
combine
Bitcoin
my
goes
token
direct to
holdings with
the
anyone
investors and
else's in order to meet
we're
that minimum
co-hosting.
without
Okay,
changing
and
the
then they're
custody
paying
of
you
my
back.
tokens at all.
Yeah,
Like they're
they
paying
have
you
to
The
for it
reason for
in
this
cash.
threshold for stacking
Yeah,
is
and
to
that way
limit the
the
maximum number
the
of
Bellhawk
addresses
LLC
the
only touches
protocol would
US
need
dollars.
to pay
So
out
it's
in
gonna
one
work
reward
for
phase. So
So
once
I've run
all
into
the
the issue a
eligible
lot when I
stackers
sell hardware.
have completed the requirements
Somebody
for
will
the
buy
prepare phase,
somebody will buy
the
something for
protocol
1
includes
Bitcoin,
all their
and
Bitcoin
then
addresses in a
when I'm
reward set
brokering a deal,
that then pays
I will
out
hold that
5
Bitcoin
addresses
for
at a
sometimes
time
up to like 2
each
weeks
block
for the
over
whole
the next
transaction
7
to transpire.
days until
And
every
then when
single
I
eligible
pay
stacker
the
has been
seller
paid.
the
They are
0.9
paid with the
Bitcoin and I keep the
Bitcoin that
0.1 or
miners
whatever,
are
well that
spending
may have
to
completely
compete to
changed in
mine each
value,
block.
you
The
know,
protocol
during that period of
forwards
time. So
that
it creates
Bitcoin
all this
on
different
to eligible
different
stackers.
taxable situations. It's such a pain. So I've tried
And
now to just
so
stick with
that,
stable coins or
let's
dollars
take a
whenever
quick
I
look
do all those
at
deals. And
Yeah.
then
some of
Scott
the
just disconnected.
opportunities that I think
And
this
then
novel consensus
Scott next.
mechanism create.
My connections
Specifically, I think
coming in and out.
both sides
but
create an
I've
interesting
found that
economic
like
flywheel
I would like to
for
do trading,
participants
and I mean I
that
hold like all
are
of us. I hold a
taking
decent amount of
part in
crypto, and I
consensus.
could be
And
trading
this
it and trying to make
flywheel
some money off of it.
represents
But
potentially an
the
untapped design
extra
space
complication
for
of
new
the
products
way
and
to do the
services
taxes with that
focused on Web
has just not
3.0
been.
on top
Yeah.
of Bitcoin.
I just put all the money in
Blockstack
BlockFi. They
PBC
pay
is
you
to
a nice
really
interest
just
rate.
focus on the core underlying protocol and is soon rebranding and shifting focus to only
How you
look
doing,
at
man?
and develop developer
Good, man.
tools
How are
with
you?
the technology.
Good. You're
Um,
walking in circles, man. What are you drinking?
and not really as much the
Hey, it's a conference. You gotta drink, dude.
software
Gotta drink.
tools
Dude,
and
let's say,
services
where's
that
the alcohol,
make
man?
things like
Wait, check
consensus
this thing out.
participation
Wait, check it out. Check it out. Watch.
easier.
It is
And
great.
this is kind of combined with the existence of 5,000 stacks token holdings
Now you talk.
from our
That's
regular
too
This
offering.
company
We'll
actually
need
knows some of the
services
owners,
such as pooling and
the
delegation
founders
in
pretty
order
well.
to
What's up, good man?
participate.
Of which company? BlockFi?
BlockFi, yeah,
Some
they're a
categories
very
of what
reputable
I think
place.
we
They're
could see
they're
growth
based
in the near
in
future
Jersey City.
are here on the right, and I think also set a
I
fundamental
don't know that
basis
I'm super familiar with them. I just pulled their
for
website
what
up. I'll
can
have to
be
look.
built
Yeah, they're
even
a
further
great
down the
service, and
road.
essentially what they're doing
In
is
addition, I
Private.
think
they're
stacks mining
loaning
and
out the
stacking
Bitcoin, but it's all
themselves are
secured
services
loans.
that I'd like, and I think we
Who
will
know you,
see
Trevor?
You had
integrated into
like
existing
can't hear you.
applications
you
and
can take
platforms.
Do I know you?
US
And
dollar.
kind of what I
I know
imagine
you.
by that
Alejandro.
will, in terms of
Man,
stacking
okay.
and stacks mining, probably becoming features within other apps or wallets
Got
down
you.
the
No
line.
shit.
Yeah,
On the
he's
right,
always
this
somewhere
is
more quiet.
something
Damn, it doesn't
of
work,
what I'm
man.
imagining
Oh, here we
there.
go.
Yo, fuck, man, these guys are loud, dude.
yeah. I
And
met
so,
Hop one time
where
at a
are we
conference.
right now with
He's a
mainnet,
crazy
the launch of
guy.
this new consensus mechanism, and how
Got
can
like
you get
these
involved?
piercing eyes.
So the entire community has put a ton of work into the Stacks 2.0
Very
upgrade,
intense person for
and
sure.
right now the testnet is live.
Have to be. You can just
We
see that he
are
grinds.
getting to
He's
the end of the
constantly
second phase.
networking, making
So far, participants
podcasts, just
have stood up nodes,
24/7.
created novel,
Who's
very
this? I'm
smart
sorry, I was
contracts.
typing
We got
about Block
access
5
to
in my
a
notes
really
here, so I
cool
had it.
hackathon that a lot of
Oh, okay. Yeah.
pretty amazing contracts came out of, as well as mining
Who's
testnet
asking for
stacks.
alcohol?
In the coming weeks, we'll
I've
be
heard a lot
adding
of people asking for
stacking
alcohol.
functionality and the full proof of transfer
It's not
to
the same.
the
Like
testnet,
this is definitely
along
not
with
it's not
some
Miami.
bounties
It's sad.
on building tools and resources and finding bugs. To join the testnet, just go to testnet.
I was down there. in January, and I'm super glad I went now to that the North American Bitcoin conference, because
lastly, just want to say thank you
this was the one that we planned on going, and then my wife and I decided last minute we'd go to that other one as well, and thankfully we did, because we got to enjoy.
Join our Discord.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to Bitcoin 2020 in San Francisco. I had all stuff booked and
everything. If you want to follow or reach out to me,
and that was the last minute.
Mostly active on Twitter. If there's anything I mentioned
Sadly,
today
I have a feeling that we're not going to see many of these conferences for
love kind of just
at least a year, probably.
Having conversations, going down rabbit holes with this stuff. So please do hit me up.
The new reality.
Yeah, for now it is.
And look forward to hopefully meeting some of you virtually. Bye.
But at least I can work my pajamas to the conference.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
Crypto Nando. What's up, Crypto Nando?
That's
What's up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
How's it going, man? See you walking around, but I haven't chatted yet. How are you?
Good, and yourself? What brings you to this event?
Pete told me to come.
Thank you, Pete. So,
I can't take any credit for that.
No, I'm just a small-scale Bitcoin miner. I actually saw Wit of Hashrate posted something about it, and I snagged the ticket. Saw it on Twitter or something.
Yeah, we did it in person last year. Hey, Scott. But moving on to Rebella this year, how do you like the platform so far?
Other than the drops, it was very good. We had a couple drops earlier on, but it seems like it's been resolved.
Oh, have you seen this yet? Couldn't resist. So, where are you guys mining out of?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Okay. How are those electricity rates going over there?
Pennsylvania's great. Pennsylvania keeps going lower.
Under 3 cents, or?
Yeah, that's the place I'm looking at. It's like 3.5 cents.
Is there a limit?
The one place that I'm talking to, and I was talking to Pete about this. There's 2 80 megawatt plants, but obviously can't take all of it right away. But they're starting to open it up.
Welcome to Mining Disrupt, where the blockchain is king.
So it's kind of me just working on.
Few things change the way we see everything.
The ownership to
Bitcoin and mining the
allow us to
blockchains
use
is
their land,
unstoppable,
you can get a much better
paving the
power rate
road
by
for the
going
future
directly
of
to the power
money for the
plant
human
versus
race
going through the
beyond
utility
countries,
company, so you have
governments, and
distribution
beyond our
costs.
humble planet as humanity
So we want to
seeks
tie
to become
in directly to the
interplanetary.
plant. So it's just
The digital future
have
of the blockchain and
president signed on, but the
cryptocurrency has never
CFO
been
is
more
still
clear.
skeptical.
Again, we would like to thank and welcome you here to Mining Disrupt Live, where the blockchain is king, and we grow as an industry, disruptors, innovators, and pioneers to ensure our digital future begins with our unification, and gathering online and in person each year, fostering connections, networks, trust, and transparency, and building together as a community and industry. Be hungry, be strong, be a mining disruptor.
Yeah, we have a booth over somewhere, not really sure where it is, for BES, and we're offering, I think, our lowest rate was 3 cents. But we have a team member that's managing that. If you have any questions on it, it's not bad. It's actually a pretty good rate. Last year for Mining Disrupt, we did have a lot of stronger Chinese presence. Everyone was offering, I think it was under a penny.
For all humanity.
Wow.
But
our yearly
I'm not sure if I'm willing
conference
to
will take place each year
mine
on
or host
April 1st.
in
Mining Disrupt Live will be an ongoing online exclusive conference event yearly every 6 months before and after our yearly in-person conference. Sponsors and brands participate in a rich 3D Expo experience along with paid attendees. The curated live stream style video and an online Mining Disrupt exclusive experience that adds and builds up to our yearly in-person Expo and conference.
You're on the substation?
We would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Advania Data Centers, Alpha Miner, AVNet,
Wow. Great.
BitPro, BitRiver, Blockstack, BlockTech, BuyMiners.ca,
Yeah. A lot of upfront costs.
Crypto
Hello,
mining
Alejandro.
tools,
Hey, what's up, dude?
Epic
What
Blockchain
up?
Technologies,
What it is, my people.
Genesis Mining,
Yeah, how's it going? What's your guys' hash rate now?
Maddox Transformers,
Around 19% or some shit
My
of the
Best,
network.
19% of Bitcoin network?
Nova
Correct.
Block,
Wow.
Thanks.
You got like exahashes or what is that?
That's all. That's 20. That's around. Let me just take a look.
plus an exclusive mining manufacturer panel with Canaan,
It's
Innocent,
around 20
What's
exahashes.
Miner, and Obelisk.
Wow. Very
Me a
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, and Bitcoin. Yeah.
Send me as many as you want. I'll send you my wallet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you should have a raffle for like 1 minute of mining to somebody's wallet.
That's a good idea.
Take that.
That's what Alejandro does every hour.
Nah, man. I'm part of a pool. Poolin.
He is the
Yeah, he is pooling.
Oh yeah, I saw you on the screen earlier.
Yeah, that was me.
I couldn't tell with the sandals and shorts.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to pick something that was close to me, but I gave up halfway.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Don't worry, I had an earring for the first hour.
Did you really?
Why an earring? Hope earrings
Like-
are sneaky
like-
buggers.
I don't know how I got the earring on, but it was there. Apparently, I pressed like random because you can like random dress.
Oh yeah, yep.
Oh boy, I came out as a woman with blonde hair, but I forgot to take the earrings off.
Yeah. Even in the virtual conferences, there's no women in here.
Yeah.
No, wait, that's wrong. There's been 5.
I guess it would be
It's-
harder for women to come here, I think.
Yeah, it's sad and true.
You know, so last year at Mining Disrupt, we actually had women try and sneak in.
Oh, okay. I know why.
Well, there was free food.
And a bunch of Bitcoiners.
Yeah. Bunch of
There
hot.
was free food. So when we asked them about it, like, what are you sneaking in for? Oh, there's food. Oh, God. Only in Miami.
Are they homeless people coming in, or was it just
No,
people
they were
coming in and
Miami,
crash the
dude.
party?
This was Miami.
Who knows?
The homeless population in Miami really took me off guard back in January when we were down there. We went down to one of the party that was at the wharf, and then walked back to our hotel. And we walked through underneath the bridge and there was some sketch places down there.
You should never walk around in downtown Miami.
Yeah, didn't know that. Learned pretty quickly. So we have. Go ahead.
Crypto mining tools.
Hello, everybody. This is Ethan Zerka.
Yeah, we walked through a pretty similar area of Miami. I mean, I'm familiar. We have, there's a homeless population in every city. We have them in Columbus. I deal with them at my day job quite a bit. But it was really surprising just how much there was down there. It caught me off guard.
Yeah, Miami's a shithole.
I get asked a million times every day, what miner should I buy? And if you add this number and cross the T and look at this calculator and profitability, yes, this is a very difficult question to answer.
At least they got
What I
something
found
right.
It's not the first question you should be asking, but it's actually the last question you should be asking. The first questions you should be asking are questions to know and understand your situation. Let's start with budget. Budget is a very important factor into what miner you should buy. If you only have a budget of a couple of $100, well, then you're very limited to what miners that you can buy. Maybe some used SI, some Litecoin miners, but you're definitely not going to buy.
Oh man! So what's next? You guys gonna keep mining, getting bigger, buy more machines, more ASICs? I'm assuming everyone's mining on ASICs.
Understand your situation. Miners need a lot of power. I often ask people, how much are your electricity costs? And they come back to me with outrageous answers like, it's free.
Cool. Which pool do you mine on?
I live in an apartment. It's really important to understand that residential power is not going to power a lot of miners. And even if you can make it work for the newer generation miners, I'm pretty sure your landlord is going to be very upset with you.
Okay, all right.
His power bill comes to him. So it's very important to understand your situation and be realistic about it.
Okay.
Consider your options and set reasonable goals. Again, if you have free power,
I got some L3 pluses if anybody wants.
Business, that's great.
Hey.
But it's not going to be
Those were
reasonable
obsolete.
to mine with.
How many
keep in
L3s?
mind that it may be free.
Yeah,
for
like
1 month.
I had a bunch, but I think I got maybe like 3 or 4
Sure they're
left.
going to expect
I've been trying to sell them on eBay, but
I'm
And
looking
last but
for
not least,
a couple hundred.
Always have a plan B. Be
3
dynamic,
well, Scott will probably
flexible,
help you with
be
that.
prepared for the
Oh, I
market
know
to
that,
go
but
up
I've
or
already
down,
bought most of
and
those.
understand what you can do in both of
How
those
much are you getting them
situations.
at?
Don't ever put yourself
They're
into a
going
locked
in the like
situation
20
where
to
you don't
30
have
to
options.
40
You
range,
only have
depending.
obligations. So that being said, there are
And I
two
sold
main
one
things
recently
to
for 90
consider
bucks.
after you know
Yeah, if
how
you're
much
selling
to
them
spend versus your
individually,
budget.
that's a whole nother ball game. When
Power
in bulk right
versus
now,
hosting.
30 to 40 is
Obviously,
pretty standard.
these miners can't just sit in your living room mining all day. I mean, they can, and some people do that, but it's a very hot living room, and it's a very uncomfortable and noisy place to live in. So if you're one of those lucky people that have your own power or access to energy sources, here are some things to consider. One is, what is my all-in power cost?
Nice.
And how much power can I use today and tomorrow? I come across a lot of people who have their own power, but they only have 1 or 2 megawatts available right now, today, but have the potential to do 5, 10, 20, even 50 megawatts tomorrow. And if you have that capability, another thing to consider is, what is the cost to
sitting
build
on
out the
ASICs is a
infrastructure?
dangerous
What is the capex?
is a
Do you have
dangerous
transformers in place, ready
business
to go?
model.
Do you have the panels? Is everything ready to be hooked up? You just
Well, I
need
had
approval? Or do you have to start from the ground and work your way up?
Man, you know, I haven't even tried selling on there. I think I might.
For the rest of us that don't have the luxury of
Get rid
our
of these
own
last
power
few that I
costs,
got.
something to really consider is
Actually,
hosting.
I was mining.
And what type of hosting
I used
do
to
you
mine. I
have?
started with
Do I
GPUs. I
want
went to
managed
ASICs,
hosting,
and then I was like,
where the
I
hosting
found
facility
someone
takes care
who
of everything
lives on
for you,
campus and they get
reboots,
free electricity, but they're not willing to
repairs?
convert any of their power. So I'm like, all right,
Or do
I'll
I
throw the
want
GPU
unmanaged
machine in
hosting,
there.
where I assume all those
Started mining, fine,
responsibilities
no
and
problem,
take
free
care of
electricity,
everything
which is the
remotely.
best electricity.
Another thing to consider
And
is,
Windows
what is the
decides to provide
capacity
an
of the hosting
update.
facility? It really
And
sucks
now
when
I
you buy
can't
20 or
use the
30
computer, so I
miners
call
and then
Windows and
place
they're like, well, you
another
need an
order of
update for
20
the
or 30
update.
miners only to find out
Did
they don't have
that,
room
and then they went ahead and told me that
And last thing to consider
my
is,
version of
what is
Windows
my
from 4 years ago
all-in
is too old and I
hosting
can no longer
cost?
use the computer. So now I got to get a new
So,
SSD
in
card. I got to
summary,
go through the whole process
what
of.
miner should I buy is not
Just
an
sucks.
easy
I think I'm
question
gonna
to
move over
answer.
to Linux and
Every situation
try
is
something
unique,
else.
and there's not one answer that always works. Knowing your circumstances will empower you to make an
Yeah,
informed
that's definitely
choice
the way to go.
that's a right fit for you. Be safe and always do business with trusted vendors. Thanks for watching.
I'm running now. I figured I'd upgrade the GPUs, so I'm running the 5700s now, and they're great for what they are. You're getting like 50 to 57 per card, hash per card, which is good. Way better than the RX 580s, 480s, but yeah, we'll see. I gotta mess around with it. It's just so much more time consuming than an ASIC. An ASIC is like set it and forget it. Wait till it starts getting ugly in the back and has all that weird round stuff.
And business development for crypto mining tools. Over this past year, you may have had the opportunity to work with Scott or myself, and helping you broker a deal. If you haven't, hopefully this presentation will help you
Is that according to the software or at the wall?
And why we feel it's important. I'd like to thank Mining Disrupt Live for allowing me to do this presentation, and I hope you enjoy it. So let's talk about Mining Broker. What is a mining broker?
Good.
Well, the short way to explain it is a mining broker helps buyers buy and sellers sell, whether it's hardware, software.
Stable is what matters.
It doesn't really
in my opinion. Like you can get if I have to take 28 instead of 30, but I don't ever have to restart it and fight with it, then it's worth it.
You're a buyer
Yeah.
trying to buy any of these
Set it and
aspects
forget
of
it,
the
right?
industry, we can help you find the right seller that's a good fit for you. So the next question you might ask is, well, why use a mining broker? And especially if you've been in this industry for quite some time, you may have your own connections or your own resources, but there are actually several reasons why it makes sense to use a mining broker. A mining broker can help buyers or sellers acquire or liquidate large volumes of used miners. And currently in the market, there are many, many S9s that are being put up for sale. And it just doesn't make sense
I found
to
it was better to
scrap
just
them
let the
for
CPUs
scrap
sit
metal
and
when
not try
there
to
are
dual
countries
mine
out there
CPU
that
and
have free
GPU.
or very
It's just
cheap
better on the
power.
rigs, on my
How
rigs.
do you find large volume buyers in these countries? How do you find buyers that can buy thousands, tens of thousands of miners? And that's where a broker would be very helpful, because a broker has connections in these power situations and can help you liquidate your large volume of used miners. Another thing a broker can do is to lower new miner purchase prices by leveraging bulk orders and shipping.
Yeah, they're constantly coming out with new things for the whole GPU mining. I'm kind of interested in seeing if
as much as they're looking out for themselves,
they come up with something new. I know they last year, the year before, they came out with a box that goes right next to like your TV, and it's actually a pretty large box, but it only has like one RX
and
580 in there.
Our years of shipping logistics connections in
Yeah.
oftentimes a broker can help you get your purchase out of Asia for a much lower cost than what the manufacturer is offering. And also by combining orders together, containers can be filled and also utilize that power of purchase as well. Another thing that can be done is by buying in larger and larger bulks, it can give a greater discount that can be shared across all of the buying pool. Another thing that brokers can do is utilize the broker network to find ideal hosting, raw power, and even financing for miners. Recently, venture capitalists have tapped Scott and myself on the shoulder to help the purchasing power of mining farms, to help mining farms get 2-to-1 or even 3-to-1 for their purchasing dollars. So instead of going capital broke to buy the newest and the latest and most efficient miners to continue your mining profitability, you can leverage your dollars 2-to-1 or even 3-to-1 and get more miners while keeping more capital for yourself. And last but not least, a broker can add an extra layer of safety and accountability to every purchase. As I mentioned before, manufacturers are really just interested in themselves. And if they lose the purchasing power of just one farm because they've not treated them well or been a bad actor, it's really not anything for them of consequence. But if they lose the purchase of 10, or 20, or even 50 farms, well then it really encourages them to be a better actor in our industry. And by pooling our buys together and guiding purchases towards good actors in our industry, we can make the bad actors more accountable.
Yeah.
In summary,
I would never buy
no
one
matter
of
what
those
your needs
things.
are in the mining industry, brokers are a powerful resource. As our industry evolves into an industrial scale, brokers will play an important role in fostering growth and change. From enhancing purchasing power and reducing logistic costs to networking and finding opportunities, a broker will save you time, hassle, and money, empowering you to do what you do best, mining. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. I think you get more enjoyment out of buying an Xbox.
Disrupt Live.
Disrupt Live.
Oh man, I wonder if eventually we'll be able to mine on our Xbox. I mean, think about it. Why not? When we're not gaming, just turn it on.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, it should be.
I'm Adam Targos, Vice President of Global Sales at Minebest, and today I would like to share with you a few thoughts in terms of the future of cryptocurrency mining after the halvings, and especially after the last halving that happened this May, the Bitcoin halving. Last year we had an opportunity to meet with all of you in person. However, this year, due to, let's call it, the global issues, we will do the virtual summit, the online summit. Nevertheless, I do believe that we will have an opportunity to meet in person next year during the next edition. So let's start. Minebest is a technologically advanced infrastructure company specializing in cryptographic computing activities, which basically means that we develop a large-scale facilities tailored for providing the hosting service to our clients. Right now, we are also trying to diversify our portfolio and look more into both crypto and blockchain-oriented solutions.
So, Brian, what's your YouTube channel?
New business opportunities, which I'm going to share with you just in a few minutes. Minebest developed 4 cryptocurrency mining farms right now, with the total capacity installed at the level of 140 megawatts. 3 of them are located in Kazakhstan.
I will sign up. Crypto Hot Rod.
We, as
what's the second one? TCA?
A way bigger number of miners using the third-party hosting providers. Right now, you can see on the slide that we have 4 facilities. 2 of them are 20 megawatt, 1 50 megawatt. I'm going to show the video.
Michael.
Of it to you later.
What's going on, man?
50 megawatt facility.
What's up, B?
Let's go over here.
Minebest was founded in late December 2017. We started our operations with mining Ethereum, but then we switched to mining Bitcoin and providing the hosting service to our client. And as you can see,
do you get any like income stream from those YouTube stuff, or is it like
just experienced a very rapid growth of the Bitcoin hash rate of the whole network soon after we started our operations. Right now, we are at the moment when Minebest is about to take another strategic movement and implement the new vision and the new strategy for the upcoming months and years. The global Bitcoin hash rate is estimated at around 123 exahash per second, and of course, the Bitcoin halving impacted the whole industry in a bigger or smaller manner. I will explain you how it really works. So the Bitcoin halving, the halving event in general, as you know, is an event which happens in terms of Bitcoin, for example, after mining 210,000 blocks. After that, the block reward is divided into 2. Everything started with a block reward at the level of 50 Bitcoin, then we had a switch to 25, to 12.5, and right now we have 6.25 BTC per mined block. You can see 2 graphs right here on the slide.
I've been
maybe with this smaller one.
I've been thinking about doing like a podcast or something.
Bottom right corner, which represents the linear scale of the miner's revenue. As you can see, we had the mining reward being halved right here, which obviously decreased the global miner's revenue and impacted the mining industry and resulted in decreased hash rate as well. However, what shall be emphasized right here, and you can see it on a bigger screen right here, which represents the logarithmic scale of the global hash rate and also the miner's revenue. Such a phenomenon is nothing new in the mining industry. We already experienced a few periods when the mining reward dropped, stayed at some particular level, and then increased because the mining profitability is affected by the Bitcoin price in a large extent.
It's crazy. It's fun.
Graph right here is the representation of the last
My first GPU miner definitely took like 3 months.
And the hash rate as well. And as you can see,
Just
we
like
already
one part
experienced a very similar appearance in the past. We had the period of
Yeah,
around 3 years.
yeah, I was trying to go for like a 5 or 6 card, and it would get like 3 or 4 stable, but then I'm always like, I want to do 5, I want to do 6. Like, it has that many slots.
I made the worst decision possible when GPU mining. I figured, let's find the cheapest, or find the most efficient card for the best value. So I did get 6 or 8 cards, but they were all different cards.
Were kind of
the worst idea ever.
Overclocking
each one
have somehow predicted, or maybe not predicted, but
so bad.
Good start.
So bad. I literally almost quit the entire crypto space.
The first halving happened in 2012, the second one in 2016. And after each halving,
but yeah, I have used Patreon. I'm actually on there. I started a YouTube channannel the minute COVID hit, because BlockTech, we host events. And
challenges. And I
host events if we're online.
How you doing?
So,
good. Hey, you want to step in here?
Started doing the podcast, and it went well, but 3 podcasts live a week is just too much. So I took a break for a little while.
Can we find it just Crypto Nando?
Most popular mining equipment now.
Should be able to.
Every single switch from one type of the device
never actually Googled myself.
resulted in increased energy efficiency, as well as increased hash rate.
As long as porn doesn't come up, or like child pornography or anything like that, I'm good. Crypto Nando.
Order of magnitude for those
shit. I'm not the only Crypto Nando. Apparently there's another one. No, you cannot. That's not me. That is not me. Crypto Nando, I guess, is not. There's apparently another one.
The question is whether
Crypto Nando, one word.
We will have a new type of device
I'll find it.
to bring the mining industry.
And then it'll show up for Nando Rivera.
As you probably know, the CPUs were introduced, were the very general and very basic
maybe
in
I can
2009. Then we had the GPUs, which occurred, let's say, in 2010, and were used
where are you based?
FPGAs,
I'm in Miami.
ASICs,
I'm in Miami, but we have that's where I actually met Pete,
we have more
North
than 7
American
years
Bitcoin
right now,
Conference.
without
So
many significant
we
changes.
have
Will it
chapters
happen?
in Miami,
Probably yes,
New York,
but when?
Atlanta,
The two key
all the way
parameters
out
regarding the
to
cryptocurrency mining
Shenzhen,
devices
all over
are
the
two
place.
rates.
And we started off by
this is
hosting
the
events
price per
and
terahash.
investing in some of the companies that were coming to
This is
these
the
events.
answer to how much you need
And
to pay
now
for the
we're
hash
doing
rate.
some
And the other
online
one
events,
is
but
the
we're also
energy
focusing
efficiency,
more so on the
which is
companies that
expressed
we've
in joule per
already
terahash or
invested in and
watt per
trying to
terahash
scale them
per
up.
second. These are key 2 parameters taken into account when investing
Does
and buying new
BlockTech have a
equipment.
website?
And among those 2
Yeah,
parameters, some
blocktech.network.
changes shall be expected. We as Minevest and also experienced miners in the industry
You ever do anything with Blockworks? There's so many block
that
things.
the whole cryptocurrency.
Well, I can't turn down the VR chat, my man.
So we actually
But I'll turn up the this guy.
Food for thought. How it looks.
Slightly different. Nah, but I haven't
originally
there's actually like some other block
So
tech
first of
company
all,
out there that I've
the
seen.
cryptocurrency mining right now
I think they
is
just
not
built the
the
website
same
and they're not doing
cryptocurrency mining that was originally assumed and offered
Very cool.
and supposed
Thanks,
to be
thanks for
by
putting this all
Satoshi
together.
Nakamoto.
Thanks for coming. I hope you're enjoying it.
The very
Slightly
general
different than
idea
last year, right?
was
Since it's not
to
in
allow
person,
the
but
individuals,
hopefully
every
we
single
can
entity,
still
to join the network,
have people
to
connect,
secure it,
have a little bit
and
of fun,
to confirm the
see some
transaction.
cool information.
However,
and
right
maybe we'll
now
get
the
something
mining
out of it.
industry is very
The
industrialized.
question I have for you
Which
is
means that
there a
only
way,
the biggest
we haven't
entities,
been
the
able to really
biggest
watch the live
companies
stream,
support the whole
we're busy
network,
chatting. Is there going
and
to
they
be
contribute
somewhere where
to
that's
the
all
biggest amount
posted?
of hash
Or
rate. Is it good? Is it
that
bad?
YouTube link stay up?
I would say this is the food for thought for you, especially. What
Yeah,
we
I think
think
we're also going to
is
post
that
it
one of the
eventually. We
biggest
just wanted
challenges
to
is the
provide some
geographical
sort of exclusivity for
decentralization
the
of the
folks that
mining
can pay.
operations.
Sure.
Why is it so?
So I
Because the
think the
key
plan is, if I
parameter
remember correctly,
for mining profitability is the
leave
low
it
cost of
private
electricity
now,
nowadays,
and then
which
eventually
basically brings us
over
to a
time,
point
post the
where
videos.
there are only few
And
locations
I think,
where the mining is really
as a
profitable.
paid member,
where the
you
lowest
might be
cost
able
of
to just click on
electricity
that
is.
link and watch the review.
Should it be like this?
Okay. Yeah.
I would
so
say it gives us a big, more than one question
Some of
mark
the videos
right
are,
here,
are
but
old,
also
but for the most part,
what should
they're
be
all
discussed
new videos
among
from the
all of the
sponsors that are
market
here. I
leaders
think we
currently.
incorporated some
Another
of the
thing
cool
I would like
videos
to
from last
mention
conference that some
is
of the folks
creating
liked.
geopolitical balance, but also
But it's a long event,
trying to keep the
and I don't
current
think we have
profitability
9
or
hours
make
of
it
live
bigger
streaming
so that there is an
Yeah.
incentive for new players to
I
join
hope
the
we
market.
don't, because then that
Of
means
course,
that
we
I'm
need to
gonna have
remember that
create it
crypto
and then
mining in the sense of securing the network, which have the main aim
so
of
what's next for you guys?
protecting the whole network from the
A lot of
so-called
folks in the space are
51%
either
attack,
getting out,
and that should
selling.
be of paramount importance for all of the
Are you
players.
long-term hodlers? Are you staying in for the long haul or what?
Yeah.
Okay,
Looking to expand.
ladies and gentlemen, right now I'd like to share a few thoughts regarding our vision and how Minebest is diversifying its portfolio and how Minebest sets the vision for the future development of the company.
Nice.
Of course, we keep the
Are you
mining
doing
operations
containers
as
or
our core
actual
business,
location,
and we
like
are
a
and we
building?
will develop new large-scale facilities.
I'm hoping to do some
Nevertheless, we are
containers.
diversifying the products
We had
and
a lot of
solutions we
containers
offer to the
exhibitors
market,
last
and
year.
I
If
would
you
like
need
to
any
mention a
contacts,
few
let
of
me
them.
know.
Namely,
There's
Minebest
some
develops the
Lamborghini
mobile
type
and consumer
containers.
electronics. Then
And
we
there's
developed the
some
crypto
cheaper
payment
ones. You
solutions,
honestly
and
get what you pay
maybe
for.
not so obvious, but a very
But if you need
exciting
any
project,
names
an
or brands,
innovative
feel free to let me know.
LUV, the
There's
so-called
actually a cool
luxury
one
urban vehicle,
that was
which
GPU
will be an
specific,
electrical car
doing
specialized
containers
or
running off
devoted
solar
for
power.
crowded city spaces. Let
Solar
me show
power?
you how it really looks,
Solar-powered
but before I'm
GPU
going to share
mining
the details
containers.
of these solutions, let me present
They were
the
running them
latest
self-sufficiently,
mining farm
just
that we have developed, the
drop them in
50
a field
megawatt
and let them
facility
go. They brought
in
them to the
Kazakhstan.
event.
Let's
And they
take
had
a
them
look.
mining outside for a little bit, but they're called Soul Miner, SOLMINER.
So they don't even have any backup generation. It's just full on solar. Does it have batteries?
Had batteries in there, yeah, I think so. Half the container was battery, and the other half was GPUs, and then they were just recharging the batteries throughout the day.
Yeah.
But they had it working for a while, I think a year, where it was consistently working in a location until they decided to bring it to our event, and then we turned it off for the drive down. Pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of overhead that would take a long time to get your ROI back, but it's a cool concept.
The other one, not
All right, I believe
GPU,
you
not
enjoyed
solar
this
power,
video.
but
Right
the
now, I would
nicer
like
the
to share a
containers
few
is
more
probably
details
bit
regarding
5,
specific
BIT,
products
the
that we
number
are
5,
implementing,
IVE.
and thanks to which we diversify
And
our
they have
product
some really cool
portfolio.
containers, really cool
First of all,
concepts.
we launched
And the
the
other one that was
so-called
also out there
blockchain
was Digital
smartphone
Shovel.
called Smile S1,
They're from Canada.
which has both blockchain
They've
and
got a lot of
crypto
different
applications
container options
installed
out there.
inside of the
It just
smartphone.
really depends on
Really
what you're
cool
doing.
device.
In Miami,
Then we are
in Miami,
developing
a lot of
both
folks
crypto,
are mining
debit, and
because
credit cards, and also would like to
they
develop
want
the
to
chain
grow
of
marijuana,
so-called
but they
Bitcoin
haven't
ATMs
passed most of the
to
laws to be
increase the
able to
global
grow it.
adoption of cryptocurrency
So
and make
they
it
invested in
easy
the
to use
locations, and they
for
figured, well,
individuals all
heat
across the
is a
globe.
problem for growing
And
weed
first
and for
of
mining.
all,
So let's go ahead
last
and
but
grow,
not least,
start
definitely,
mining now,
is the most
and that way once
innovative and
they pass
also
the laws
exciting
and
project
everything's
we
legal,
are
they can just
developing right
sell
now,
the ASICs
which is
and
the luxury
start
urban
growing weed.
vehicle under the brand of Lia Gabriel. As I mentioned, an electric car
Let's see how that goes. Maybe
devoted
they'll sell
for
some ASICs for a
crowded
good price.
city spaces, and I would be more than happy
make sure
to
to buy
share
'em
more
up.
details when this concept comes into life.
All right, so I'm
and
gonna
will be
walk
really
around a little bit,
developed,
guys.
and maybe we'll have a ride.
It's been raining a lot, so
Ladies
no
and gentlemen,
melting
that would
right
be the
now,
end of the
but
presentation.
it's,
Right now,
it's hot as shit over here.
I do believe
That's
and I
right.
do hope that we will have an opportunity to meet
I got
during
my
the
AC
next
blasting,
edition of
and I can't
Mining
put a shirt on
Disrupt.
right now.
In person, in a year, and
No,
if
you're
not
right.
there, maybe we'll have an opportunity to meet at Minebest Warsaw headquarters in Poland in this astonishing building, as you can see.
No problem. I'm
on the
still
picture.
waiting for
Ladies
the guy.
and gentlemen, it was
me.
Adam Tarda speaking,
Brian and
Vice
Benny, it was nice
President
talking
of
to you. I'm
Global
gonna walk
Sales
around a
at
little bit. We'll connect
Minebest.
later.
Okay.
Good luck.
Let's stay in
That's
what I was going to ask
Thank you
was
very
if
much.
you had heard about any other ones yet.
No, I'm still waiting, but I know they have 500 tickets. We're trying to negotiate the price to get it the price that would work for you.
Okay.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
I'm going to call to get another wire set up.
Advania.
Hello. I work for Advania Data Centers, and we locate our data centers in Iceland. My name is Ægir Rafn Magnússon, and I'm the Business Development Director for Advania Data Centers. I've been working for Advania since 2006 originally, and I started in selling managed services, and I'm now primarily focusing on selling our data center services. Advania Data Center is part of the Advania brand, which is a large Nordic IT and managed services provider. We have around 1,500 employees in the Nordics, and annual revenue is around 400 million euros. And we have clients based both in the Nordics and also in most other places globally. I work for the data center part specifically, and we focus on crypto hosting services and also on HPC and AI. So we both have tier 1 and tier 3 data center facilities suited for these services. Today we have 35 full-time employees and engineers. Today we are running around 70 megawatts of power capacity, and the data center revenue for 2019 was around $50 million. So our main focus is high-density data center infrastructure. The history behind Advania Data Centers. Advania acquired a startup in Iceland called Thor DC in 2011. And then in 2014, we started our second data center site in Iceland, which we call Mjolnir. And then we started growing pretty fast in that area, and today we have around 70 megawatts of power. Here is an overview of where our data centers are located in Iceland. So the original Thor data center is located in Reykjavik, and there we focus on our tier 3 infrastructure services. And the Mjolnir data center site is located close to the international airport of Keflavik, and there our focus is tier 1 services for cryptocurrency miners, for example, and also the tier 3 facilities we have there. So here's a good reason why we chose Iceland as a data center location. So we utilize the bad weather we have here all year round. So the climate in Iceland is perfectly suited for data centers, since the climate is quite ambient, and all of our infrastructure utilizes the outside air for cooling. So energy in Iceland is quite reliable, and that is mainly due to that the power grid in Iceland is quite young, and therefore we have very infrequent power outages. And also the power in Iceland is quite cheap and costs less than most other places. All of our cooling, as I mentioned before, is 100% natural free cooling. And also I wanted to mention that all the energy we use in Iceland is 100% renewable. So around 85% of the energy is hydro energy, and around 15% is geothermal energy. Here's an overview and more information about our Mjolnir data center. So we built everything in modular fashion, so we can design the setup according to our clients' wishes. With our direct free cooling, we have achieved a PUE of 1.03. In our tier 1 design, we have a low redundancy to reduce the cost, which is perfectly suited for crypto operations. There we have no UPS or generators. The uptime in 2019 was 99.96. We have been operating a tier 3 facility at the Mjolnir data center site since 2019. And then we have just repurposed tier 1 facilities, added in UPS and diesel generators to have more redundancy on the operations. Currently, the Mjolnir data center site is one of the largest in Europe, with 70 megawatts of power running. So our design is all greenfield design. So we build the data centers from the ground up, and we customize them to achieve 11 megawatts at around 1,200 square meters. and this is perfectly suited for ASIC miners. We also have a different design which is suitable for GPU units as well, so we can accommodate all different types of crypto miners if needed. Here's an overview of the data center site. So now we have 10 buildings in operation. One building has already been repurposed for Tier 3, and then we have started to build the 11th building. If needed, we also have the next lot available or reserved next to this one, so it's very easy to expand if requested. We have 24/7, 365 security on site. We have gates all around the premises, and all security measures are according to the Tier 3 data center standard. We also have all of our operations certified by ISO 27001. Last but not least, I just want to mention a few points here why you should choose Advania Data Centers as your hosting partner for your crypto miners. So first of all, it's the long history we have. So the company was established originally in 1938. We have started very early in the crypto mining industry back in 2011. Our experience is as well very good in the market, and we have been operating mission critical Tier 3 data centers for decades, and been setting up optimized crypto data centers for the last 7 years. Of course, as I mentioned before, the locating data centers and your miners in Iceland is good performance-wise. So we have very good climate conditions for utilizing the outside air for cooling, and that ensures that your miners are performing at their max capacity. All of the energy we use is renewable, as mentioned, and all of our projects and all of our data centers are based on greenfield from the ground up. So, by that you are reducing the risk in your projects, for sure. And here's an overview, quick. We can go into pros and cons of brownfield versus greenfield. So in greenfield, you maybe have some high investment initially and longer deployment times, but you benefit from that, achieving efficient cooling, designing everything from the ground up. You can choose the area where to build, and you can set it up in areas, industrial areas, rather than where you could have some complaints from residential areas. And it's easy to expand as well. That was the last slide. I just want to thank you very much for listening, and hope to see you soon.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Genesis Mining.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Salter, Head of Operations at Genesis Mining, and I want to talk today about scaling issues that you'll probably run into while trying to get your data centers bigger, and also when you have several data centers around the world compared to just one. As a quick background, we've been mining for quite a long time. So Genesis Mining has been doing industrial scale mining since 2013, and I would say we've pretty much seen it all at this point. We've worked with different types of hardware, so GPUs of different manufacturers, ASICs of all different manufacturers, different software, firmwares. We've seen different kind of climate zones, from minus 40 degrees Celsius in crazy winters, 40-degree hot summers, extremely strong wind speeds, especially in Iceland. Like the wind is quite amazing in Iceland. the cooling systems and the data center designs that are needed and suitable for these kinds of different climate conditions. I think that no one can say that they managed to deal with these things on the first try without getting something wrong, especially as a miner, where you have to kind of experiment with cooling systems and making things work at a low cost, but still while keeping your devices secure. Well, we've spent the years building data centers, small in the beginning, later hundreds of megawatts, in sites all around the world, and we've experienced all these different conditions, and we've found our kind of ways to solve the issues, both technically and also organizationally, that come up when you're trying to scale up higher. And yeah, I hope I can mention some interesting points that you haven't thought about before. The first point I'd like to talk about is data center design and construction. This is what I was talking about with cooling systems and buildings and containers and so on. This is a very complex topic, and it's very easy to do things wrong. When you're building in a small scale, you'll probably be retrofitting an existing building, right? You'll find a building, rent it or buy it, which is an additional cost, and then you'll find a way to put electrical installation inside and some cooling system that makes your miners inside run securely. Definitely, the cooling system will need some tinkering. Almost definitely, you'll have lots of manual intervention, like turning on fans, turning off fans, depending on the outside weather. Almost definitely, the existing building that you're using is not actually optimal for what you want to build, and you have to work around it and make compromises in order to get anything running at all. When you're scaling bigger, there's several changes that you need to make in your thinking to get to make this work on a larger scale. First of all, you don't want to be using existing buildings because the existing building always costs money to buy or rent. You have to work around the quirks of the system. Instead, you should be thinking more freely about this. Maybe you want to build a new building that's perfectly suited for your data center. Then again, you have the issue. If it's perfectly suited, it's still it's great and all, but probably you still have to engineer this product specifically for your application, and then you have to do the foundation and have all the construction companies come in, lots of planning, lots of execution time, high cost also for building something like this. And then I'm not even going to start talking about land permits and building permits. It's a mess. The best way to go forward with this is to have modularized solutions. So you don't want to have you don't want to have a fresh solution for every new site that you want to build a data center on. You want to have a modular solution where you've perfected one mining module, piece of hardware, and you found a manufacturing partner for manufacturing these modules quickly and securely and with quality control. Just ship them to the site that you want to install them to, and with minimal on-site labor, install the finished modules on site. I'm saying modules because it's not always containers, but I think containers are a really good example. An additional problem that this solution tackles is the locality of the data center. If you're mining in the smaller scale, most probably you'll be mining close to a populated area. There'll be department stores, there'll be some IT service providers, there'll be some construction companies. But when you scale larger, most probably you'll be getting further and further away from populated areas. Right? There's many mining farms close to hydro dams or in the middle of some deserts or just far away in some pretty far away from the civilization. That's where the power is cheap, right? So all your ideas that you have about just getting companies and contractors to help you out, that'll get harder and harder the further you go away outside of the populated area. So basically, the bigger you build, the more important is this modularization and the off-site construction of these modules. What we've been working on internally at Genesis Mining is actually exactly this, a modularized solution. We're calling it our air-cooled data center container. And it's a 40-foot shipping container fitting 780 kilowatts of miners inside. We've managed to find great sourcing options for this, making industrial scale production a breeze. We can produce 100 of these per month, so no worries there. And what we are especially proud of with this container is the automatic temperation of intake air. You often have an issue, especially in cold climates, of intake air into the container being too cold and damaging your miners. So what this container actually does, it recirculates hot air from the miners back into the intake with a proper mixing procedure to make sure that your miners are never sucking in that minus 40 degrees Celsius air. I haven't seen anything like this in the market, so I think it might be interesting for everyone. Feel free to come to our booth after the talk and discuss it with our engineers. We're happy to offer it for customers. All right, the next topic I want to talk about are software solutions.
Ooh, I like
so
those.
You can't run a data center without thinking about software. Those two are linked. Monitoring solutions are nothing new in the market, right? Everyone's probably tried a couple, everyone here in the audience. Everyone might have a favorite or so. And the market is getting actually bigger and bigger. Still, when I look around the market for what's actually out there, there's several issues that I see with monitoring solutions currently. First of all, many of them have a vendor lock-in. Actually, these are not solutions meant purely to maintain the farm and to give you as much flexibility and overview over the entire operation as possible. Many of them are actually geared towards maintaining a certain set of hardware. For example, the vendor of the monitoring solution might be a pool, and it only works with that pool. It might be a firmware manufacturer, and it only works with that firmware. It might be a hardware manufacturer, and then it only works with that hardware. This is not what you want when you're scaling bigger. When you scale bigger, you won't have a homogeneous farm anymore, with all the same device type running the same software in one farm. It'll be, you'll have different patches here. Maybe you'll have customers that have a special requirement for this, maybe different cooling conditions in this part of the farm, something like this. You want to have one solution that makes sure to monitor them all. Otherwise, you're just dealing with the installation and the management of all these different management solutions instead of actually benefiting from having one solution for everything. Another issue with the existing management systems are that usually, more often than not, these are developed not by large-scale miners that actually have the requirements and are actually building a product coming from those requirements, but they're actually more like startups. Having a good idea for a product, trying to develop it and sell it, which is great, but they don't know the exact needs that a miner actually has. And they have difficulty understanding what are the do's and don'ts of running a mining operation. So there's often a problem there. Another point is remote access. Many think that that a solution like this is only needed on site. Actually, it's not true, right? The bigger you scale, the more you'll want to have remote access to your mining farms and not actually have to go inside the mining farm to understand what status it is. Right. We've been developing this solution like this for us in-house also. And we've been calling it Genesis Hive. You might have heard of it. Now we've revamped it, kind of rebuilt the whole thing according to our new needs and to our new understanding. Hexa is the new project name, the revamped project. And we're calling it an enterprise-grade mining management solution. Now this is a long kind of subtitle for a product, but let me explain the different parts of that description. So it's a management solution, not a monitoring solution. The difference I see there is very important. A monitoring system checks data and displays it for you. That's fine. A management solution will also allow you to define configuration for your machines to make sure there's automation features that kind of handle as much manual work for you as possible. It tries to make your life easier and trying to reduce the amount of manual labor needed in your farm. This is the management aspect of it. And then the other part of it is the enterprise grade, right? So what do we mean with enterprise grade? The important part is if you're a small miner, maybe just mining for yourself, maybe you have a partnership with someone else, it's kind of easy to keep track of things. And if something goes slightly wrong, you'll probably be able to work it out. Now, what if your requirements are higher and you have more different kinds of customers? You have investors, you have partners, you have audits maybe coming, auditors trying to understand your operation better to give you a certification. If any of these things are happening to you, you will need more data. It's not good enough to show a screenshot and say, hey, yeah, this is the proof that everything's fine. No, there'll be questions like, oh, back in 2018 in September, there was a 5% drop in the performance of the farm. How did that happen? And you'd better have a good answer. So the bigger you scale, the more data you actually need, and the more data retention you also need over time in order to fulfill your requirements. Better start with this early and then have it once you need it, than to only notice that you have a problem once you already need it and then you don't have the data. This is very important. Also, there's a bunch of very interesting things you can do once you have all this data collected over time. We have very, very detailed reporting features, for example, that allow your finance department to just export all the data they need from what transactions came, what the pool performance was, what was the performance of the farm, how much money did that downtime last week cost you, all these kinds of metrics. Why calculate them manually if it's obviously automatable? So we've baked everything into this software that we can possibly think of in order to replace manual labor and to replace it with a one-time automatic solution. Please check us out at the booth to understand more about Hexa and to maybe talk to our product manager, Niklas, who's also here. All right, we've talked about hardware and software. Now I want to mention also a third topic, which is easily overlooked when you're talking about these technical subjects. But can't be overlooked. You can automate all kinds of things. Software can do all kinds of amazing, interesting things. But in the end, it comes down to the people that you're working with to make sure that from the hardware side, everything's running. And no one can replace the experts that design your farms, that help you keep everything updated, and then make sure that you're following industry best practices. No software can replace that. What we've noticed is that once you have your technical team working the data center and fixing everything, everything seems fine and easy to manage. As soon as you open a second location, now you're in trouble, right? The experts can't be in both places at the same time. And if your structure isn't set up to account for that, then you might even have to hire a completely new team and double the amount of employees you have for the second location. This will be a huge overhead in terms of not just like labor costs, but also you need the knowledge transfer to somehow work. And let's not forget the management overhead that a doubling of your personnel will mean. This is easily overlooked, management overhead. The solution for the issue that experts are not always available in every single farm is to actually fully embrace that concept and to split your teams, your technical teams. The on-site teams that are actually at the data centers, actually, replacing the fans, replacing the PSUs, making sure the electrical installation is kind of working and making sure everything's going on day to day. These should not be your, you should have a team like this in every of your locations. And what you should have centrally and not in each of the local teams is your expert core team. Right? Your team of technical experts in the area of, let's say, cooling, IT, software, networking. It's always something that goes wrong with the network. Electricians, mechanical engineers. Your core team that is really like the task force that knows how to tackle and solve any kind of problem. This should be separate from the teams in each of the farms, unless if you want to avoid large overheads. This is actually exactly how we also structure ourselves internally in Genesis Mining. We have central locations with offices with like the think tanks of the experts all sitting together. And then we have our different locations around the world that have people excelling in technical engineering and in miner maintenance. We would be very happy to see you come to our booth to talk about this topic too. Generally, I'd like to mention Genesis Mining. We've obviously seen a lot. We're happy to support with any kind of part of your operation if you're thinking about doing large-scale mining. So no matter if it's about the farm design or the build-up or the operations or the software you need for it, or even just some, let's say, consulting about the services for how everything fits together. We're here to help, and we would be very happy to hear for your individual requirements. Thank you very much.
Damn, that's some good information right there.
27, I've got both of it.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live. Split River.
Right, for sure, Mikkel. That's some
Bit
stuff
River
to think
is
about.
one of the world's leading enterprises providing mining equipment hosting and maintenance services within its own data center. Our data center, with its total capacity of 100 megawatts, is able to accommodate approximately up to 67,000 devices and is located in the city of Bratsk, Irkutsk region of Russia. We have chosen the Irkutsk region for the Bit River data center due to its low electricity costs and its cold climate. The fact Irkutsk region is one of the best regions in the world for mining operations. We have established our data center some 5 kilometers away from Bratsk hydropower plant. The Bratsk hydropower plant works steadily regardless of the season. It supplies electricity to the region in excess. Furthermore, the data center is located 250 meters away from the 220 to 10 kilovolt power substation, and from there the power cables are laid on the cable bridge. The facility is located in 2 industrial buildings, with a total area of 15,500 square meters within a closed territory. The facility is protected uninterruptedly on a 24/7 basis by armed security guards of Rosgvardia, State Enterprise Security Organization. Rosgvardia is the only security agency in Russia allowed to use automatic firearms. Beyond these security guards, the site is equipped with video surveillance and 2-level access control system.
Fully automatic guard.
As of now, there are more than 50 employees in 3 Bit River offices in the cities of Bratsk, Yekaterinburg, and Moscow. The core of the network and border switches are located in a server room. Our data center has 2 independent fiber optic uplinks, along with a 3rd wireless backup, thus to eliminate downtimes and possible poor connectivity issues. Monitoring and local subsystem servers are also hosted here. Client's equipment is accessed remotely and is located within a separate virtual network segment so as to protect infrastructure against malware and other threats. Backing up the general uplinks, providing reliable power supply, and our own broad experience in the fields of conventional data center business allow us to assure uptime levels up to 99.9. Round-the-clock monitoring of the operation of the equipment is carried out from the duty station using specialized software. Technicians work at the facility 24/7 and are ready to help our clients at any time. Our specialists answer customers' questions in Russian and English by phone, email, via messengers, and through a special ticket system. Furthermore, right on the site we have our own stock of spare parts for popular miner types and repair center specialists that have been officially trained and certified by Bitmain and InnoSilicon in the city of Shenzhen. The machine room is the heart of our data center. The scale of the machine room is just stunning. We use separated hot and cold corridors designed in order to arrange airflow, maintain stable temperatures, and prevent overheating. According to the design, warm air is accumulated beneath the roof and is pulled outside by exhaust power fans through the workshop's window opening. Pre-filtered cold air is flowing freely towards mining racks through the lower windows. Main 400-volt switchgear and power distribution cabinets are located 20 meters away from the mining racks on the cold corridor side. All power lines are protected from mechanical damage. Individual power metering sets are introduced to the rack, so our customers pay solely for the actual amount of consumed power. Our servicemen carry out routine maintenance, focusing on miners' dedusting and cleaning, thermal imaging control for power distribution systems, and regular inspections for visible issues and bottlenecks so as to prolong the equipment's service life. The data center is hosting more than 18,000 devices today, with a total power rate exceeding 25 megawatts. Customers from the USA, Japan, Poland, Lithuania, India, Brazil, China, and of course Russia have already entrusted us by collocating their equipment.
Hello, Mining Disrupt. Scott Hancock here. I was recently hired to run the North America sales for Bit River. Thank you, first of all, to my new hosting clients. I want you to tell everybody here what an amazing experience you're having with your miners at Bit River. And to those of you that have not had the opportunity to have a presentation from me yet, I hope that this is educational for you, and look forward to speaking with you all on an individual basis at the virtual booth. BitRiver is the largest crypto mining facility in Russia. So again, another reason to be rest assured, we have a huge global presence, brand name to uphold. Everybody in the industry knows who we are. We have really good relationships with Bitmain and Binance. So BitRiver is not going anywhere. We have more than 80 employees currently, and this is something that's really cool and unique that I want to focus on. All of you who are thinking about getting into mining, now that we're into new generation machines, you're going to want to have the option to overclock these machines. And when you overclock machines, that means you run them at different watt settings in order to get better increased efficiency out of those miners. Now, key question to ask is to your potential hosting provider, do you charge flat fees or do you charge me based on my actual usage? Well, if you're being charged a flat fee, that's just not really conducive to where we're at in this kind of advanced mining era. We're no longer dealing with S9 machines that run at 1300 watts. We're dealing with machines that are running at 3000 watts and higher. So you want to get billed by the actual usage. So at BitRiver, we are providing you with individual power meters. I know Core Scientific does this, but other than them, there's not a whole lot of facilities right now that do this. And this is a critical reason, in addition to just everything else we have to offer, of why you want to send your machines to BitRiver. So with our
it looks like
partnership
this is re-looping back through,
have a
so
guaranteed capacity of 100 megawatts.
I think this is all of it.
And
Now it's just like to the point where it's time to talk to all these people at the virtual summit now almost.
Region where we'd still be using the same hydropower. We've spent a lot of capital on it to ensure that you do get that uptime, and it is contractually guaranteed to you. We have staff on site that monitors your equipment 24/7. Also, our specialists actually have been trained by Bitmain, InnoSilicon, and the major mining manufacturers. We have certified Bitmain technicians on site that really understand how these machines should be monitored, what the temperature settings should be, and how to get maximum lifetime out of these machines. And if any of you had S17 Plus machines, you're probably wondering if we have an equipment repair center. We do, and we stock boards in on site. So if you have a bad board, we can get that fixed for you soon. And also on that note, with S17 Plus machines, there's a lot of rumors that Bitmain just provided bad batches. I think if you really research and ask around, you'll find that facilities that had the proper temperature control measures did not have as many issues with their S17 Plus machines. Some mining groups I've heard have had more issues running these machines in containers, and I think there's some really awesome containers out there, and there's some where these higher wattage machines just were not meant to be run in them. So again, if you're getting into mining, ask the right questions to whoever you're considering sending your machines to. And if you can't tell, I'll answer all your questions. We touched on how the facility is just perfect for overclocking. When it comes to S17 Plus machines, you can run these machines at maybe 80 terahashes per second and really run them at that level consistently in the right environment. If you're in a environment where the temperature just isn't monitored well, then you're going to have a 30% failure rate. With BitRiver, that will not be the case. For the 5% that maybe do fail in these large batches, then we'll repair them quickly. Looking forward to discussing further with you all soon. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. You can find me on Telegram, Scotty_Bitcoin. Shoot me an email, text me. And as we are headed into this presidential election and you're thinking about whether to vote for Biden or Trump, make the responsible decision and send your mining equipment to BitRiver in Russia. I am happy to talk to you all more about politics or anything else at the virtual bar. Cheers.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Mining Disrupt Live.
Yeah, I think this portion of it is like done. If it's the same thing as before, I think Poolin. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. My name is Alejandro, I'm Vice President of Poolin. Poolin.com is a mining pool, and I'll be explaining to you in this presentation.
Alright, so it looks like it's definitely looping around. It looks like the presentation portion of it is, for the most part, it's over. So I think I'm going to call it here because it's 12, it's almost 1 o'clock here. I'm hungry. So let's see here. Bam. So definitely I think I'm gonna call it right here. I'm gonna do some networking on here and start really getting to chit-chatting with people, get a little bit more personal and all that good stuff. So you guys got any questions for me before I sign out? Give you guys a few moments here. So I see a bunch of you guys are watching. If anybody's just tuning in, go ahead and I'm going to be calling it right here. And you can replay this. A lot of good information here from some of the industry leaders and all that good stuff. So since it doesn't look like anybody's got any questions, I think I'm going to sign out. Anybody? Questions? Put them in now. And or if you think of them later, certainly drop your questions in down below. I will respond to them the best that I can. And while you're looking down there, certainly smash that Lizzie like button, subscribe, hit the bell, little bell notification. Just kind of helps me out. Share this stuff on your favorite social media, or share it with just one person. And I think with that, guys, I will definitely see you all on the next one. Yo. Anybody got questions? Anybody? 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 Before I leave? Alright, well, doesn't look like anybody's got any questions. I'll definitely see you all on the next one. Definitely, if you want to support the channel in any way, shape, or form, go ahead, hop into the Patreon, go into DCA Your Mining. That helps out me and my boy, Crypto Mikkel here. Helps us get all that cool stuff. So I will see you all on the next one. Later.